and saying, come on, finish it off well. So the free hit stays intact. And, well, he hits this pretty well. And it's arriba. It will drop into the field of play. The catch is taken. They're appealing, but it won't be out because one or two of them forgot that it was a free hit. And the batters didn't, though. They kept running, and they do take the 2. So that will be the end of the over. Nice catch taken, you have to say. It stays up there a long way, but the fielder knew. Look, takes the catch, and straight away as he takes it, he gets the throw in. The batter's knew as well. Mohammed Cameron, when he's thinking, hang on a minute, why isn't that out? Because it was a free hit, courtesy of the 2 short balls over the shoulder height. End of the over. The score will be 9 without loss as we have a look where we are. So we are finally into the championship week here. Week number 5. We'll know on Friday who will be crowned the champions. And Spain, well, they've got a good shot at the moment, haven't they? They did beat England earlier, the defending champions. Then, from here, we go to Croatia for a week. Malta, hello to all the Maltese viewers. We'll be coming there soon. Looking forward to party in Malta. And then we come back to Spain to finish our season in Barcelona, where we're going to have 5 entertaining weeks of cricket for you. It's going to be a blast, and it's going to be great to see some of these guys in Barcelona as well. Some of them being represented in this Spanish national team. 9 of the first, and they're going to follow the same pattern as they did against England. Now go to the spin, and this is going to be another wide, so a little bit of ill discipline to start off with from the Spanish bowlers. It was 9 off that first over from Cameron. Billy Sandu, well, we saw him mingling with the fan zone. He has made his way up into the dream box. Hello, welcome back. And listen, I've been told that you got some tricky beans for us to try. Some chocolate. They could be bad, they could be good.
Yeah, I was going to maybe take them over to the crowd and maybe hand them out. Like Jack and the Beanstalk with a twist. This is in the air, it's going to be in the gap, and it's going to be 4. So Ali persisting with the pace on kind of stuff. A couple of wides, and this one is in the zone, and it's whacked away by Sharif through the point region for 4.
Well, I reckon we need to come up with a system for Corey with him. I mean, there's some good ones in there, I'm told. There's some really horrible ones. So maybe every time, how about this? Every time there's a boundary or something, Corey has to eat one, and he takes spotlight whether it's a good one or bad. What do you reckon?
Yeah, we can probably do that. This is pretty good, though. I don't think Sharif is minding it. Yasser Ali getting cut away twice. We haven't seen a lot of variation from Yasser Ali. And right now, this is turning into a decent power play for the Italians.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's always an opportunity because he's hitting it on the up. But at the moment, he's been able to find the gap. So Yasser has a look at that cordon and says, come on, get tighter. That's exactly what he's doing here now. Looks like he says, I'm not going to change it. I reckon he's going to fire this one in. He won't bowl the same one again. I reckon this is a bluff. Gets this one through a little bit fuller. Big swing and a miss.
So this is what you're talking about, Rico.
Yeah, come on.
We've been given these tricky beans. And you can see it's, they've each got, I suppose there's different flavours for the same colour. So I'm going to read them to you. But actually, they don't sound too bad. I've actually seen worse versions of these. But I might have to share them with the fans a bit later.
Oh, this mix-up is a terrible mix-up, and it's going to be the end of Rajmani. And Rajmani doesn't wait, though. We've seen this so many times. No contact being made. Yasser Ali gets a smile on his face because he knows, even though the wicket won't go down to him, if he's bowling, he's the one who's got the field right. And the Spanish boys comes together, loving that Espana on the back of their shirts. And Espana get their first wicket. And it's Rajmani that goes. Look, he goes straight away. Yeah. I mean, in a way, it is his call, but I don't think there's a run here. This goes straight to Govinda. I think Amir Sharif is absolutely right, saying, hey, man, there's nothing here, but Rajmani's already committed.
Yeah, this to me is a bit of an exception to the rule of the ball being behind square being the non-striker's call, because as the striker, he's hitting it to somewhere that he can see. He can actually see the angle of where that cut has gone a lot better than Rajmani. So I think he's kind of within his rights to hold his ground and turn Rajmani around. I think Rajmani knows he was just a bit too keen there. He went on the hit, as we say. It's one of those ones where he probably would have been better just to kind of prop and wait for further instructions. And as it is, he'll be collateral damage in the power play. He goes for 1 run out. Govinda Singh to Yasser Ali. And the score 19 for 1. This brings Baljit Singh to the crease. Not facing up as yet as Yasser Ali continues.
into the pads, and this time is Baljit that's telling Sharif to stay where he is, and I think he's quite right to do so, because I think he saw the keeper there, Mohamed Ishan. He had that ball practically in his glove. This one goes the area route, and it will go all the way. Well, on 2 occasions, he went through the fielders there on the 30-yard circle. Well, they got put tighter together, so he says, okay, I'll go over you, and he does. And yes, yeah, a little bit disappointed with that delivery, just a little bit too short. Manos arriba from Martin Hancock, the umpire. 25 for 1, so, I mean, okay, it's a good over in terms of runs, but they do lose the wicket of Rajmani. But we do know that there's plenty of batting in this Italian lineup. That's the standings as it is at the moment. Spain, after that victory against England with 2 points, and Netherlands, well, they got the 2 points after they beat Scotland. So we're going to see some interesting matches coming up later on.
How about Scotland-England in match 4? When one of those teams will go home with 0 points from opening day. Nobody wants to be in that situation. Here's Mohamed Kamran, the hit man, ready to hit. He bowled a bit crazy in the first over. What's in store this time?
Nicely played from Baljit, just strokes this out, the Italian captain, to get himself off the mark.
Let's go through these tricky beans. So the green ones, they're either blueberry or pepper.
All right.
But I like pepper. And so it's a surprise, the flavour you get.
Yeah,
okay.
that's right.
They're not really terrible, because I've heard of ones that are quite bad.
They're normally somewhat like chili orientated, aren't they?
Yeah,
but okay,
sometimes.
Blueberry or black pepper, I take it, yeah.
That's not too bad.
Chance should be taken, and has been taken easily. So Amir Sharif misfires when he's going straight. The catch is taken once again. Is the Spanish captain, and Christian Munoz-Mills does not make any mistakes gobbling these up. So Amir Sharif, he's played some nice handsome shots outside the off, but when it comes to hitting straight, he gets it wrong, and he departs with 17. Italy, both openers now back in the shed.
Yeah, and just driving on the up, the extra pace of Kamran. You better get it right. And Sharif just doesn't here. Doesn't get the timing. We're talking microseconds here. That's the difference between this going over Christian Munoz-Mills and it going straight to him. Comfortable catch for the Spanish skipper. And so a second wicket falls in the power play. Italy are 26 for 2.
Yeah, so Mohamed Kamran does pick up his first wicket of Championship week. And it's going to be, well, it's a good one to get. Amir Sharif, he was looking pretty dangerous, but this time just doesn't get the elevation he needs, and that maybe is probably down to the little bit the extra pace that gets generated from the bowling of Mohamed Kamran. So a new batter will come in, and it looks like it probably will be Umar Gujar.
Yeah, Gujar, player that seemed to grow in stature during the week for Italy. Saw him playing his club cricket for Bologna back in our Italian summer in July. What a 5 weeks that was we spent in Italy. The hit man gets an early hit, and he wants more. He's got 4 balls to spend. Here he is bowling to Gujar.
Short one right into the body. That reminds me of the delivery that he bowled when he got that hat-trick back in the group, right into the body.
Yeah.
Of Francois Stoneman.
That's right. Yeah, poor Faf. He just ended up looping it up, and he was caught. A few celebrity chatters at the moment. A few celebrity guests as well here at the cricket.
It's a lovely shot. That is a beautiful shot, just using the pace of Mohamed Kamran all along the deck. And despite the efforts of Gurunda, couldn't stop that. This is a really nice shot. Intelligent cricket.
Yeah, use the pace to your advantage. Probably third man would be one place I would have an outfielder, just because it's a fairly low risk opportunity to pick up a boundary if you get the placement right. Baljit's a class act. And the Italian skipper gets his first boundary of the championship week. 2 fire breathing balls coming up.
It's nicely played again. So they seem to have a plan in mind, don't they? The Italians, not to maybe take too many risks against Mohamed Kamran. It looks like they're getting in line, and they're just trying to play nice and straight. The exception to that was the one shot that Amir Sharif tried. But then, I mean, I think that shot was on. He just didn't execute it right.
Last ball of the power play.
Yeah, they deal with him quite well. So Cammy does pick up the 1 wicket, but he'll go for 16 from his 2 overs. And the score moves to 33 for 2. So both the openers have been sent back. So here you see Baljit and Umar Gujar is now trying to get this partnership going. The sun does seem to have disappeared for the moment. But, a lot of cloud cover. A very gentle mild breeze across the ground.
Okay, I'm just going to go through these jelly beans and tell me what you think.
Go.
So the kind of yellowish ones are vanilla or ginger.
Yeah.
Seems okay.
Yeah.
The red ones, okay, these ones are cherry or chili.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, they're pretty different.
All
The purple ones are blackberry or onion.
Okay.
And the brown ones are cola or bacon. I mean, both those sound delicious to me. I think I'm just going to eat the whole lot.
Come on, no.
Does that count as a fruit if I start eating these? Tell you what, might take it down to the fan zone and have some fun. Let's share the fun. Let's not hog it ourselves. Anyway, here's Atif Mohammed to bowl over number 4.
Just starts with one that's a gentle delivery, sort of round about the leg stick, which just gets played away by Umar Gujar. Take the single. Latif, a young bowler that is really impressed over the last few years, as he's earned the right now to be wearing that Spanish jersey, and I think he's going to be wearing it for some time. He's just got better and better, and he comes again.
Not a good shot from Baljit. He's better than that. I think he's one guy that can stay pretty technical and just extend.
When he plays proper shots, he hits it better than anyone. I think when you start to see him trying to force it, that's when he gets himself out. And he also sometimes tends to move around a little bit too much in his crease.
Having said that, Atif is hard to drive off that length because of the extra bounce he gets. Wake up, Baljit. He's just a slight cutter here. And again, he's wafting away. Just needs to hold his shape a bit longer.
Yeah, that's the key word, shape. I mean, look at this. Balance goes. Look, he needs the bat to try and keep him balanced, puts it down. Otherwise, he's falling over. Yeah, he's either got to take a step forward and be hitting this straight, or he's got to try and play that dabble shot again. Swinging and missing. It's not going to get him far.
Well, I think Isan's the only man in Spain that heard an edge here. There's a lot going on. Atif's laughing at him, saying, "What are you talking about?" And Isan, well, let's just say he's not known for under-appealing. He feels there's an edge on this. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts to that, so there may have been noise. I'm not convinced it's an outside edge.
It's nowhere near the bat. But you're right. He was
I do say there should be no half appeals. I think Mohammed Isan subscribes to that old adage. Baljit needs to go offside here. Don't know where he's aiming.
Yeah,
mid-off is in the circle here, even though we're out of the power play.
Yeah, he's just swinging and hoping. This is not the Baljit we saw batting last week, where he was just tapping into these and hitting them straight as clean as they come. So that's 4 dots now. Only the 1 run of the over. And, well, now he feels, you see, that he's got to find the boundary. So I think he'll play the same shot again.
Is he going to double down on the strategy? Does. What an over from Mohammed, though. Atif Mohammed only concedes the single, and after 4 overs, it's 34 for 2. Yeah, see, for me, I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of Baljit Singh. I don't think I would have gone crazy on that last ball, because I would have said, look, I've made a complete mess of this over. I'm just going to eat it. I'll get a new bowler. I'll get something different, maybe a change of pace coming up.
Yeah.
I just don't think I want to get out to compound the issues which I've created. So, well, Baljit can't deal with Atif Mohammed too well in the 4th, but now I think we will have some spin, and Lorne Burns looks like he's going to bowl over number 5.
Yeah, I love the bowling of Burns, and he picked up 3 wickets, didn't he, in that win against England. 3 for 24. He bowled beautifully well, and looking to continue what has been a stellar start for him. Shaba, shaba, shaba. Hearing a lot of that out there from the Spanish boys. Muy bien, muy bien, meaning very good, very good.
Here's Burns for the first time in match 3.
Gets good spin. That's how he got his first wicket. It was a spin that did the batter. So a nice start from him in good areas.
You know what I like about Burns? This is going to shock you. He actually spins the ball. He actually puts a bit on it. You can see he's just practicing that right to left spin, which leg spinners will put on the ball, and he gets good drift in and turns away, and his length has been really good today on a day where some of the spinners have struggled with their length, bowling a bit short. He's been trying to draw the batter forward. That was a very good start.
Oh, this has been thumped. Well, this is what you got to do. Use your feet, get to the pitch of it and smash it away. That's a lovely shot from Umar Gujar. It just shows what a quality and class bat he is.
Here's the thing. So Corey Rucker's the Spanish coach. He was commentating with me in the Italian summer in Bologna. And I think he's pretty much single-handedly the reason Gujar is playing for Italy, because he talked him up so much. I wonder if he's regretting it right now, because Gujar's going to smack it out of the ground. That's 2 in a row, Maximo, and that one ends up ordering a Victoria Cerveza.
Well, it does indeed. Watch out. There's a kookaburra about, and it's knocking on the bar saying, una cerveza, por favor. Well, it needs one because it's been travelling. And, well, 2 in 2. That's a really good shot. He rocks back on this, smashes that away. Well, there was Grizzly there. Well, Grizzly, well, a proud sponsor of some of the teams as well. See, he's got a bit of the Grizzly on the Spanish shirts. And clever.
I mean, Gujar just...
Yeah, go on. I was going to say, that's what we see not a lot of the European batters do. They want to attack all the time. Sometimes there's a time and a place to attack, but there's also time to just take the single.
Especially consolidating after going 6-6. See, I was going to say the previous 6 that he hit, Gujar just unleashed such bat speed from nowhere. Baljit's still going walkabout at the moment. He just cannot get his timing, and he just seems very leg side focused at the moment.
I don't get this from Baljit. I mean, it's almost like he's, from last week to this week, he's forgotten how to bat.
He'll remember. He's eyeing off the point region now. The eyes never lie. Watch this. Huh? They do, because he still tries to hoik across it, and this will be the end of the over. And Baljit, well, new week. He's got a case of the Mondays at the moment as we get to the end of the 5th over. It is 47 for 2. But this is what we've learnt in this format of the game, with teams playing so many matches and playing so many matches close together as well. Your form can change wildly from one match to the next, and Baljit's an example of a guy who, well, I think he's a very, very talented player. But as they say, sometimes you win, sometimes you ain't. And right now, Baljit has been struggling to get bat on ball. Yeah, well, we've seen it. Look, that's how many dot balls he just played out on the spin there. He's almost played out and over. But that's because he's trying to force it. Quite often we say the best batters, they time the ball. They don't try and hit it too hard. And Garage will get the single, so it's going to be back to the Baljit show here. Look, he is the captain. I wonder if he plays and misses at a few more, he'll just say, right, I had enough. I'm going to retire myself out and let somebody else have a go. Because seriously, if you really have a look at that, I mean, he's faced 10 balls for 6 runs, and I don't think he's got bat on the last 7. Yeah, here we go. Well, can he get out of his little problem? Well, he might just get out. I mean, this is flying, but is it going to go all the way? It does. Maximal time. And Baljit, again, not convincing, but he doubles his score in 1 hit, and that brings up the 50 for Italy. Yeah, well, it's once again, it's the area that we know he can hit, and normally hits them clean out of the ground. With this one, he just manages to get a little bit. Still rocks back, but look, this time is better. He's more upright. He's not aiming for the leg side. Yeah. He does keep his shape better this time, but you know, he's such a good cutter of the ball. We saw him play some lovely cut shots, and the way he started today, when he just timed the ball all along the deck and through the backward point area for 4, we thought, right, he's got his timing on song. But well, so far there's 1 4 and the 6 that was to his score. That was against the kind of very, very pacey bowling of Cameron, though. His demand. This one is in the air, and this one goes the distance as well. So he is starting to find the bat now and again. That's better. So we will start to feel a little bit better. And he hasn't used up too many deliveries, and he's found 3 boundaries from the 13 balls that he's faced. He moves to 18. And Prince Daman, I think he needs to get that slower ball going here. Couple to come for Daman. And this is an edge, and sometimes when it's your day, this is what happens. Baljit, seeing the captain of Italy, he's been swinging and missing, and now all of a sudden, the fortunes tend to change. Well, they do say that fortune favours the brave. He has been brave, he's been swinging hard to get a bit of edge. This flies over Mohamed Ishan, the wicket keeper. So 4 runs, Prince Daman shaking his head. He's gone for 17 off the over. Yeah, that was a slower ball. A little edge took the boundary anyway. Oh, this is an absolute cracker. What a hit that is. Well, that is the shot of the day so far. Well, he played and missed at about 7 deliveries. Now, well, that is an immaculate hit. Look at that.
That is what it's all about. Keep your shape, your timing. The difference it makes if you keep your shape and your timing. A glorious hit. 6 runs, Shaba. And Prince Demand, the Prince, goes magical.
Well, mate, this is a case of he bowled a slower ball, and then I think Baljit's pretty confident he won't bowl another one. So he just gets deep in the crease and he punches it. Well, I'd said, Baljit, wake up. I think he's woken up. And so with 4 overs remaining, Italy are 70 for 2. Look at the bowling figures. Atif Mohammed bowled a very, very cheap over. Only 1 came off that. He'll probably come back in the 9th. But first, we're going to see Burns.
Well bowled. Asking the question. And they're going upstairs here. I think it takes a while, doesn't it, to get to Mohammad Ishan. Let's have a look at this.
He's all right.
Yeah, he slides his foot in.
He actually then lifts it after this, but just momentarily, but the bail's already off. So he's definitely on the ground sliding, but then you see here, probably just after we leave the replay, he does actually lift the foot for a second, but by then the stumps had already gone down. Smart keeping though from Mohammad Ihsan. Burns like that length. He's going to challenge Qajar, but Qajar's already shown he's up to the challenge. He'll go after it anyway.
This is well hit. He uses his feet so well. We saw him play this shot earlier against Burns, and he does it again. It's just a little skips to this place he wants to be, to the right position. There he is. Then stays firm, holds his shape, smashes it away. Good hit, nice shot.
Yeah, so it's interesting here. Gujar's strategy is to go more across the line, and he'll feel that almost he's meeting the turn of Burns head on rather than trying to go straight and perhaps having that outside edge challenge. So it's a high-risk strategy, but it's a strategy that's coming off pretty well for Gujar at the moment. He's moved to 23 in just 10 balls.
Yeah, I mean, Burns now needs to really target quite wide outside the off, I think. But he doesn't. He goes into the legs and he gets lucky, really. And now, well, he's going to have a go. It's a wild throw. And, well, Baljit is doing a little bit of the in, out, shake it all about. Well, they've already had 1 crazy run out, and that was Rajmani. They certainly don't want another here. But, yeah, he gets lucky here, the bowler. That was on the pads. Should have been whipped away.
Baljit on strikers end, watches Gujar face. Oh, ball by Burns.
Yeah, that's that spin. That's the difference, I think, if you get it in the right areas. Look at the movement on this. You can't see it from this end, but it certainly does get the ball to grip and move.
You've got to hold your nerve when you're getting thumped. That's the thing about this format of the game.
Shot. I mean, this is powerful. And you can see that Christian Munoz, the captain of Spain, that's his area. And he's probably got a couple of meters to move to get to this. But this has been hit so well. What a cracking shot. That's a thunderous hit.
I mean, Gujar, we saw him in Bologna, but he just keeps getting better and better for the Azuri.
Oh, this is big. Boom. Balle, Kinna Sora, Shaka, arriba, manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es una 6, una grande.
Just turned out to be a really good matchup. I mean, no one's really handled Burns. And we saw the England 11 kind of sit still and try and sweep him. I think Gujar was on the move, but just had very good hand-eye coordination. A reminder, you can send us messages at our social media as well. You can get me at Mr. Maximo, you can get Rico at Rico4, and don't forget to follow at European Cricket for all the latest. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, because after this week, we will still have 8 more weeks of exciting European cricket, which you can watch anywhere around the world. Here's Yasser Ali coming back for over number 8.
Well, it's an opportunity for a call and bowled, and it will be taken. So Baljit, the captain, Singh, has to go. Goes after Yasir, and Yasir, well, takes the catch, call and bowled for him. So that's the end of Baljit. It's quite a mixed innings. I mean, to start off with, he couldn't get bat on the ball, and then he hit some big hits, and then he skies this one up. So Yasir gets his first wicket of the first ball off his second over. Yeah, I think it's a good time for him to come on. Yeah, goes up in the air, nicely caught. Baljit drops his shoulders when he knows that he's on his way back. But I suppose having pumped those few boundaries, it makes his score look slightly better. 28 he scores of the 16 balls he faces.
It's actually probably a best case scenario. Baljit batted himself out of a hole, but you'd have to say it wasn't really his day for the most part. It was the ultimate Jekyll and Hyde innings from Belgium, but he does provide a meaningful contribution. If that's your bad game, then I think you're a pretty good player, put it that way. He goes for 28 off 16, and Italy 88 for 3.
Yeah, a shout out to Paul Binu, who's been in touch with us, saying he's watching the cricket, he's enjoying it, and said the commentary's great. Thank you very much, Paul Binu. And I hope you're doing well as well. I hope the family are well. He's got a son and a daughter that play cricket here in Spain as well, so that's great.
And big hello, hope you're enjoying it. Team Espana had a very good first day so far. Here's Christian Kalagamage, who will come out and he'll push his single first ball to Yasser Ali.
Christian, he's certainly been a key player for Italy with the bat and with ball. It certainly will be one of the spin duo, him. And he is on the screen there, along with Jagmeet Singh.
So Yasser Ali included for the first time in this series for Championship Week. I'll come back to that in a second, because I think he just provides something a little bit extra for Spain. A ball, sneaks it inside. So he's pretty much a straight swap for Mohamed Baba at the top of the order. And I think they both bat very, very well. But the fact he's a spinner versus a pace bowler, I just think spin's been more effective pound for pound. I think will be this week in Championship Week.
No, has he got enough of this? I don't think so. This is an opportunity, and oh no, it's gone down again from Daniel Dolkaye as he throws back in. That's 2 that he's dropped today. He dropped 1, a straightforward 1 in the first match, and this is another one. And the player of his ability to drop this, I mean, well, I'm not sure what's going on there.
You wouldn't read about it. Daniel Dolkaye is such a safe pair of hands, and that's twice he's shelled regulation catches today. And it must start to get in your head a little bit. Gujar, he's dropped on 35. Just remember that, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a big moment. I mean, going into the closing stages of this innings. Look into, I mean, where they can get to. Want to be close to the 100 here. Ball to go. Not going to get the 100, but they'll be looking up to mid-90s, then try and get the 25 or so. After the last 12 deliveries, at about 2 a ball is what they're looking at. This has been hit pretty well, and well, that has been absolutely smashed. That is a powerful hit. And talk about the power of Gujar. Well, this is the power of Kulagamage. This has been walloped, and well, Azad, if he does get a hand to this, he's going to take the hand with it. That hits the post of the ghost box.
Yeah, so I mean, he had to improvise a solution there because he didn't even have time to get 2 feet and a dive in. So Aschad has to let that crash into the ghost cube. But after 8 overs, Italy are 98 for 3. You'd have to say, for me, it's pretty evenly poised at the moment. I think Italy heading for something, probably 120s or something around the 120 mark.
Yeah.
But Spain, they batted very well this morning, and they certainly didn't take a back seat against an England of an attack that had a lot of firepower, a lot of options.
Yeah, but this is going to be, this is the over. It's the 9th. You go with Atif Mohammed, who was, well, only conceded 1 run. They couldn't get back on the ball. Well, I say it was Baljit Singh who couldn't. And, well, this man, he says, I can. He says, here you go, Skip. This is the way to deal with it. You don't swing and miss and swing blindly. You get into position, and he gets into position beautifully as he hammers that away. This is a cracking shot. What a class. He has got better and better. And I think the blessing here for Italy, especially in terms of Umar Gujar, is they played all of last week. When he found form, he's still in form.
Yeah, Gujar has been on a heater, that's for sure. I wonder what Corey's thinking. Like, why did I keep telling the Italian sectors to pick this guy? He's on 44.
Well hit. And straight to Lorne Burns, though. That's a good shot for nothing. That's a nice dot.
He's just been so crisp with his hitting and organised. And, okay, he's taken calculated risks, but he's had the coordination to back it up. And this will be a really good contest because no one seemed to get after Atif Mohammed in the first over he bowled. He only went for 1. And having said that, Gujar's already taken him deep.
Good comeback from Atif Mohammed. And this is why, another reason why I'm such a big fan of this young man, because he performs under pressure as well, and he's shown that time and time again. And after being hit for a big 6, he's come back here now, got 2 dot balls in.
I want to say big hello to Kushi Menden, who's watching from the Czech Republic. We've got viewers from all around Europe and all around the world right now. Gujar, he's thinking he wants 6 for his 50.
Well, he gets it. This is a lovely shot. The timing is absolutely perfect. Manos arriba para el arbitro. Sare bolo shaba both badaya. Uma Gujarnu apni 50 Benali, and what a way to bring it up as well. That is a delightful hit. Puts 110 on the board for Team Italy as well. But well, he gets a personal highlight for Uma Gujar. He gets to his 50 in spectacular style.
That was an incredible shot. That went absolute miles. It went over everything. He doesn't want to slow down. 8 balls remaining in this innings.
Clever. Work to be done in the field. Well, he does. Will they go and try and come back with 2? Well, I think it was worth the risk, but no. It's 2 balls to go in the over, so I know what you're thinking.
Yeah, I disagree. I think if it was earlier in the over, it might have been, but I just think there's value in not running Gujar out. It was a very good bit of fielding to knock it down. This basically means this is a free hit for Kalagamagay. Last ball of the 9th. Got plenty of wickets to play with. He'll be trying to find the boundary.
Clever bowling. Oh, I think this is a tight call.
I'm going to reserve judgment.
Just squeeze this in, you know.
I wasn't watching stump to stump. I was watching from our position. Let's have a look.
Ooh, tight, eh?
Remember, if it's not completely inside the line, it's a wide. So there's a chance that the outside edge of the ball meets that blue line. Anyway, if you're going to play that game, occasionally you're going to get burned. Last ball, the over again.
Big swing. He does go for the big hit. Does everything right apart from get the connection in. That's well bowled from Atif Mohammed. He goes for 15 off his 2 overs. So look, if you're the captain and you've got a bowler that's going to give you that return, you'll take it any day. And, doesn't pick up a wicket, but the economy is good. 112 at the end of 9. So we go into the last over. 6 balls to try and get that score to, well, I think Italy are looking for something between 120 and 130. 124 projected.
Yeah, it's going to be a super interesting chase. I'm thinking 120s. Gujar thinking more, I think.
No, he's trying to split the field here, but he needs to be on strike. That's the thing. Every time he doesn't get on strike.
He should have run quicker there. Easy for me to say, but he was kind of on the back foot the way he hit that. It wasn't really a front foot shot. All his weight was going backwards when he impacts it, and so doesn't get a good jump and just decides to take the single. That's one of those ones I think is probably worth sacrificing a non-striker. But I just don't think Gujar got off to a good start, and he never even attempted the second.
And this is called a wide, so losing his shape a fair bit here. He's trying to hit the ball so hard. I think he needs to just be thinking about getting. It's early on in the over. If you're going to take the single and get the main batter back on strike.
Krishan swings himself off his feet there. Again, I think that one grabs a bit of the tram line.
This time he does get back on the ball. He's running quickly, but I don't think you're going to see Gujar running that fast to try and get to the non-strikers, and he wants to be on strike. And I think if you're a supporter of the electric blue, then you want him on strike. He's batting so well at the moment. He could be the man that gets the push on to get past and beyond the 120 score here. Prince Liman has other ideas.
This should be good.
Oh, that is hit hard, and that is, well, this will go down as a chance because he gets a hand to this. But I'll tell you something, this was hammered. Goes like a bullet. You can see he's, he's feeling the sting. His demand is a sensational fielder. Yeah. That would have been a sensational catch.
Did well to even knock that down. Keeps it to 1. Kalagamagay on strike.
He swings and misses. It's called a wide. The umpire thinks long and hard about it. And these calls may be just going the way of...
That's what?
Just going the way of Italy at the moment.
That's definitely a wide. That definitely has half the ball on the blue line. You got to get the whole ball inside. It's harsh, but that's the rules. And to discourage negative bowling, you have to challenge yourself and get a bit closer to the batter.
Up in the air, long way, and it's Govinda Singh who takes the catch. He's got safe hands. And Gujar, you can see the disappointment in his face because he now has to take a long, lonely walk back to the non-strikers end. He has to stay off strike. And Kalagamagay hasn't done his job here. And this is what I was talking about. I know he's swinging hard. He wants to get a boundary. But sometimes you just got to decide the smart play has to be to get the man who's hitting the ball well, who's in his 50s and not out, trying to get him on strike, because all he's done here now, well, that is a dot ball, and the new batter comes out to go and strike. Hey, who'd you send in here? I'd go for someone like Hassan Ali.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, whoever it is, I wonder what they'll do. Will they kind of double down on trying to hit a boundary, or they try and get Gujar back on strike? Let's see. It's a very interesting one strategically from here, 117. Because if that happens again, if you sky the ball and you get out, I mean, that's why this rule is so good.
Yeah.
It rewards the fielding side for taking the catch by forcing the new batter to face. This looks like Anik Ahmed, who's coming out in the number 6 position. He's not a bad option. I think probably you still go for the boundary, and it might turn out to be a single anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised. I mean, no disrespect to Anik Ahmed, he's a great batter, and he proved that in their group. But you could go with Fernando here or Hassan Ali, because both of those guys can hit big.
That's pretty well hit, but should just be a single. Gujar gets one final curtain call. 118. What a chase coming up for the Spanish. We'll hope to make it a clean sweep first day.
Sun starts to come out. But who's it shining for? Italy or Spain? Well, we are on the Costa del Sol. Here's the last ball demand. He wants to keep it tidy. This has been hit pretty hard. It's a catching opportunity, and it will be taken brilliantly by Christian, the captain of España. It's another dot ball, so the score will stay where it is. It stays at 118. What a good catcher of the ball he is.
Great catch. And it was this Southern Cross field, which has the straight hit and the long on, long off, pushed a bit wider. So you've got 3 fielders guarding this area of the ground. It's probably to a regulation long off, but he doesn't get all of it. It kind of hangs in the air long enough for Munoz Mills to come around and take it. When new batter gets ready, bad news, you won't be required, because that is the end of the innings. I do like that keenness, though. Hey, yesterday, you know, we had somebody come out and bat without pads.
Yep.
Well, now we've had someone come out to bat when the game's finished, or the innings is finished anyway. 118 for 5. I think more or less a par score. Team España cautiously optimistic in their chances of going 2 for 2. And you've got to say that Gujar, that was a fantastic innings from him. He finishes 53 off 25 balls. No 4s, but 7 big maximos in his innings.
Yeah, he batted really well, and he had to, because he was under pressure, because he was there at the moment when his captain, Baljit Singh, was swinging and missing. And Gujar had to be the one to make sure he was getting runs at one end. And then his captain joined him for a bit, which was good. But in the end, look, I think they'll be happy with that. I mean, this is it's a tough game against Spain. I think you need runs on the board to get 120. I don't know what Cammy is drawing there. Well, Karina gives it. That wasn't Cammy drawing Karina, surely not. But he does Karina no justice at all. Okay, let's have a look at this. Well, this is how it started. Amir Sharif played some lovely shots outside the offside. But then, after playing a couple, one went to hand. And, well, you have to say Rajmani Sandhu had a sudden rush of blood. And he knew he was in trouble.
Yeah. Sometimes you go on a hard hit. I think that's what Rajmani does there. But it doesn't happen too much with Baljit. He was more swing and miss than swing and hit, wasn't he, when he came out? And you can see, there's Spain. I think they made a pretty good start. But when Gujar came to the crease, he changed things really quickly.
Yeah, he certainly did. Once the two openers went pretty close to each other, we saw that Christian Mills was involved in taking the catch of Sharif. But then we needed a partnership. Baljit Singh, he tried and finally got it right. This was the shot of the day for me. That was a huge hit. But I love the way that Umar Gujar batted, especially the way he made batting look easy, not just against the seamers, but also against the spin of long burns. And I think that's when you know when a batter is pure class. You can bat well against the pace and also against the spin. Well, this was Yasir Ali coming back into the attack. He got the wicket straight away off Baljit Singh, just when Baljit was finding his form. But that was a big moment. That was Gujar being dropped from 35.
Yeah, and I suppose he got 18 more runs. And Daniel Dorkaya, he's just got the yips at the moment with catching. He can practice that as much as he likes. He can take 100 catches in a row in training, but there's nothing like having it go up in a match situation with global television cameras all around you. Anyway, Prince Taman came back, and for the most part, he's been pretty clever bowling at the death with some of his cutters and variations. That was the last ball. Gujar finally went for 53. And look, pretty good last over. Remember that Prince Taman doesn't go for a boundary. Did bowl a couple of wides, but only concedes 6 in the last over. And well, let's have a look again. I actually think the resemblance is pretty uncanny. Mohammad Kamran just, yeah, you judge it for yourself. I think that he might have a career as an artist after his career as a fast bowler is over. Anyway, let's have a look at the scorecard. And I can tell you, Italy end up with 118 for 5 on the board. I think it's a fairly even game at the halfway point, Rico.
Yeah, absolutely. But well, I'll tell you what, as you have a look at that scorecard, I don't want Mohammed Cameron to be doing any diagrams of me, that's for sure. Amir Sharif 17, 28 from Baljit Singh when he finally got game of 16 balls, but he did chew up 7 of those for dots. But Umar Gujar, what an innings from him, 53 of 25 balls. He was impressive in the group stages last week, and he continues to be impressive here as well. And with the bowling, well, there were some good performances. It was nice to see that Mohammed Cameron was almost best to his best. He did pick up 1 wicket, just conceding 16 runs in his 2 overs. Yasir Ali 1 for 26. Atif Mohammed, well, you know, what a start. Gets no wickets, but the economy rate and just keeping things nice and tight, great from him. 15 runs he concedes. Lorne Burns, a little bit expensive, 31. I think that was really because that was when Umar Gujar was really turning it on. Prince Diman, his first over was very expensive. He actually went magical. So, well, fair play to the captain, Christian Munoz Mills, who had confidence in him to come back. And as we heard Vinny say, the last over only went for 6. So that was a brave call from the captain of Spain. But it was one that worked in their favour. So this match, you have to say, is very evenly poised. Look, past score here at the Cardiff Oval has been around 114, 115. So Italy have just gone over that. But the thing is about having runs on the board. Spain, you just get the feeling that with their batting, with their top 3, if they get a good start, if they get a good power play in, you'd expect them to go and knock these runs off. Italy, though, they will know that if they can get a couple of those opening batters, maybe pick up the wicket off Yasir Ali and also Danny Dulkaya, they're the ones that they need to pick up early. And then I think they're going to have Spain maybe just scratching around for one of their batters to get in to try and get to these runs. It's going to be an interesting finish, and who knows, maybe this one is golden ball territory. What do you reckon? Well, join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, in around about 10 minutes time when we come back for the conclusion of match number 3 in Championship Week. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Welcome back, cricket lovers. The umpires Jerome Peters and Martin Hancock have made their way out in the middle, followed by the Spanish batters. It will be Yasir Ali and Daniel Dolcaye that are looking to make inroads into the score that they need. 119 for victory. The Italians, though, they will do their best to try and stop them doing so. And they're going to use, pretty sure, the left armour pace bowler, another youngster, Hassan Ali, to see if he can get the early breakthrough. These two guys batted so well first time round. Really have been in great form. And, well, the stats, they tell you all about the form that Daniel Dolcaye has been in. It's been in marvellous form, and it's good to see him opening the batting. He's scored 309 runs in the championship now. And Prince Liman is anywhere near him on the Spanish side. 173 that he's scored. Well, there's a man who certainly had a good time out there with the bat. Speaking of batters, Umar Gujar batted really well, scoring a fine half-century. The first man to score a half-century in Championship week. So congratulations to him. But this is going to be an interesting one. Just has a close, tight finish written all over it. In comes Hassan Ali. Starts well. This is well played though by Yasir. Just gets into position, deals with the bounce pretty well as it gets guided down to Anik Ahmed, who's on the boundary there at third. Then you've got two men pretty close to each other in the sort of backward point area. So interesting field. So they're expecting the batters to try and go into that area from Hassan. Short one. And nothing from the umpires in terms of one for the over. So this is obviously one that is more at the body of Daniel Dolcaye. Yeah, I think, well, he's not a tall man. I think the umpire at square, I think that's Tyrone Peters, deciding that that one's okay. Into the body once more. This time just creates a little bit of room for himself as the throw comes in from Kalagamage. And the one man doing the backing up there had to make sure he stops it. Nobody behind him. As both mid-on, mid-off are inside the circle. The two men back at the moment. They've got a square leg that is right back for the pull or the hook. And then also third man on the boundary. Ali once more. It's well bowled. It's in the slot. But dealt with pretty well as well by Yasir. Has always been a threat all the way through this championship as Hassan Ali. That's when I first saw him in that Italian summer in Rome when he bowled beautifully. Now, deep in thought at the moment, Corey Rutgers. We get a chance to see him later as this one has been put towards the boundary. Good work from the fielder and keeps it to one as well. That was really, really good fielding. Brilliantly done by Padusha Fernando. He's made that his territory. That's where he was all the way through the group in Group D. That's made that his spot and he's done some excellent work there. So saving the boundary. So Ali looking to finish without conceding a boundary, and he does. And well, are they gonna? No, they're not. It was shall we? Should we? Shouldn't we? They decide not to. So no run of that last one. So what a cracking start from Hassan Ali. He just keeps it to 4 runs. Matches now without a golden ball. Well, with a half century, the 50 comes up. But like I said, I think I said at the interval, the mid-match summary, this is that sort of score. Can it be? Will it be? We'll have to wait and see. 4 of the first. And a very good over from Hassan Ali. And it just makes that score now look sort of more like a 125 sort of score. As you see, the rate will go up. So who will they go with here next? It looks like it's going to be Umar Gujar. Strays down the leg side, and this is going to be called a wide. Be careful here part of your good time crew, myself, Vinny Sandhu, and also Corey Rockers, who we'll have in the box later. This is the Dream Box, and right now I'm here with Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, nice to be here. Nice to be back. Just that good over from Hassan Ali first up. I think there's a lot of similarities between Hassan Ali and Atif Mohammed that we see playing for Spain.
Yeah, very much so. Up in the air, opportunity. Wicketkeeper eyes it up, and no mistakes. And they get a prize wicket, and that is the wicket that they really need. And it is Daniel Dolkaya who has to go, and Umar Gujar is the one that gets a breakthrough. Look at the smile on the face there from the captain, Baljit Singh. And one thing about Baljit, I remember saying it in the group stages as well, he seems to be such a good leader. You see that now, look, the guys all come around from everywhere, they get into a huddle, he's talking to them, he's trying to keep them motivated, keep them focused. That's the one thing I'd liked about Italy all the way through. They really do play for each other, they enjoy being out there, and they do entertain. And there's Gujar doing his Jagale Hatte celebration. And, he's kissing the gods, isn't he? He's loving his time there at the moment. So they do get a big wicket, and that's one that they need to get early because Daniel Dolkaya, as I told you, he's been in fine form, over 300 runs in the championship.
Big wicket to get, isn't it? I think that DDC just, again, not the first one, he won't be the last one today. He takes the bait to try and go across the line. I think this is a ball that, if he holds his shape, he can go straight or even over the offside. But he tries to drag across and pays the penalty. Elgadagi finishes it off. Here's Gujar.
Well, the bowl's the way he started with a wide. So it's wasted that one to the new batter. Prince Diman comes out.
Prince having a very good day so far. Got to say, really good Aggie that took that catch. He's 47 years old. He does not miss a beat though. We ended up putting him in our team of the week for Group D just to keep in bat 11 because we needed a keeper, and that's what he does for Italy. Why not? Stick him in there. Very good glove work.
Oh, well, this isn't good bowling here from Gujar. Just having difficulties. I mean, he's not sure. And it doesn't look like he's having issues with the swing. It's just directing it badly. He needs to get that ball back sort of outside the off.
No real damage so far, but yet Dorkaya going early. I mean, that's what they're worried about with him opening. The fact that he won't be able to be there in the middle overs. But I think most of the time, I think in 8 games maybe, I think he survives the power play in 6 of them. Yeah. It's just my feeling.
But then don't forget, though, the additional boost that they've had. I mean, Norm Burns, I mean, he's in there as well. Better delivery, better areas. Taking him on. And a wild throw. Well, everybody in danger there. The wicketkeeper, the batter, and including the Iceman. Jerome Peters there at square.
Burns could easily open as well. I mean, he's a very, very good batter. I think this one, if he hits,
the bat was in the air.
In a bit of trouble. Maybe he sees the length of the ball and he knows there's no weight that's going to hit the stumps. It's bouncing well over. Still, Spain, bit of a nervy start here in this pursuit of 119.
Swing and a miss. And similar to Baljit Singh batting against the man you just mentioned, Atif Mahmood. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think Atif Mahmood is very similar bowler to Hassan Ali. Very similar in the way that they bowl.
Yeah, yes, sir. Can play through the offside. That's where the outfield gaps are. Wanted to drag it leg side anyway.
And this one is going to fly away to the man at third. Gets fielded by Anik Ahmed. And so there's been a few extra deliveries. But now this is where you see those wides can come back and haunt you. I mean, at the moment, it's been good. Just 5 runs. But this should be the over. This should be the over now. Now he's bowling extra deliveries as a result of bowling those wides. So anything that goes astray here in terms of boundaries, runs, well, is a result of that. Mind you, if he picks up a wicket, it ends up being a benefit.
That's true. I think it's worth the gamble after he had such a good first over, even though Jagmeet just tries to take his kneecaps out with the throw, but Gujar, he's seeing him so well, he gets out the way and survives to finish the over.
But this is what we saw from Italy all the way through the Group D. I mean, every time the fielders have got the ball, they throw it in, they attack. And I like it. I do like it because I think it keeps the outfielders on their toes. They're expecting the ball to be thrown in.
Yeah, and so there's a skill to being on the boundary and actually attacking in on the throw to make sure you're backing up in the circle and preventing that overthrow. Gujar, last ball of his over.
Good shot. And no, he doesn't get it past the fielder though. He's onto this well, but he's got that man to beat on the boundary, Producer Fernando, and doesn't do it. It's the end of the over. So it is very much of a low-key start here from Spain. I mean, just remember how quickly they started against England. I mean, they were flying away, weren't they? But not this time round. So it will be just 11 of 2 overs just here now.
Have a look at that run rate required. It started 11.9 already. It's basically 135 pace. They need to go out from here, 13.5 and over, if they're going to pull this off. Italy, first chance for them to get some points on the board. Spain, top of the table after beating England this morning. Wow, this is such a weird one. I reckon he's hit this at least 3 times. It's a proper wraparound job from Yasser Ali. It still has enough to get past the fielder. It's just such interesting back contacts, but Hassan Ali goes outside the off stump, but Yasser good enough to muscle that one over the infield and go for 4.
Yeah, muscle's the word, because there was no pace given to him. It was the slower one from Hassan Ali. He comes again. And this time it's straight at him. So good comeback. Gets hit for a boundary. And so he keeps it to a dot.
12 and over, that's what you're looking at in these chases. So 24 off 2, 36 off 3. Okay, you're probably not going to get that high, but you just want to start making inroads on that. You don't want to leave your run too late. Remember, the spin twins, I think Jagmeet and Kalakamagate will have a big role to play through the middle overs.
This time, the one hand comes straight off the bat. They have a shot. It's not the best of throws from the fielder.
This would have been gone by a mile. Yasser Ali off the bottom of the bat. He's using all parts of the bat at the moment except the middle, but he is still there.
It's good to Abbas. Man having a throw. Yeah, he's just checking and inspecting the bat. Just the one boundary in the inning so far. We saw that just from Yasser Ali earlier. It wasn't the best time shot. Nice to see a full house here in the fan zone, all enjoying the cricket. Straight to the fielder, no run, and once again, well, it's a direct hit, and they're going to have a look at this. I mean, he doesn't really rush to get back. He looks pretty confident. That's Yasser Ali, but this is why I like the fielding of Italy. They always have a go. Let's just go back a bit here, and yeah, you can see the bat is slid in. It does plug. Yeah. Look, the bat is not moving, the body is.
Yeah, so I mean, here's the thing, Yasser, he probably does pretty well to look at the striker. Sometimes you can get so excited as a non-striker when the ball's hit hard, you just take off, but sometimes that's against your interest because it means it gets to the fielder quicker. So at least Yasser, what he does is he's looking at his partner, or just a quick glance at his partner, and he knows he has to turn around and he gets back just in time.
So, keeps this inside, so a bit of eye contact from the Prince to the umpire. The umpire says, no, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, it's a good call. Good call. At the popping crease, it gets judged. And if it's touching that blue line or outside the blue line, it'll be a wide, but that's fine.
A bit of concern on the face there, Yasser Ali, as he's breathing quite heavily there back in the non-striker's end. The Prince, I think he needs to go for a shot here. And he does, and he gets a thick edge as that flies into the vacant, very fine third man roll. So a little bit unfortunate, Ali, there to finish with the boundary. So 2 boundaries come off that over, and that's where the runs are coming from at the moment. Well, that one's a big edge, flies away. Score moves on to 20 of the power play. And look, against England, they had hit the 50 already. So it just goes to show, just I suppose, but you've got to say, credit to Italy, how well they've been bowling.
Yeah, I think you'd have to say that, but Spain, we know that they've still got the firepower to chase this down, but right now, for me, I'd rather be Italy in this second half of the game. I would say that this is one game I think could be interesting if there was a golden ball. I think I always say that, but it's that kind of a total, I think, in Championship Week that could force a very, very close finish. Here's Gujarat bowling out in the 4th.
Big swing. So once again, no boundary, it'll just be a single. You can see the batter's starting to just get a little frustrated because the boundaries are not coming. Trying to force the ball more, trying to muscle it to the boundary, and sometimes that's where errors are created. The field has split slightly now as well. Here comes Gujar once more to the Prince, and this is not a good one. So does this a few times, but I know he ends up bowling extra deliveries. Also puts a bit of bit of pressure on the captain in terms of the time element as well. The more extra balls you have to bowl, the more you start to run out of time. Well, Corey Ruckus, he's biting his nails and he's feeding it a bit at the moment. Slower delivery, well bowled, but well played as well. And this will be 4 runs, so he just waits for it. That's Prince Demand, and gets it right. So they're leaving that area vacant at the moment, mid-wicket, but not anymore.
It's a good shot because he had to time it just right, and he picks the slower ball, but he's still got to pick the exact speed of it. And it just disrupts his timing a bit, but he holds back enough to get plenty of the middle of the bat on this, and does go away for 4. Yeah, how quick things change. It was Prince Demand trying to bowl slower balls to Gujar only about 15 minutes ago. Now the roles were reversed, and Prince good enough to get that one away to the boundary.
Goes for the short one, and he's going to get 4 from it. Cuatro Carreras. Yeah, just a little bit too wide, too much width. And we know that Prince Demand, he can play some cracking shots out on the offside. He's a very powerful batter, especially when he's playing out on the off. You can see here when he almost does like an elegant dance with his bat as he plays that one with 1 foot up in the air, reaching for it, gets it into that gap. 4 more back-to-back boundaries. This is better. This is a response that Spain needed, and it's the Prince that's turning it on.
Good awareness of where the outfielders were and where they weren't that time from Prince Demand.
Tucked away behind, and they take the single. So yes, here gets himself on strike. That's good. I think it's very important that these 2 batters, as well as playing their shots and getting the boundaries, keep rotating the strike as well.
Yasser Ali, though, hasn't really hit his straps yet. He's a bit of a wild card in this batting lineup. 10 off 10 at the moment for the opener. Is he going to go after Gujar here?
Gujar once again firing it down leg side. So too many extras here on Italy at the moment. And see, I don't mind them. I've said this before, when the bowlers are trying to get that ball outside the off stump and they go a little bit too wide, because you can see there's a plan. Here, there's no plan at all. I mean, when you're bowling down the leg side that wide, you're just getting it completely wrong, and you're laying yourself open to being smashed away as well. Yep. There's another one.
Repeat offence.
Yeah.
Hey, I was just going to mention something that came up a little bit earlier. I haven't mentioned it yet. Apparently, it's also World Mental Health Awareness Day. Rico, 10th of October. Ian Johns brought that up in the comments section. So obviously that's very important as well, to look after yourself that way. And, obviously talk to someone if you are struggling, having a bad time. Your life has its ups and downs, a bit like a T10 cricket match. One moment you're up, one moment you're down. See, a bit like this week. I mean, Spain have had a very good start, but I'm sure they're going to have a few bumps along the way. So everyone look after each other and think of that.
And this one is gone. And Gujar, he finds that it doesn't get any better when he's hiding it down the leg side. It's a wide delivery, so now when he gets this one on the stumps, it's been smashed away. And that's a good shot. That's exactly what Yasser needed. Here we go, wait for it. Boom! Shaka-lagia, as that one flies right the way over. And well, that was almost a hole in one.
Not a bad shot at all. Just around the wicket, last ball. Nope.
It's too high. That's says the umpire, Martin Hancock. The batters, they'll take the leg by. That's the end of the over. So it finishes with quite an expensive 4th over.
Yeah, it's high, but also I think pitches outside leg stump. Most of the time they will, if you're coming that right arm around. Anyway, over goes magical in the end. Gujar, who was so tight in the first, he only went for 7. He goes for 20 in the 4th. And game on, because Spain, they are 39 for 1. They just bring the required rate down back to something a bit more reasonable now. As you can see, they have scored, I think I've got 40 on my scorecard. We'll see what happens. But yeah, 79 or
40, I believe, yeah.
79 required. That would make it off the last 6 overs. That rate of 13.16. So yeah, around the 13, I think they're fairly comfortable. Here's Jugmeet though, and spin is being introduced.
And well, there's going to be 4 runs. And well, one of those 2 have to get a dive in here. You've got to try and stop this. Chasing it, you're not gonna. But that's beautifully timed. So Yasser Ali just finding his touch here now. He found it difficult early on when he was run a ball for 10. Now, well, he's got the boundaries going. But yeah, you can see there, I think Anik Ahmed, you've got to get a dive in. There's no way you're going to chase it. Jagmeet Singh goes for a 4, the very first delivery he bowls. And there's going to be 4, followed by 6. This is big. Ball. Ginna Sona Shaka Well, it was there in the slot. And waits for it and thumps it out of the ground. Oh, that's a biggie. And Jagmeet, well, he's not had too much of this happening to him, certainly in the group stages. He was the pick of the bowlers for Italy. And now, when he's gone for 10 of the first 2 balls. This time, oh, that was an opportunity. He gets it hit straight to the fielder, Anik Ahmed. If he's able to pick this up cleanly, gets the throw in. It could have been interesting. It doesn't. So they get the single. Again, good from Spain. Batters rotating to strike. The 50 also comes up. Jagmeet needs to get down, and he does. Stops it. So gets a dot ball in. So trying to recover well from what's been an expensive start. I'm just wondering here whether they will go with the Kalagamagate if they notice that Spain are going after the spin. Nicely bowled, so he's still not shying away from getting the ball pitched up there and getting the batters to come down the track to him. 12 off the over, 1 more ball to come in it.
So pretty much they got what they need off this over from Jagmeet without taking too many risks. And remember, Yasser Ali, he was 10 off 10 a moment ago. Suddenly he's 27 off 15, 17 off his last 5, and he faces this one.
Well, tries to do a repeat of the one he blasted straight out of the ground, but he doesn't. Gets a single. So I suppose Jagmeet, after going for 10 off the first 2 deliveries, will feel that he came back well. He goes for 13 though of his first over, and you're absolutely right, it's where they want to be. The score moves on to 53 for 1. And this match is very evenly poised indeed. It
sure is. Anyway, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. I'm here with Rico Full. Now, Rico, you put in a very good shift today, but I know that you're going to have a little bit of an early night. Go back to the Sunset Beach Club and maybe get your favourite slippers and your favourite chair to watch the rest of the day.
I will be watching.
Corey Ruckers is planning to come up as part of our commentary team for the 4th and 5th games. But we know that this has happened before, and we know that when his team lost narrowly to Portugal, he was too angry. So I will ask you just to stick around.
I'll stick around.
Just in case.
Just in case.
But looking forward to getting Corey's thoughts, especially to ask him about how his first day's been. Of course, Spain started with a big win over the England 11. It's a bit wide, because it doesn't actually hit anything. Just misses the leg stump. There we go. You can tell us what those mean. Passion, energy.
Passion, energy.
Watercooler.
And being proud, and also do it all with fun as well. Vamos España, yeah.
I like con, meaning with, not negative, like we'd say in English. Yeah, I love that.
Goes for the big shot, doesn't get it right, but the fielder's going to be able to get there, and well, they take a long time in doing so, and that's a really, really good catch, and Umar Gujar takes it. Well, this is interesting because you see one fielder gets there first, but I reckon that Gujar has called it, and that's why I think Hassan stops, because it seems like he stops and says, I don't want it, but I think that's because of the call. Gujar has called it, says, I want it. That's a really good catch, isn't it?
Yeah,
it makes it look easy. It's not.
It's coming down from such a great height. I think it was slightly curving towards him, so it was a slightly easier catch for Gujar, who comes in from long off. Just have a look at this. I mean, it's hit more or less off the middle, but up, and when it came down, Gujar made sure he was the man that was under it. Hassan Ali would have been confident taking that as well, but I think that's good communication between the outfielders, and it means Yasser Ali has to go. But 28 off 18, a pretty decent contribution from the opener once again as he departs. The score is 53 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. He was at run a ball 10. He gets the acceleration in after he did go after Jagmeet Singh. But now, well, the spin has got the wicket. It means that a new batter will have to come in. It is the left-hander, Hamza Salim, and he goes for a big shot straight away. Goes down on one knee, and he absolutely clobbers this big. That's Iggy out there. Iggy, leave him alone. Don't hurt yourself. Well, Hamza, when he's known for hitting on the leg side, well, this one, he's absolutely clobbered this. He muscles this big.
It comes as like there's an offside, and what a way to start. It goes over the ball retriever as well. Is that Iggy down there maybe? Well, back to normal business for Hamza, who goes bang, bang, and that is huge. Rico, Spain right back in the game, and I think our compatriot Corey, you like that one?
Well, this is what we know Hamza can do. He doesn't hang around. This is a magical hit. That's a Bizaway supersonic hit. That goes right
topper
over those 30-meter trees. And yeah, that was 6. And then, well, it shows a little bit of class himself. Shows how he's grown up as a player. Well, nice to see that Marie and Chloe there at holding up the big golden 6. Well, that deserved to be a golden 6. What a hit it was from Hamza.
Tree toppers are big. You see this time Prince having to hustle a little bit. He gets there in the end.
Gone. I think he's going to be out here. I know this is a battle between the bat and the ball in different circumstances. That's the bat get down before the balls are taken. I mean, really good RJ. We know he's got quick hands, and I reckon that this is going to be really tough. And I suspect he may be gone here.
Well, this is an interesting one.
Let's see.
This is a real interesting one. You rock and roll those 2 frames because the frame before might be when it just comes off. He actually bounces it before. See, to me, there, and then if we go forward 1, it kind of seems like it's coming up. I think it might have bounced up, in which case it's still out. It's not like a run out.
Yeah.
So run out, once you're in, you're in.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. Now, if he was diving in for a run and the bat hits the ground and comes up like it does there,
I think he's out. Honestly, think it's bounced in the air.
Watch this. I think he's gone because the bat, once it goes back up in the air, is when the bails come off, and he's not running. Yeah. So that's what they're going to have to look at here.
It's a stumping, not a run out. It's that bouncing bat rule only applies to... Yeah, he's out for me. If you just even look at it, I think the bat comes down, bounces up, and then the stumps are taken, and there's the decision. It's a correct decision as well. Very good officiating. And Tyrone Peters gives the decision. So Prince actually bounced his bat too quickly, but the problem was he bounced it, but he couldn't keep it down. It's really hard when you're slapping your bat back into the crease to kind of force it to stay down. So in the end, very, very good umpiring. And probably even better bowling, you'd have to say, from Kalu Gamagate, who rips one past the Prince, who has to go for 15, and the score is 66 for 3.
Yeah, Kalu, I mean, he's been hit in the over, hasn't he? But that's really good. And you know what? That's really good work from the match officials. And a lot of people still get confused by this. And it's got to be, and to make it perfectly clear, because he's trying to get back in his crease. It's a bit saying, forget the bat for a moment. Pretend it's a batter that has his foot inside the crease, but then lifts it up and then goes to put it back down again. Yeah. In the process of it being up, the bells come off, he's out. It's the same with the bat. That's probably the best way to describe it. So good work from the match officials.
Exactly. Well explained as well, Rico. Here we go with Skander Abbas bowling the next over.
Hamza.
So that's one case where it's lucky that Rilagadagi didn't have quicker hands, because if he'd taken off the bails at the instant the bat was down, then it wouldn't have been out. But the fact that we're talking about, what's that, 50 frames a second or so, we're talking fractions of a second, but that makes the difference. And like I say, I'd have to give full credit to the officials for getting that one right.
Yeah, Kalkamage picked up his second wicket as well. So, Sekinda, the bowler here now. And well, this is beautifully played. What an intelligent shot that is. And well, Corey will like this. I know when Corey's up here in the dream box, as many a time he's saying, well, this is all batters have to do when they're in this situation. And that's the class of Lauren Burns, who comes out. Well, we've already made a great impact, hasn't he, with the ball. And now he's trying to do it with the bat. And I think he's the ideal partner at the moment for the hard-hitting Hamza. Both of these will sort of complement each other really well. So Kinder needs to get this fuller. Nicely played and well picked up. But good running, good backing up from Hamza. Apologies that we just lost the scores for a moment. I'm sure they'll be back up in a moment. There we go. Right on cue.
Hey, just watching this timer. And keep an eye on that. The score's just updating at the moment, but remember, the first 5 wickets you take as a fielding side, you don't get any time credit. After the 6th and subsequent wickets, you get a minute added on.
And this one is just not going to carry. They take the single. You can see the fielder coming in. He's got his hand strapped as Hassan Ali. He's coming in. He's a tall man, so he's already bending because he's got a long way to come down. But that ball just doesn't want to play ball. He does well really to stop it. Going past him, keeps it to singles.
Yeah. So really good improvised stop by Hassan Ali when he couldn't quite get there. He's a very good fielder, the youngster.
Up in the air, and where's this going to land? Into the hands of the fielder, and I've already said that Padusha Fernando is a class act out there. He makes that his zone, he makes that his territory, and he takes the catch. So there's another one that bites the dust, and it's going to be Lorne Burns that goes. Doesn't quite get this right, and he gives the sniff to Fernando, and Fernando is there like lightning. So it's the end of Burns. He has to depart.
Yeah, Burns again. Just going after this one, but it never really reaches him. That's why it's low on the bat. And Sikandarabas is like this. He is slower than his arms would suggest. That's probably how I'd describe it if you had to face him. It doesn't really reach Lorne. And well taken out there by Padusha Fernando. So this game taking lots of twists and turns, and unfortunately for Burns, that's the end of his first knock in this ECC. He goes for 5. It's 73 for 4.
I mean, you've got the power of Hamza out there, but now somebody needs to stay there with him. I'm surprised that we haven't seen Christian coming out at the moment. They've gone with Mohamed Ishan. I can understand that. Ishan is a very good batter, but maybe he needs just a little bit of the calmness, perhaps, of the captain. He's played some good innings for Spain when they've been under a bit of pressure. Now that one will finish with a leg by. Ishan, well, he's pretty happy to be out there, I suppose. But a good over that from Sikandarabas.
Yeah, so he only concedes 8, including that leg bye. And in the last 8 deliveries, we've only seen 9 runs. We've seen 2 wickets in there as well. So it's just meant that that required rate has crept out a little bit. 15 and over now required, 45 off the last 3. Still plenty of batting to come for Spain, like you say, but they have to do it and do it fairly quickly. You can't really afford a single-digit over from here. You need to go at least 10, and ideally you're looking for that 15 or more to get that rate down. And Jagmeet's the man you're going to have to go after. We've seen this time and time again with Jagmeet.
Yeah.
It just seems to be on you a bit quicker than you think. So Isan sees the length of this, or what he perceives length to be, and thinks, okay, here's one I can drive and get under. But he's late on the shot, and that's why it ends up kind of just bouncing down the ground for 1.
Yeah, Jagmeet looking to improve on his first over. It wasn't his best. This is going to race away, and that's unfortunate. And Jagmeet, you can't blame him. He's got the ball in the right areas. He's forced the error from the batter, but gets the edge, does Hamza, and the ball races away to the boundary. That's 4 more from him. So this is so evenly poised. You just get the feeling that Spain are looking for that one big over to get them back in the driving seat here, and one man who can give you that is Hamza. Hits this firmly, and adios. That's what he can do. That's why he is such a threat. He's a natural talent. He's a big hitter. He's hungry to hit boundaries. He's hungry to hit runs. And when he's in form, he can be absolutely brutal. So after getting a bit of luck, antes tienes poquito de suerte, pero eso no es suerte. Eso es un golpe grande. And 6 carreras.
Yeah, what a shot that was. Went with the spin, or perceived spin of Jagmeet. He's conceded 18 off his 8 balls he's bowled so far. Hamza wants him again, I think.
Yeah, and he's going to get 4 more. That's a nice shot. It's the quicker one fired in from Jagmeet, and he fires it. It's sort of darting it into the pads of Hamza, but Hamza deals with it beautifully. And what a good over this is. Yeah, makes a little bit of room for himself. And plays it away. Lovely, handsome shot. So, just like that, this is the over really that Spain wanted. And he ain't finished yet, Hamza. And it's up in the air. Big moment. And it goes down. Absolute dolly.
Oh, more.
And they take 2. Well, that is a massive moment. That one could be the one that changes the way this match is going. Well, he can't believe it, can he? And he has all the time in the world to take this. You think it's done and dusted, and he goes crocodile style in the end. The catch goes down. I think, was that Sikandarabas?
Well, I just can't believe the amount of drop catches in that specific part of the ground. He tries to go fingers up. I think it just burst through.
And work to be done in the field. Well, that one is going to be massive. Just remember that. Hamza Salim being dropped on 29.
Wow, so they just got 1 off that drop catch, which meant that Isan hits the next ball for 1. I'm still a bit speechless that got dropped. Anyway, after 8 overs, the score is 91 for 4. So, okay, what do they get off that over? They get 17. So I said, 15 plus, you're bringing the rate down. They do bring it down. That means that 28 are required. You need 14 and over now. Still need a big finish. I still think I'd rather be the fielding side here. But again, 1 or 2 big blows. And look at Hamza. He's 30 off 9 now.
Yeah.
And while he's there, Spain are definitely threatening. It's pretty close to 50-50 when I think about it.
Well, the man who drops the catch, well, can he be the hero? Bowls a good delivery. It's right up in the block hole. So Mohamed Ishan does the right thing. He gets a single because, well, it's Hamza Salim Dar at the moment that is on fire. Very lucky, though. He was dropped by this man on 29. Can Abbas make amends? Slow and pump to the boundary. It's 6 more. And Hamza Salim Dar is looking to be the hero for the Spanish here. He's hitting the ball so cleanly, so crisply. And this is another one that he smashes away. Boom, blastic. Shaka, lagia. Manos arriba, eso es 6 más.
Yeah, so that helps.
And, well, it's the dot balls. So that helps us also. Well, if you're going to get hit for a boundary, if you can come back with the dot, well, okay, fair enough. Sort of evens itself out. But look, that rate, we were talking about it being around about the 15 mark, and they brought that down pretty quickly, haven't they? Well, I say this man, Hamza. Oh, this is launch. This is huge. Well, that's another one he's put in the other side of the ground. Here's another one that clears these trees. Well, he's giving these trees a bit of a trim with the kookaburras are as well. That is massive. That's humongous.
Wow, the golden 6 in the air. Anyone got a golden ball tingle around the ground? Maybe not. Hamza wants to finish it and finish it quickly.
Nice shot. Going to take some stopping. And,
no.
What they've done here, well, the Italians, it's going to be 4. I think that's kissed the rope. It's 4 runs. That is 4.
Wow, this is crazy fielding to go with the boot at this stage. Maybe he's a bit worried about a potential collision. I know the Italians, they love their football, but Hassan Ali, and then even here, foot's on the rope and touching it's 4 at that moment. And even though he then kicks it back onto the rope anyway, high drama at the moment. Skander Abbas trying to hold on.
Where's this one going? Is this going to go to hand? And it does. Well, okay. So they do get Hamza here. Just when he was eyeing up at 50, that almost came from nowhere. He goes for 46, I think, as he's 46 of 13 deliveries before he departs. Italy, they needed to see the end of Hamza Salim Dar. They do. Abbas does gets him for 46, but remember, could have had him for 29. So he does score quick runs quickly. And, well, Amir taking the catch, but has the damage been done already? 108 is the score. They need 11 runs here of 7 balls, and what a warm reception this is for Hamza Salim Dar, a player that we saw, Vinny, about 2 years ago playing in Barcelona. We said this man has got a future ahead of him, and it didn't take long before he was picked up by the Spanish selectors, and there he is now. Well,
wow, what a finish. So 17 off that over as well. Finishes with a wicket. It'll be Isan on strike because it is a new over. And the score 108 for 5. So 11 runs required for the win. 10 runs required for a golden ball. And, well, we're right in the mix here. If we do have a tie, there'll be a golden ball. 1 additional delivery. Any not-out batter can face it. Anyone can bowl it. And the batting team will need 2 runs to win the cricket match. Otherwise, the fielding team will win. Anik Ahmed in the hot seat. I think it's the first time we've seen him bowl.
Yeah, it is.
In this innings.
I'm surprised Anik Ahmed or Baljeet Singh could have bowled it. Both of them haven't bowled yet. Okay.
All right. Oh, I've got the golden ball tingle. I got it pretty bad. 10 for the tie, 11 to the win. Here's the last over.
So this is, what's this called? It's not called a wide, so it's called something. They're looking to come back for 2. In comes the throw. He can't get any power in it, so they're going to get 2 buys here, 2 leg buys. Well,
yeah, so it's carnage with the running between the wickets. I mean, it's lucky it's not a wide. I think you'd probably rather take a 2-leg buys rather than a wide. You see Rajmani picks it up. The fielding, I mean, the batting team didn't know if they were coming back or not. And Isan decides he does take the second in the end. I mean, Yeah, that could have quite easily run away to the boundary as well.
Gets lucky, Ahmed. I mean, gets lucky. That's not where he wants to be bowling.
9 of 5.
This time, he keeps it to just this one leg bye.
If you're a fan of leg byes, you're having a good time in this first couple of balls of this over. But they all count 8 off 4 now. We thought there was very little between these two teams, and we're being proved right at the moment, Rico.
Well, this is going to be a stellar finish. I mean, I think it's an opportunity for the captain to make an impact straight away.
The bat versus ball wall had Italy winning by 2 runs. Just remember that. Here we go.
Oh, well, it's not going to happen because this is massive. This is the big hit. Well, that's how you deal with your first ball. And Christian Mills, that's why I was quite surprised I didn't see him come up just a little bit earlier. He's a match finisher. And, well, he waits for this and he hits this as clean as a whistle. Boom. Shakalagya. That is sweet out of the middle of that bat like a bowl of rasmalai.
What a first ball for Christian Munoz Mills. What a first ball. He laced it. And now 2 singles can do it. 3 balls remaining.
No, that'll be a wide. So they'll just need 1 of 3 delivery scores are tied.
What a chase. I mean, don't forget, they needed 15 and over for the last 3 overs. They've gone 17-17. Even with losing Hamza, they haven't lost any real momentum. And now scores are tied. You need to bring the field up now, really. You're just hoping for 3 dot balls. I think they're getting with the program now.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of disappointment here for Italy. Remember how many matches they went without a defeat? But it's going to be defeat here, and he's going to be the captain to do it, and he's going to do it in style. Shaka from the captain, Christian Munoz Mills. Spain have won their second match. They have defeated Italy. Vamos, chicos, que guay, que genial, que fuerte este equipo. Y míralo, los espectadores. They're muy contento, liking that from Al Marie and Chloe. Well, they've been supporting their team. Well, that golden 6 has been busy today, and the Spanish flag has been flown proudly around this Cardamom Oval. Spain, 2 out of 2, and what a win that is. You got to say that there's that old saying, isn't it, about catches win matches. And when that catch went down, and it was Abbas who drops Hamza on 29, you knew it was going to be expensive, and it was, because after that he went on and smashed 17 runs in no time at all. Good victory, and well done to the Spanish boys. Vamos, chicos, vamos. Que guay, que genial. Adelante, adelante. Sí, viva España. 2 out of 2. And, well, the Spanish fans around the Cardamom Oval are going to be very happy. Well, it was a slow start, wasn't it? Don't forget, it was 4 off the first because of a great over from Hassan Ali. And it was Gujar who got the wicket. His first over was really good. But then after that, well, first of all, Prince Timon, he played some really nice shots. And he'll consider himself to be a little bit unlucky when he got out. But Gujar's second over didn't quite go to plan. He went for plenty of runs. I think also Jagmeet Singh, who's normally been on song for his side, he was taken to the cleaners. His first 2 balls were smashed down the ground by Yasir Ali. And there's something had to give, and it was one of the spinners that got the breakthrough. I'm still very surprised that they didn't go with Kulagamagate to bowl his second. I think that probably would have been the move to take the pace off, because their spinners have been the ones that have been, been fruitful for them, but they decided to go against it. This was a close one. The bat goes down but comes up. As it comes up, the bells get taken. That was the end of the Prince. But, Norm Burns came out. He then floats this one up in the air, and Fernando takes a catch. So at this moment, Italy probably on top, but then Hamza came out and he smashed the ball. He was brutal. He took the bowlers to the sword, and some of the 6s that he hit were massive. But this, that's the match. That is the match there.
Yeah, it could be. It's hard to say.
That's a match. Catch goes down, they also run 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but also, I mean, Munoz Mills just would have come in earlier, and the way that he was going, he may have still done it himself. We'll never know. Hamza ends up going for 1 shot too many, but I mean, that's the confidence of this Spanish lineup, that they can all come out and do a job with the bat. They bat all the way down, and that shot from Christian Munoz Mills was absolutely laced out of the ground, and so was this. Just still very uncomplicated. Anik just missing his length there at the end. And Spain, a perfect first day. A team that, for all the teams here, they're the ones I think that snuck in. They looked horrendous on the Friday morning of their finals day. but they came good to knock the Ireland 11 out of the competition. They believe anything is possible. And if you love big matches, you'll be enjoying the next one. England 11 versus Scotland 11 in match 4. England and Scotland, well, there's got to be some sort of rivalry between these two teams. And Tom Keast comes in for his first game for VCC Cricket. Gotzel returns to the England 11 lineup. We saw plenty of him last year. Scotland 11, though, they bring in Chris McBride to bat in the 3 position. And Hares, he'll be hoping that he can stick around a little bit longer. Jarvis was brilliant for them earlier. And, well, I'm looking forward to a very competitive contest. That game is coming up in around about 20 minutes. Let's have a look at the scorecards. And you can see that Spain, they just fell a little bit behind. It's not easy to make that up. And with 3 overs to go, they still needed 45. In the end, they get there with 2 balls to spare. Big thanks to Hamza Salim Dart, 46 off 14. And didn't he hit the ball well for someone that was pretty quiet by his standards, I think, with the bat in the group week. 5 Maximos, 3 4s for him. Also significant contributions from Yasser Ali, 28, as well as Demand, 15. And Christian Munoz-Mills, 2 balls, 2 6s, gets the job done for Team España.
Well, that's the way to do it from the captain. And he's probably got a pretty good strike rate. But I said it at the time when they went for Ishan to come out, and I was surprised that Christian didn't come out. He is a natural finisher of a match. He can hit the ball crisp, he can hit it hard, he's a strong guy. And what a day he's had as well. Don't forget some of the catching from the Spanish captain. He was in great form. But have a look at the bowlers there. Hassan Ali, as we expect, was good. No wickets, but really tidy. And I think, well, the surprise for me is, why doesn't Kulagamage get the last over? Why not?
That would be the
why
question.
Give them the pace?
Yeah, that's true. 2 for 13. Yeah, probably defending. How many was 10 or 11 off last over? That's the way it goes, though. I suppose he just had a bit of a hunch. It could have paid off. Anagama, just, I suppose, the way he bowled, he just gave a bit too much length to Munoz-Mills, who was able to take him down for the victory. Still in Team Italia, we'll see them a little bit later on. I know they played the Netherlands 11 in the last game of the day, so stay tuned for that one. Rico, you put in a great shift today. I know that you are going to go back and just have a slightly earlier night back at the Sunset Beach Club, but I'm sure you'll be watching the rest of the day with interest.
Of course I'll be watching. I mean, you've got 2 very spicy matches coming up. I'm looking forward to see how Italy bounce back. I mean, again, they played well. I mean, they're always going to play well, but sometimes you got to just got to give a little bit extra, get the win. So they're going to be disappointed. Remember, after they had an early loss, didn't they, to Norway? But since then, they've been unbeaten all the way through. So they've had some tight matches. So they'll be a little bit disappointed there with that one. Things just didn't quite go their way. But again, I think they're learning that when you're playing some of the big boys, Spain, England, Scotland as well, all of these teams, you probably need to find that extra 15 or 20 more runs.
Yeah, it's true. Well, I know that Corey's going to join me back in the commentary box last 2 games. He won't be in a bad mood today. I think he will be buzzing. But big thank you to you, Rico. Please join us. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes to take you into that England-Scotland clash. Until then, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full for ECNC shortly for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. I'm here in the Dream Box as we get ready for the start of match 4. This is a very interesting clash between England 11 and Scotland 11. England 11, they qualified for this week because they won last year's ECC. Scotland, they qualified as Group C winners. So, of course, both these teams started their tournaments with a loss in the earlier matches. So the coin toss is all important. Let's see what happened. Rob Kemming was with the two captains.
Your call. Dream 11. It is Dream 11. Have a bat. Okay. Thanks. Just show the sign.
So some fancy footwork from Rob Kemming, but it's Ali Evans that wins the toss, and he's selected to bat first here. So obviously wanting to put a score on the board. We saw Scotland 11 struggling a little bit in the chase against Netherlands, but that is probably because they were chasing so many runs, and they didn't bat too badly. I think they'll appreciate the opportunity to get some runs on the board first up. Let's talk about the England 11 though as well. They are reigning champions. They only dropped 2 matches along the way last year over their 2 weeks they spent here on the Costa del Sol, but they were shocked and a bit rocked actually by Spain, the hosts, as the team España were able to overhaul England 11 in the first game of the day, and they did it by restricting in the first place the England 11 score, and then Spain chased it down with some overs to spare. Let's have a look at the two teams, and you can see that England 11, they are still going to open up with the same top 3, you'd imagine. Dan Lincoln, Harrison Ward and Tom Bevan at number 3. But Scotland 11, a couple of new players in there. Chris McBride comes in for the first game of this series for them. Hares retains his place, but he wasn't able to do too much in the first game. Have a look at this. You can see that Scotland 11, they finished with wet sail, didn't they, in the group stage with 5 consecutive wins. But they did start with a loss, as did England 11 here. But of course, England 11, I think they finished something like 16-2 last year. So they obviously had a very, very good time. And look, I just think England 11, they would be fairly philosophical about this morning. See a little mix of fresh faces and players we have seen before at ECC level. It's about half and half in that England 11 squad. So Scotland 11, a lot of support for them coming from Scotland as well. We do remind you can get in touch with us on our social media at European Cricket. Of course, keep those tweets coming through as well. If you tag in at European Cricket, then they might end up here in the commentary box and we can show them on the broadcast. I know we've had all sorts of people watching from all around the world. I know that Graham Swan, he was our guest here for 3 days at the end of last week. He had an absolute belter of a time here on the Costa del Sol. So I know that Graham's been watching and messaging me from time to time. And so I think that there are a lot of players preparing for the T20 World Cup down under at the moment that are watching. Well, there's Harrison Ward. He's got the world's biggest sunglasses on. That's one thing I noticed about the England 11 last year. They had some pretty cool shades. Right now, we are starting this game, 5:30 p.m. local. This will be the 4th of 5 games today. The lights will be flicked on for the night match a little bit later on. But first, here's Ollie Hares, who missed out in the first game. Two teams desperate for some points out of opening day. It's going to be Mungo Russell that will open up for England. And he looks focused and ready to start us off. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. One of those funny things about the modern game, but all in readiness for the start of match 4. Yes, the England 11 versus the Scots. And here we go. Edged, and it doesn't carry to the man at backward point. And a pretty decent start that. That's Tom Keast for the England 11. He's one of the new faces in their team this year. Again, I'm getting a lot of questions about how the England 11 team is selected. It's an NCCA selected 11. I suppose as far as eligibility goes, anybody is eligible as long as they are eligible to play for England to play in this ECC, as far as our rules go. Goes after this, second time around, it's Pearce who has to chase this, and he probably will chase it down. Almost makes a meal of it, but they'll hustle back for 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and Rico, he's going to be going back to the Sunset Beach Club shortly. And I will be joined by Corey Rutgers. He's just probably toweling himself off after a pretty successful day for Spain so far. He'll be joining me for the rest of the night in the commentary box. So Corey wearing 2 hats. He doesn't mind because his head will be big enough. So we see the next one. Just patted to Pearce at point. No, Corey deserves a lot of the credit as well. He wanted to, I suppose, pick a specialist team for Spain in this T10. He's drafted a couple of players in for this championship week as well. And I think they've all bought into that attacking approach. Hello to James Stewart watching from Estonia. It's a great time to get involved in the comments section or to send me a message at Mr. Maximo. Goes after this, waits on it, and he slams it. The fielder goes back, but he can't get there. Maximo! Well, he'll be feeling a lot better after that one. And I like the way he waits on this. It's a slightly slower ball, I think, from Mungo Russell. And he lifts it up and out of the ground. Just seemed to make a good sound. Again, if that's out of the power play and the fielder's back, that's probably catchable, or at least, the fielder's got to play on keeping that in the field of play. Mungo Russell with a comeback ball to Hares. Wow, this is smashed. That is hit so hard, and that's almost knocked one of the trees down. That was the real tree topper from Hares. It goes bang. He's off for length, and even Jarvis, he's a pretty big hitter himself. He was pretty impressed with that one. Maximo! Hares missed out in the first game. He doesn't want to miss out this time around. Just have a look at this one fly through the trees. Adios, pelota. New balls, please. Trying him out with a short length and paying the penalty. Wow, he goes after it again and he nails it. Maximo! Well, that's in a part of the jungle that is rarely disturbed by cricket balls. But there's a kookaburra living there now. Bang, bang. The first over goes magical. And England's horror start to this week continues. And, well, not thanks to the Spanish this time. It's thanks to the bat of Ollie Hares, who smashes 20 off the opening over. And so, where do you turn to now? Probably turn for a change of pace, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Let's have a look at who will be with me shortly. It's myself and Corey Ruckers. So I'm sure his phone's blowing up, but why don't you send him a message as well at _Ruckers_28, or you can send me a message at Mr. Maximo. We did an Instagram Live a little bit earlier today. That was a lot of fun. And I know a lot of people around the world are getting into ECN cricket. Some of them for the first time. Some of them have known about it for a while. I think it's cricket's best kept secret. It's great to see it getting the attention it deserves. Here's Alex Russell with his leg spin in the second over. I think you see from that, it's probably not a great idea to stay with the seam after that first over. Smart batting by Jarvis, who just gets the one. I think that when you do have a batter that's on a heater, you want to get him on strike. And especially in the power play, if he's up and going, you probably want that guy to face most of the deliveries with only 2 outfielders permitted at this stage, and they've gone deep mid-wicket, long on, trying to protect against that quarter of the field. I don't think that Hares will care. He tries to go, but this one slides across him. Clever bowling from Russell. And look, Alex Russell, he's had a very successful time of late. It's great to see some of the guys from last year just going onwards and upwards with their cricket careers. And this one slides across, he goes after it anyway, and he picks a gap that I didn't even think was there. That's gone all the way. Maximo as Hares races to 26 off just 8 balls. Let's have a look at this. There's still a bit of a gap, I suppose, between the long on and the deep mid-wicket. This is flat, and the fielder just did not have a play out. That's Arthur Godsall, who's into the side for England 11, who made a despairing dive but couldn't rein it in. Russell, who's been playing for Northamptonshire this year in English setup. Now he gets banged straight, and this one's also out of here. Maximo! Back-to-back Hares, who missed out this morning, and he's not missing out right now. And yeah, this is a guy, he went for a first ball duck earlier today, caught by Clayton Floyd off Viv Kingma. And he's had a bit of time, around 4 hours to think about that. Now, he's out there and he's on an absolute rampage in this power play. Russell's got to get it right and quick. Looked like a wrong one, swings away, fielder comes around and drops it. Well, Chowan made pretty good ground to that. Did everything right, but just clanged it off the hands. He had to dive forward. Look, I'm not saying it's an easy catch, but I think it's a catch that England 11 take 9 times out of 10. Had some room to spare.
Next one.
And just remember that, because really, at this level, you would expect that to be taken. Now Jarvis sweeps at one. Gets tied up with it. Russell. In a word, I'd say he's frustrated because he should have had Hares. He didn't. And after 2 overs, the score is 34 without loss. A pretty entertaining start to this game. The first 2 overs are complete. Went for 20 and 14. 34 without loss. Let's have a look at the table. Updated after the last game. And see Spain sitting pretty at the top of the table. 2 for 2. And Netherlands 11, the only other team with points so far. Italy missed out narrowly against Spain. Scotland and England at the bottom of the ladder. So obviously one of them will get some points in this game. It won't be a fun evening for the team that walks away empty-handed from opening day here on the Costa del Sol. Hares, well, he's built for power. And now he's going to face Rishton, who I think was the best bowler for England 11 this morning. Bowls him a cutter straight away, takes it on, and he sends it down to the ground. Maximo! Wow, what a good shot that is. I mean, new bowler comes in, normally you'd be tempted to have a look. I mean, I know it's the 3rd over and all, but he seems to pick that cutter and hit it so sweetly over the leg side. What a start this is for Scotland. 33 off 10 becomes 39 off 11 balls. Another cutter, comes a full toss, and this one's going to be 4. That's in the jungle, and Rishton gets his length wrong here. It looked like another cutter to me, but there's very little margin for error. There's only 4 fielders on the leg side, and if you bowl knee-high full toss, I think a guy like Hares, he's in, and he is up and going. 43 of 12. He has 43 of the 44 runs on the board. And probably more importantly, he's faced 12 of the 14 balls so far. So I talked about the dominant batter dominating the strike, getting on a heater. He can really take you to a big power play. Something we've seen England 11 doing quite a lot of the time. Not going to keep the field the same with the long on and the deep mid-wicket back to the left-hander, Rishton. I think he's going to go full and wide here. No, he stays at the stumps this time. Just knocked out by Hares. And Scotland 11, I suppose that a lot of them with the bat were a bit slow to get going. Naylor was the first to click in the group week. Then we saw Jarvis, then we saw Garden. And we saw some handy contributions in the second half of the week from players like Kessajard. That's Hares. He's a real wild card at the top of the order at the moment. Back-to-back dot balls. I'm super interested that Rishton is actually bowling at the stumps here. Maybe it's because they've got no outfield protection on the offside, but they do have 5 fielders in the ring on the offside. I think so far you can see that Hares has looked very comfortable hitting to leg and taking on the fielders with very little care. Corey will join me at some point during this innings. I've got a feeling he's probably caught up in the fan zone at the moment. Well, he tries a reverse. Not so sure this is hitting, but what a decision. And sometimes it's hard to know the line between aggression and insanity until you cross it. And I think that Hares crosses it here. He's hit outside leg stump, and he's lucky he was, because that would have been an egg on the face moment for Hares. And if he's down still, probably smacks that dead square for 4 or 6. This time he backs away, hits it onto his pad. They'll get 1 and end of the power play. Rishton goes for 11 in the end. Hares living dangerously. It's 45 for no loss after 3. Keep those questions coming to me on my social media and also in our comments section. And as usual, it's blowing up. And I know that we're hitting all kinds of new records as well today in Championship Week as far as subscribership and viewing numbers. So make sure that you make your voice heard. It's very interactive, the European Cricket Network. That's one of the unique and special things about it. You can talk to us live on the air. We can talk back to you. Of course, it gets difficult with the kind of numbers we're getting at the moment, but stay with us. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, because after this week, there's still 8 more weeks of live cricket in the season. Well, here's a guy I'm very happy to see back. He sat the first game out, but it does look like it's going to be Arthur Godsall to bowl over number 4. Bowling at Hares, who's 44 in the power play. And first ball is pulled away, but there's more protection now because we're at the end of the power play. Up to 5 outfielders are allowed, and Hares moves to 45. Oh, I heard some rumbling coming up the steps. Guess who's just joined me? I'll give him an over to compose himself.
Sorry, Sam.
He just said 2 balls. He doesn't need that long. I think you know who I'm talking about. With Godsall. And he's a player who offered a lot to the England 11 team last year. Now, Jarvis will face just his 3rd ball. Hits him on the back leg. They'll scramble through for a leg bite. So at a bare minimum, Jarvis just has to get off strike at the moment. Hares having an absolute barnstormer. And he'll be on strike right now. Godsall, again, he's a guy, he's got a few subtle variations, and the thing I like about Godsall's change of pace, often it's quite subtle. It's maybe just 10% pace off, would roll the fingers on the ball occasionally. That's another one that's probably a bit slower than that, but it's effective. Yes. Again, he's just kind of doubled down on a bit of sensibility after he tried that reverse lap last over, which I think is probably the shot. Probably wasn't a good decision. Maybe it was dropped on 32. Jarvis going to make his own impression, I'm sure. Goes after this, doesn't quite get it. Fielder comes around, it's going to be a teaser, and he's not going to be able to keep it in. Maximo! Well, Bevan getting stalked by the 3 ghosts there in the ghost cube, and he gets hands to it. At worst, you know, he's hoping to at least pull it back in the field of play because he does get 2 hands to it. But in the end, again, sometimes you can forget the main thing, which is to actually try and catch the ball. And he tries to spend it before he gets it. Bevan, unfortunately, can't keep it in the field of play. Just looking at the ghost cube, looks like we've got some company in there. This one's Fuller. Cut away to point, no run. Looks like Daniel Weston, ECN founder, and James Cantor taking some refuge in the ghost cube. That's because it is super busy today. And how about all you guys in the fan zone? Why don't you give us a wave? I know we've got a lot of English supporters in. I know we've got a lot of Scottish interest as well, and a lot of Team Espana supporters. We're having a really good day. Here's the last ball of the 4th. This is driven, but it will be stopped in the infield. And so this will be the end of the over. Scotland 11 are 55 without loss.
Awesome, that Arthur. Very good, that Arthur.
So you can see Callis doing the fielding on that occasion. Looking at this scorecard, pretty healthy one for Scotland 11 on 137 pace at the moment. No wides or no balls. I'd say fairly disparate bowling from England 11. I just think there's been some very good shot making from Ollie Hares in particular. He's racing away. Let's have a look at who's coming up next. It looks like Jaffa Chowan is going to bowl. Godsall's over. Just stopping the bleeding a little bit. There were 10 off it, including a leg bye. Now, we'll see Chowan coming on with this brisk leg spin. Jarvis, does he have a look? Does he go straight away? I think I know what he's going to do. Goes straight away. Swings and misses. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, welcoming back into the commentary box our regular ECN commentator, but this week also the Spanish national team coach and the proud owner of 4 championship week points. It's Corey Ruckers. Welcome back, Corey.
Thanks very much, Vinny. How's your day been?
Very good, very entertaining. Thank you. You've been a part of it.
How exciting is championship week?
Very. Misses. This one will be called a wide. But yeah, Corey, congratulations. I'm sure a lot of the viewers would like to maybe send you a few questions and maybe a few comments. But I mean, Giant Killers, you beat England 11 this morning and followed up with a narrow win, but a pretty good win over Italy. I'll just ask you your thoughts on opening day after this ball from Chowan. And Jarvis goes after it, throws the hands at it. I don't think he's got that much of it. The fielder comes around and takes the catch, and it's Godsall that has sure hands. And Jarvis was just reaching. It was always going to be tough to play it that far away from his eye line, but it's a solid catch taken down the ground by Godsall, and Scotland lose the first wicket, 56 for 1.
Yeah, good bowling. He slows this up quite wide, and you can see he still wants to hit it straight. Maybe it would have been a little bit better of an option to go squarer with it, but easier said than done. And good catch from Godsall, who's one of the better fielders that I've seen play before. He was here last year as well, so good luck to him. And an important wicket, because I have missed a little bit. Sorry for being a little bit late, Vinny, but it looks like Scotland are off to a flying start.
They really are, and it's Ollie Hares that's really dominated this opening partnership. Jarvis, okay, well, he played his role. I think he gave the strike back to Ollie Hares, but unfortunately, when it was his turn to go for it, he wasn't able to get the middle of the bat on it. And so it will be the first wicket. And yeah, Scotland, I think they have impressed, and they certainly haven't taken a backward step. I mean, it started with the magical over. 20 came off the first over of this innings, and we had 14 and 11, then 10. So it's been slowly getting back under control, but still a very impressive start.
Yeah, absolutely. Good on them as well. They had a bit of a disappointing loss this morning to the Dutch.
Here's a bit of a prediction from Ronan Alexander saying Ollie Hares will score a century in the European Cricket Championship this week.
What's Ollie's cricket background a bit? I have the first time I've heard of him. I've walked into the commentary box and he looks like he's striking the ball beautifully.
Well, I know that he played a lot of Scottish underage cricket.
I was walking past the Dutch coach, Piers Fletcher. I think he said he might have played a couple of one-days.
Yeah, he's played 5 one internationals for Scotland. He's played 14 T20 internationals.
Oh, wow.
And so I mean, he's a guy, he's over 30 now. He's 31 years old. But yeah, you can see that.
That's a good pedigree. It's a good resume, that, isn't it?
He'd soak up the pressure. Look, and he went for a golden duck in the first game they played.
Okay.
So I think good players, experienced players, they are doubling down on wanting to be successful when they come off a golden duck or any duck. He was dropped on 32 in this innings, though. This will be a good battle with Chowan. And this might be the one that goes the other way from Chowan.
Yeah, that's a wrong one. That's a really good ball. Good over from Chowan here. Yeah, he's just leaving. I think he was hoping for a wide, but definitely inside the tram line.
And this one, definitely, maybe. Anyway, bowler gets the call that time. This one turns into a full toss and it's whipped away. And it'll just be one. So Hares quite staying at the pace that he started with, but that was going to be pretty tough. I thought for a while we might be on faster 50 kind of territory. It was really motoring, but still, Scotland 11 in a pretty good position. Let's see if England 11 can rein it back in through the second half. But first, here's the last ball, the 5th. Steps away and hits it straight to cover. It's going to be caught, and it's a simple catch really in the end. And that's straight at Elliot Callis. So disappointment for Chris McBride, who comes in on ECN debut, and his debut in this European Cricket Championship. He just scores the 1, and then second ball he has to go drilled at Callis, who gleefully accepts the catch. Scotland 11 now, 58 for 2.
Yeah, he just didn't get any elevation on it. You've got to go over or under, but unfortunately he picks the man out at cover, so he'll have to go. Scotland, just a couple of wickets going down in this over. Good bowling from the right arm leg spinner.
Yeah, very good bowling. And this will bring Liam Naylor to the crease, as it is the end of the over as well. It's 58 for 2. And I suppose that's a disappointing start for McBride in this series, but still, I'm sure that we'll see plenty more of him before this week is up. Well, it's my pleasure now to announce that Corey Ruckers is in the commentary box with me. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Well, firstly, congratulations.
Thanks,
I think
buddy.
You thoroughly deserved the victory. I mean, you outplayed both your opponents today. I mean, what's the win over England do for Spanish cricket, for example?
Oh, massive. We're very fortunate that this morning we had, I think it's News 3. We're here for the first time covering Spanish cricket. And then to beat England while we're getting TV coverage, it's going to be on national TV for the first time since the Ireland victory. So exciting. So exciting. I think this morning was a complete performance. I was really proud of the guys. Italy, they pushed us. Italy were ahead for maybe 90% of that game, so I was really proud of how they came back at the end. And Hamza Dar, so happy. He had a tough week as that's hit hard to deep mid-wicket. He had a tough week in Group A. He didn't make many runs. He was a little bit down on himself. To come out and play an innings like that, under that pressure, just gave him a big hug. I was so happy for Hamza.
Yeah, I think that's something I identified as well. We didn't quite see the best of him with the bat. We saw bursts, but, I mean, you saw last year, England 11, they're a very, very good team, and I think they've called for some reinforcements as well. I think it's a matter of time until we see them hit their straps. But, yeah, tough opening day. It was always the question, wasn't it, England 11 being parachuted into the championship week without having played together even as a team. So, yeah, I'll get your thoughts on them in a second. Is Pearce, last year's leading wicket taker. He won't get a wicket here. It's not convincing, but it is off the outside edge. Rishton will slide in and make the stop, but they will get 2. So, yeah, England 11.
They're still very, very good side. They might have come in a little bit rusty. Probably like Harrison Warden down there probably didn't get their striking ability going at the start that we know that they can. But still, I was pretty impressed with what the England mechanics were in the field especially. Well, that could be stumped. I reckon this is going to be gone. They go up to the third umpire. Vinny, this is close.
And he's gone. He's already walking. Seems like it, doesn't it? Naylor, he was the first Scottish batter to click, I think, in Group C, but he just gets a bit impatient against Pearce. And we'll see it here on the replay. Foot's dragging.
I think that's going to be given, Vinny.
You can actually see, I'm pretty sure, well, that's the one there for me. There's nothing behind the line. It's a weird time of day because of where the sun's positioned, but yeah, I think that Dan Lincoln is pretty sure that he's got his man. I've got to say, Naylor, it's pretty good awareness that he's out because it's pretty close. He knows he's got the toe down, but there is the decision. It has been given stumped. Well bowled by Pearce, so he can rack up a wicket here in match 4. The Naylor goes for just 2. It's 61 for 3.
Yeah, good comeback from England here, and expecting a big response as well because they're such a good lineup, and good to see Scotland also bring some players in, Ali Evans and some really impressive hitters. Just walking around the hotel last night, so all the players, I think, well, I know on behalf of the Spanish players, super excited to put themselves up against high quality opposition, and some of these players taking the field in Kardamar this week, it's fantastic for the sport.
Yeah, I agree. I couldn't agree more. It's a festival of cricket. It's a celebration of European cricket. I mean, obviously, the Spain-Italy game, that actually hit viewing records on our channels. Yeah, all kinds of
great to hear.
Of numbers we're seeing at the moment.
You remember how you and I spotted Gujar in Bologna and we got him in? I was sitting in the dugout and I was thinking, why did I say anything? Why did I say he was that good? Because the way he batted, that inning, he was hitting lawn burns off a good length, spinning sideways for 70 metres. He batted amazingly.
I'm sure you'll go back and watch your game maybe later on when you're preparing. You'll hear me saying that word for word probably about 3 or 4 times during that game. Well, not waiting around is Ahmed, who comes out and spanks a 6 over long off Maximo. And that's one way to deal with the spin of Sam Pearce. And not often you see that. I shouldn't say Sam Pearce, in fact. I'm talking about leg spin bowler. That is the leading wicket taker, but still, what a good shot that was to start his innings.
Yeah, that's a really incredible shot, especially after you lose 3 wickets. It's just brave cricket, isn't it?
Oh, good comeback from Pearce, who hasn't been no man's land. 6 and a dot to start off for Taimur Ahmed. 6 overs down. It is 67 for 3. Yeah, so I said straight away, I wonder what Corey's thinking there, thinking he's the one. You pretty much single-handedly led a campaign to get Umar Gujar into the Italian national team. And then he was whacking them everywhere. He batted so well.
Some of the shots he played off length deliveries was phenomenal. And good to see that because he is a good player. I'm thankful we got up over in the end, but 6 bowlers so far used for England. I mean, the 2 leg spinners, look at that. They've got 3 for 12 between them.
Yeah, they've even got Russell, who can bowl leg spin, and it does bowl leg spin, and he went for 14 in the power play, though. But that's because Hares...
So three leg spinners.
They got 3 leggies in this side. Here's the thing, though. Hares hasn't had too much of the strike since he dominated the strike early. And now he does have it. Shawan gets a second. And that's what Hares thinks of it, but it's going to go straight up in the air. It should be caught. Fielder is coming around. He drops it. Wow, that's Callis, who was prowling around the cover region. And so Hares, he had a life on 32. He has another one on 48.
Yeah, just never looked too comfortable under it. He was sort of getting there a little bit later than maybe he would have liked, and it's just got a tad away from him. So Yeah, it's a big opportunity missed because that's the big man who's striking the ball pretty well.
He's been absolutely whacking it. Taimur Ahmed comes back. Showing 2 for 4. It should have been 3. This will just be worked for a single.
Do you think that with what you've seen so far from today and some of the scores and whatnot, do you think the pass score goes up this week with the batting lineups, like to 120, 125?
It's more up to what I would expect it to be normally, which is 115, 120. It's just we've had a couple of group weeks where it's been less. It's been in the 90s, 96, 98, those kind of things. He tries the reverse again, and this is probably the only time I criticised the decision-making of Hares earlier, who was smashing them everywhere, and then he tried a reverse lap, premeditated reverse lap, and was pretty close.
I reckon that's his 50 as well.
Did that get given a run?
Yeah, it was off the glove, so that's his 50. I'm not too sure if many people have noticed, though.
Okay, well, firstly, I'm just going to show you this, and we'll come back to that, but you can see the overall it's 10.6 this week, but we had a couple of pretty lean weeks. Yeah, so well batted to Hares. Does get his 50. Creeps up. Anyway, there's nothing creepy about this one from Taimur, who launches it over mid-wicket. Maximal. Just a little bit too short for Joan, and he pays the price.
Yeah, nice shot. It was short, it was wide, but he gets it in the end. And yeah, well, this was the run rates. And look, we commentated throughout this whole thing, and it went lower and lower and lower. But after watching today, I'm thinking 120's back to par.
Yeah, and I said this in last year's championship week as well, where I just felt that you need more against these guys who seem to be able to sustain it for longer, and they get really hard to bowl to. Yeah. That's the thing. They get really hard to bowl to. I think we'll probably see more of that with these top 5 teams. And I also think in the group stages, there's often a team or two that are dragging that down a little bit. I just don't think there'll be too many teams dragging the run rate down here. Well, it's out of here. A little bit too short again, Joan. Very little margin of error. That was a 10 topper. And Taimur has gone bang, bang here and brings Scotland up into the 80s.
Well, yeah, this is another new player that I didn't see in the first group when Scotland came. And that's a gorgeous shot. He's just picking up length very quickly. That's not the worst ball you'll ever see, but maybe a tad short. And he's picking up the length. This is good.
Tad is the word.
So any background on himself for me, Vinny?
Yeah, so
I know you love getting on the laptop and telling me.
Well, I know that that the Scottish guys have tried to fill a few gaps with players they think will dominate in this format. And after they've had a look at it, we see a big swing and miss from Taimur Ahmed. But he's certainly a guy that brings a lot to the table. You can see he wastes no time getting going. And
I think that the depth as well in this championship week, as you can see, England, Spain, Netherlands, Scotland, Italy, the depth of batting as well. Teams bat really deep and have that ball striking ability, so I think that's why the pass scores might go up. And well, a nice day for Spain, but it's always difficult to stay at the top. I think this week could be topsy-turvy. There's going to be so many good games of cricket. No game's an easy game. There is no weak link in this group. It is going to be super exciting until finals Friday.
Yeah, well, I know Taimur is averaging over 36 with the bat, and he's averaging under 24 with the ball in their domestic season this year. So obviously he can bring a bit to the table in a number of departments. But yeah, I think every game's winnable and every game's losable in Championship Week.
Oh, absolutely.
When you think about it.
To be honest, Italy really impressed me. I thought they played a great T10 game.
Of course, you saw plenty of them last week when you were here in the commentary box with us.
Just the way they went about it. I mean, we got a lot of dot balls. Mohamed Atif, young Mohamed Atif. I can't speak more highly of this kid. He's so talented. But yeah, just the Italians, I was impressed with their fielding, bowling. They're going to get some big scalps this week as well.
So, time to breathe for a second, but Godsel's back here in the 8th. The block hole delivery. Just jammed down to long off for 1. How about your field settings? I quite like them. I like the Southern Cross being back again.
England, it worked a treat. I mean, that catch from Chris Munoz-Moore's running back from mid-off.
Yep.
He was inside the ring. We have a good for the pace. The bowling, the left spinners, it's a little bit more traditional, but just trying to close different holes. So trying to be inventive in this T10 format.
Sure. He's hit something. I think it's arm.
Yeah, it's off his arm to me.
It's a good call, I think.
Yep. Very, very good umpiring.
Yeah. It seemed to be above the gloves of Ollie Hares.
Has he, just in the last few balls, he's just lost a bit of rhythm, hasn't he?
He also hasn't had a lot of the strike. See this one?
Good decision.
It's a really good bit of umpiring. And let's give the umpires some credit. They have so many decisions to make in a day. I think they get the overwhelming majority right. And Tyrone Peters, the Iceman, says, nope, that is not out. Now, Hares goes bang. It's going. It's gone. Maximo. And he's got his mojo back, and he's still got time to party with a quarter of the innings remaining. And Scotland building a pretty reasonable total first up in match 4.
Yeah, nice shot. This one's a bit fuller in the slot, and he gets it. Nice batting. Scotland looking to get up to that maybe 130 mark. If you're telling me Italy and Spain got the best viewer numbers, Scotland, England, this must be smashing viewer numbers.
We're probably still going through the roof. We're getting to prime time as well in the UK, don't forget. Godsall, wide Yorker.
And how's the chat been today? I missed the chat. It doesn't feel... it's nice being coaching again, but...
You feel a bit...
After doing...
Well, people don't recognise this. When you're in the chat... when you're coaching... You are basically in a bubble. You're not allowed any electronic devices.
You don't hear any. I haven't even looked at my phone properly today yet.
You're just completely focused on that. That's the way it is. Of course, everything's done in accordance with the professional cricket rules and regulations. Slower ball, picked, hit, and out of here. Maximo. Been really impressed with Taimur Ahmed, who isn't really taking a back seat. He's been pretty attacking as well. And I think Scotland 11, they've recognised what's required in this format, and they're delivering it. That's the end of the 8th over. The score is 98 for 3.
Well, I missed the back up, but when they were chasing 150 odd against the Netherlands, what did they end up with?
I think it was 130.
So they've shown
130.
They've shown they could build big pillars, and you can see here, besides those 2 overs in the middle, everything else has been basically a skyscraper.
And that's when they lost their 3 wickets. Chowan's first over only went for 3, picked up 2 wickets, and Pearce just went for 9.
So 98 off 8, you're probably thinking, look, Scotland's miles ahead, but 1 good over changed it. So in our game, Italy were 113 off 9, and I think Prince's last over went for 5.
Just 6, yeah,
and
5 or 6.
For me, as soon as they walked, I said, because of Prince, they're under par.
Yeah.
So I think 120, 125. So it's amazing how 1 over can still swing a game.
And also it feels like a momentum builder, doesn't it?
Massively.
Going into the halftime break.
Massively. What do you think of Daniel's fielding today?
Yeah, well...
What happened?
I
hope he's listening.
Do you know what I said? I mean, Daniel did drop 2 catches. I think he caught 1. He is one of, if not the best pair of hands in your entire team. Come back to that in a second. Here's Mungo Russell in over number 9. All happens in the 9th. And it starts with a no ball for height. So we know the umpires are very harsh on this. And even harsher probably than usual.
Yeah, that's a no ball.
Waist high. If it's waist high above, it gets called a no ball in East End cricket. Everybody knows that, so a free hit coming up. So here's the thing. I said about Daniel's fielding. He could catch 100 balls in training in a row. You could just go and hit 100 balls and catch them all. But that actually doesn't help him because he already knows how to catch. The pressure of dropping a couple on live TV.
He caught everything.
He will be thinking of that now time a ball comes down. Anyway, Shaw just needs to catch 1 or 2 to get back on the train, and everybody drops catches. Nobody does it on purpose. But Scotland now have brought up the 100 in this 9th over.
That's the pressure of this sort of championship week because there's so many good cricketers. The ball goes up, players sometimes can overthink it. And that's the sport, and that's the beauty of the sport. Scotland have a very good platform here. They need to get to that 130 mark, you'd think.
They could do it. They'll need a big finish. That's another high one. And this is going to go miles out of the ground. Maximo time. I'd like to see this one again, because he's just missed his length here.
That's okay.
Yeah, maybe just, but you got to be careful when you're dishing those up. I mean, that's box height. It's going to be out of the ground. And, dicing with danger. But he's going to get punished anyway by Hares.
Well, there's the trophy, and that's what we're all playing for. That's remarkable, isn't it? Looks gorgeous.
Fantastic.
It's in a dangerous spot.
Sure, last year we had Paws go near the trophy, but didn't quite hit it. What I will say with those 2 full tosses, they're both probably 50-50s. I think one goes the bowler's way, one doesn't. But you shouldn't be bowling full tosses that high in the first place.
Yeah, he's probably aiming for that Yorker, isn't he? He's just missed his margins by a bit, so he'll be a little bit disappointed. Hasn't been his game so far, but he needs to have a good finish here.
Had a few celebrity in commenters today.
Fill me in. I've missed so much.
Graham Swan been in.
Oh, no.
Virat Kohli's been, apparently. Anyway, next one is going to get pounded out of the ground. Well, everyone's chasing that one. Maximo time as Hares lifts himself into the swinging 70s.
Well, I think that's James Cantor and Dan West are now founding fathers who are chasing the white Kookaburra. Hares is playing a bit of a gem of an innings here. This time it looks like it might be an off-cutter, pace off, and he gets it. He gets every piece of that. Nice shot.
Yeah, what he's done really well, he's hit those cutters, and that's what a lot of bowlers will try and do. They'll try and bowl into the pitch. Don't know about the fielders running after it. Dan and James down there.
See, look how deep he is in his crease, Vinny. A lot of players do this these days at the highest level. Both feet behind the popping crease. He's just trying to get any length to work with.
Well, they dare go block hole to him. They go length again. This one should be out. Surely he's not going to get dropped a third time. He won't. So Hares is going to have to go for 71. And Mungo Russell is able to pick up his wicket. And I know that Mungo will be feeling a lot better to see the back of Hares, who's been so destructive in this innings. And yeah, Russell is a guy who now has an ECC wicket to his name. But what an innings that was. And Scotland 11, they lose their opener. It's 113 for 4.
Yeah, good catch in the end. It's one of those ones that have a lot of top spin in it when you get an edge like that. But what a sensational innings. He'll have to go now. He lost his way a little bit in the middle, but right at the back end got those big sixes away. He looks like one to watch out for the week.
Say he lost his way, but I mean, the thing is he was going at an unsustainable pace early. He dominated the strike. He was hitting the ball absolutely everywhere. But when you look at that innings, 71 off 31, striking at 229 with 9 sixes and a 4. Well, he might have made a golden duck this morning, but Hares took it out on the England attack this evening. Let's have a look at new batter.
I heard last night in the chat there was some fake profiles of us. It was all happening.
Yeah, there were. It's, I tell you what, it's all kicking off. But that's what's going to happen. We always knew. I mean, you've seen this cricket for a while now. I think you've done over 300 matches. And obviously, we've done over 2,000 matches now. I think maybe 2,700 matches on ECN. We think, a pound for pound, it is the most action-packed cricket on the planet. It's a matter of time till it was just going to keep growing and growing and growing. I know that we were on Fox Sports 1 in Australia earlier on today. On Fox Sports 1.
We've been elevated. Yeah, it's great. Look, to be honest, and you know what I love? The teams that have come back have brought some bigger players as well, because it means so much to all these countries.
Sure does. Well, here's Mungo. He's got 2 to spend, and it's Callum Garden, the new batter.
I mean, when you've got Callum Garden, who's coming out at number 6 here, in the first week, he was coming out at number 3 or 4. He was dominating. So all of a sudden, the level of batsmanship in this league, it's fantastic. And it's going to be a big test for the bowling groups this week, but I'm sure some bowlers will come through really good as well.
We'll say hello to Oktay Gulami, who's watching from Sweden right now. Great to have you with us. His last ball of the night. Pretty good one. Just kind of ties the batter up and just jams it out to deep square leg for a single. So Tamer Ahmed will retain the strike. He's been pretty good since he's come to the crease. 28 off 10. After 9 overs, it is 115 for 4. So, yeah, this will be an interesting chase. Okay, Scotland won the toss in this one and elected to bat. But I think that England normally like to chase. In fact, they've never lost chasing in the ECC. They've had 11 successful chases out of 11. The 3 times they've lost, it was batting first. So I think that they feel that they've got the skill set to adapt their I suppose, the aggression of their batting to whatever target. But, I mean, this is going to be a testing chase. It looks like it'll be in the 120s, perhaps even the 130s if this is a good last over for Scotland. Here's Rishton. He's a pretty good performer for England. Comes in and he gets worked around the corner, but straight down the throat of Alex Russell, who takes the catch. So Timer takes on the shot. There's a bit of luck with this shot about where it ends up, and he just happens to guide it straight to the man in the circle. Ends a pretty handy contribution from Timer, who goes for 28. It's 115 for 5.
Yeah, actually not a bad option by Ahmed against Rishton, because he bowls those low Yorkers very good. Very, very good. So he actually gets his bat under it. The right option. Unfortunately, he picks out the man. That's cricket sometimes. He hit it straight to him, and a nice safe catch in the end by Alex Russell. So England fighting back as much as they can, but as a batsman, you always feel unlucky if you get out like that.
I can't wait to see if England have a night game, because they wear these huge sunglasses.
We do. Some of them, we play them on the Thursday night.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you do. That'll be a good one. So, yeah, you have to wait till match 20 to play England again. But,
tell you what happens if a batsman walks off next to the trophy, you're a bit angry and you just whack it.
It's asking for trouble.
Well, did you see what happened to the car today?
Yes.
The staff car. Did the viewers get shown that?
I don't think we've shown it as yet. But
that needs to be shown.
But yeah, it's unfortunate, but let's just say that there was a little bit of damage.
Kessajar to the crease now. We know his father will be watching. Loved tweeting in the first time they came Scotland. Good luck to Kess.
Anyway, Rishton, 5 to spend. Can he keep this under control?
That's
too high. Way too high.
Yeah, and this is what happens with those Yorkers sometimes. You just lose it. It's not an easy art. Unfortunately for the Scottish batsman, he didn't get any bat on it. If he just got a little bit of bat with third man and backward point up, they would have gone away for 4.
Yeah, Rishton overcooks the Yorker. Free hit coming up for Sajjad. He'll be drunk with power. The fact that he cannot get out except for run out pretty much off this ball.
Well bowled.
Good comeback from Rishton.
So I have a feeling when Rishton's bowling this well and nailing these Yorkers, you're better off not finding his pace. You're better off going for the angle. They keep third man up. They keep fine leg up. They keep backward point up. See if you can try and squeeze it through those gaps. It's not easy.
There's basically a very fine third man and much squarer third man in the circle.
Yeah,
he's eyeing off that direction as well.
He's so good at these Yorkers. That's phenomenal bowling. Phenomenal bowling.
And you know what? This is straight over the line, but just have a look at how Sajjad creeps outside the off stump, and that moves the line. You'll see here, I'm not so sure he didn't actually get outside the off stump there. I think maybe that should have been a wide, but it seemed in real time, the umpire's trying to watch the ball, the batter probably thought he did make position outside the off stump. Anyway, Rishton, once again, going for that wide Yorker and getting away with it. What a last over this is for England. Steps across this time. That's well fielded by Mungo Russell. He's able to keep it to a single.
Yeah, so Sajjad there this time tries to sort of squeeze it out into that third man region, but good fielding in the end. So Garden, well, can he get a boundary right at the back end here for Scotland? Similar to what Italy made against us not long ago, 118, which I think in the group stages was over par. I think in this group now, I think 125 might become the par. It just feels like there's a lot of good batsmen around, so can Garden get a boundary away?
Well, let's find out. With 2 to come, it's been a very good last over from Rishton so far. He does try it, and he ends up kicking it away into the offsides at just 118. Let's have a look at this last over. It's gone wicket, no ball, ... 1 leg by. So only 3 runs off it with a ball to go.
Yeah, sensational. And this is what I was talking about. Prince did it for us against Italy. It went for 5 and it felt that momentum went into our batting innings and the guys starting to believe. So Rishton, once again, it's his second year at the ECC and great to see him back here bowling so well.
Yeah, I wouldn't go crazy 125 part, but I do think 120 seems about right to me.
It's not that crazy, Vinny.
Well, Rishton might get a run out here. It's a race. And I think he wins the race. I'll probably have a look at this one. But Rishton finishes off very, very well, and I think he runs out Sajjad here. So, if so, he's only conceded 3 runs off that last over. 115 they were after 19. I think they'll finish 118 for 6. And, yeah, well, hey presto, it is Rishton that wins the race. And so the final score, 118 for 6. The target, 119 for England. Well, they'll want to get some points on the board, but I still think it's a 50-50 kind of a total. England 11, if the big bats fire, they win this. They've got an above average batting lineup, I think, but they're still yet to really make an impression on opening day. But I think whatever happens, Corey, it'll be a very exciting end to match 4. You can see the English supporters, they're out in force, as are some of the Scottish supporters around the world. And we'll have a look at some of the highlights. Then we will be back in just a few minutes with the run chase. As you see the Scottish batters walking off. And then England, it's their time to do the hitting. Great to see them back. Of course, they are the reigning champions. And let's just say they ran into Hurricane Ollie as the Sixers were really flying off the bat of the big left-hander early on, and his 71 was crucial to the health of this Scottish innings.
Well, I'll definitely enjoy these highlights because this is the part I missed, and there was that dropped catch apparently early, but yeah, he came out and absolutely whacked it. The man that's played ODI and T20 cricket for his nation was showing his cricket pedigree, and while he was whacking it, the others were trying to get away as well, and there was acrobatic efforts from all the English players right there in front of Dan Weston and James Cantor. They would have absolutely loved this. This was good bowling from the leg spinner, really good, keeping it wide. As Jaffa Chowan, he took 2 wickets, he was pretty effective. This was his second one, smacked straight to cover, and Elliot Callis took the catch. So you can see a lot of leg spin options for England 11. They've obviously, the think tank's been trying to find a way that they can go back-to-back as champions, and feeling that leg spin's the answer. And in the middle overs, they did take these 3 wickets. They bowled well. But this cameo that coming in from Timur Ahmed, he came out and absolutely whacked it. These shots here, deep in the crease. timing the ball beautifully, and some big, big sixes. To get it up into the 10s and the marquees isn't an easy hit, and there's definitely some power there. There were some big appeals and moments, as you can see, and Ollie Hares, though, was still carrying on his merry way. He was hitting it to all parts over the leg side. No issues for him at all. A splice off the bat there this time. This was the end of his innings. Unfortunately, he couldn't get to the magical 3 figures that some of our viewers do think he will get to throughout the week. A nice safe catch here from Russell off the scoop shot right at the back end. Rishton was bowling a magical last over, and he was rewarded with a run out off the very last ball, beating Kestajard in the running race. And all the English supporters that are enjoying a bit of a holiday here in Spain, well, they got to celebrate a couple of wickets at that back end. Let's take a quick look at the scorecards now, and well, it was almost a one-man show from the big man, Ollie Hares. Definitely someone to look out for the week. 71 off 31. Sensational striking, but that man in the middle also, Timur Ahmed, that's a class cameo. 28 off 11. Everyone else coming in and getting out, trying their best to get the ball away, but obviously it's not always the easiest thing to do against such a good bowling attack. 118 for 6, just the 6 extras. Let's take a look at those bowling figures, shall we? And it was a pretty spread around bunch. You can see 6 bowlers used in the end. The pick of the figures, once again, that man Rishton, 1 for 13, going at 6.5. Well done to him. And the other bowling figures of Sam Pearce only going for 9. And Jaffa Chowan really special, 2 for 19. They'll be pretty happy. All the seamers going a little bit more. And Mungo Russell, unfortunately, was a bit expensive in this one. But 118 for 6, I think it might be 7 runs under par. And I think England 11, with this above par batting lineup, are going to look for a big response here. Do join us back, though, in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello everybody and welcome back. We're at the halfway stage between this, well, you could say a bit of a grudge match. England 11 playing the Scottish 11. These two teams with plenty of sport history out here in the cricket field in Cardiff, Spain. And it's the start of Championship Week, day one, an exciting day for all these teams and all the coaches, fans, supporters, umpires, everybody involved. There is some absolutely marvellous talent on show this week. And all these teams winners in their own right, winning their own groups. And England 11 obviously winning last year and deserving the free pass through the Championship Week. And you can see that is an English flag, I believe, being waved around in a Spanish shirt, I think. Well, I'm confused, but no. Welcome back all our viewers around the world and all our network partners. I hope you're doing well out there and ready for this second half. Should be a good game of cricket this. Evenly poised, you'd say. Maybe England with a slight edge, but I think if you asked Vinny Sandhu, my co-commentator, he'll say Scotland with a slight edge. So this should be a good game. Harrison Ward on your screen there. We know he's done some umpiring for us before. He's a man, well, I was going to say man mountain. He must be 6'3", 6'4". Last year, I think he made 590 runs, something around there, and about 525 runs were in boundaries. That's the type of person we're talking about. There's Mr. Maximo. He'll be taking his sweet time around, maybe enjoying an early beverage. He's deserved it. Him and Rico Full have done a fantastic job over the whole 5 weeks. And he'll be joining me shortly for the second half. Welcome back all our viewers in India via Fanco. Good luck with your fantasy teams and your Dream 11 teams. And welcome back to everyone on the chat. Hope you're doing very well. Thank you for all the nice messages as well about Cricket Spain. Fantastic first day. Very proud of our guys. But you don't win the tournament on day one. There's a lot of work to do. And this group is fantastic. It's great to see so many high-level cricketers here. And I think we're going to have some teammates come up against each other. So, not Callum Garn, sorry. Who's going to open the bowling here? I'll keep my eye out. But I imagine it'll be Bradley Curry. It is Bradley Curry, the left-arm seamer. He'll be bowling to Harrison Ward. Now, these two gentlemen both play at Sussex. So, this is good fun. This is what you like to see. I was speaking to Harrison off air earlier, and he was telling me it's great to see that his teammates here playing for Scotland. So, maybe some personal accolades on the line here. Deep mid on and deep mid wicket in place. You imagine that Bradley Curry knows his teammate pretty well. What a contest. Here we go. England 11. They require 119 to win. First ball of the run chase. Oh, it's high in the air. He's going to get him. First ball. Gone. Big wicket. And I tell you what, Harrison Ward going for a golden duck you don't see every day. And he does go to his teammate. That's going to be bragging rights. Bradley Curry. He does the job. The left arm seamer. He gets it to kick up a bit off a length, and, well, maybe Ward was trying to work it into the leg side because of that big hole, but he's better when he's powerful, and he'll have to go early. Yeah, it's a bit of a loose stroke from Harrison Ward's level of cricket. He's a very good batsman, but he's just trying to run a one into the leg side instead of thumping it, and his teammate will get the last laugh, and you can see a bit of respect shown there, not too much of a celebration. But what a moment for the Scottish team. And we're looking to get a big win here. A lot of people in chat saying 50-50 match. Well, this wicket there might just get Scotland 11 slightly ahead. Here comes a player of high calibre, Thomas Bevan. He'll be facing up for his first ball. On the old traditional leave, well, you don't see that every day in T20 cricket or let alone T10 cricket. But fair enough, no harm in having a sighter. So Bevan, plenty of good cricket background, good player. He'll be looking to put on a score of substance here for his team, for his nation. Pushed into the offside this time. That will get him off the mark. Just the one run. England 11 now. That brings on the captain, Dan Lincoln. A good man, Dan Lincoln. A good keeper, good batsman. Also plays, I think, fifth tier football in the UK as a goalkeeper. So obviously a very, very talented sportsman in general. He'll be with Tom Bevan. Tom Bevan played a couple of games for Glamorgan this year. He made a sparkling 100 that's respected as well. So one thing you might see against maybe with these English and Scottish teams, they might give themselves a ball to get in compared to maybe some teams like Italy who might try and hit their first ball for 6. So contrasting styles, but that's what makes T10 such a beautiful format. Bevan back on strike now. I've got here in front of me 1 first-class game, 2 T20s and 4 list A games. Top score of 134. If you're doing that, you're a class player. And he gets beaten really good, but he's facing a class bowler. Curry is bowling a sensational first over here. This one might have been a little bit of a rolling off cutter. Yeah, it is, and he gets it to go. That's beating anyone around the world. Oh, a little bit of width, and he misses out on that one. Any bit of bat on that, that would have gone away for 4 or 6. So that does bring the end to, well, a sensational over. Bradley Curry, who plays his cricket for Sussex. He gets his Sussex teammate and, well, enemy in this one out, Harrison Ward. And England, after the first over, they're a little bit behind. They are 2 for 1. So the golden ball counter up to 51 matches. We might be due one, I think. If people don't know what a golden ball is, if the game does end in a tie, and we'll go to 1 extra ball, a golden ball, where the batting team are required 2. Anything under that is a loss. Yeah, looking forward to this contest as well, because I think that's Ali Evans at the top of his mark. Alistair Evans, the captain of the Scottish side. We saw him come play in the Champions League here. He is a quality bowler. Here we go. Well bowled. We're watching some really, really high pedigree cricketers here duke it out in Kardama. Alistair Evans now 41 international ODIs, 34 T20Is, 13 first-class games. He's been a stalwart of Scottish cricket, and he bowls at good pace. Short, pulled away. Will it go away for the first boundary? No, it should be reined in. A little bit of a fumble, but doesn't touch the rope, so that's okay. Just the 2. They might go up to the third umpire and check it, but I'm pretty sure that's absolutely fine. A little bit lazy, maybe. Could have got down and made sure of it, but does enough. Saves 2 runs. Dan Lincoln, an important player in this top order. Also with Bevan, these 2, England need them to click. Pulled hard. Doesn't get enough of it though as mid-on tracks around. Just a single. So right now this is a dream start for Scotland, especially in the power play. If they can get themselves ahead of this game, they'll be hoping once the field spreads they can afford the odd boundary but keep control of the tempo. And these next 9 balls coming up in this game are pretty pivotal.
Yes, Evo!
Oh, sorry, well, there you go. It's not too often I lose track of the ball. I was looking through square leg where that's been hit, but I think it's the old traditional Q-ender right off the toe of the bat. And he sold me down the river. I couldn't see the ball. So a dot ball. Ali Evans, what a good start this is from him. Bevan, who hit 130 for Glamorgan in the last year. Just not going just yet. Slower ball. Oh, and well, that's an amazing cricket shot because it was slow. It was wide down the leg side. He ends up hitting it with one hand. Watch this. Just hits it with one hand nonchalantly. Oh, I sort of wish that went for 4. That would have been one of the great highlights. Vinny Sand would be a huge fan of that. The old one-handed pull. And that is huge. Well, that's in car territory. No, it's in the fan zone. And it almost takes the trophy out, and it won't take long between Roger Finer, Dan Weston, James Cannon to move that trophy. But what a nice shot there is. He finally gets one away on a length. Bang, 6 runs. Wayne H in the chat saying that was a Lance Cairns type of shot before, but, well, a good over still from Evans. Only going for 9 after 2 overs. Scotland ahead in this one. England are 11 for 1. Good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, and very stylish today. I will admit, you look good, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, a bit more muted on the colours, but they'll be back tomorrow. Can tell you right now, Corey is applauding the table. Playing 2-0. But tell you what, Netherlands, I mean, they could still knock you down to second place by the end of the day, you know.
Who'd they come up against? Italy next?
They're playing Italy.
That'd be a good game.
I agree. All right, time for some more leg spin. And here's Jorge.
Don't you think it's quite interesting, the leg spin brigade in the league?
Yeah, well, you know, I just think if you can do it without bowling bad balls, I just think it's harder to pick than off spin as well. You've got variations like top spinners, like sliders, like wrong-uns. I think Hogarth's been pretty accurate this time. He traps it with his foot.
I'll tell you what, that's pretty good football. If Scotland played England in the football, their record's not great, but that was impressive.
Wow, it's going to be gone here, and Hogg is away! And off goes the Bales, just flicks the top of the stumps there. And so Scotland get the big wicket of Bevan, who looked ready to launch, but now he's going to have to go. That's a second wicket down. 2 of the top 3 back in the shed. It's 12 for 2.
Well, it's a massive wicket. I was just mentioning on Evan, he hit 130 for Glamorgan this year in a 50-over game, and it clips his off stump. Oh, you got to love his celebration. He's one of the more excitable spinners and cricketers out there, and here comes the big one. You love it, don't you?
Yeah, well, it's the big jump, isn't it? And look, I suppose it's another England batter, and they did this a bit against you guys and Lorne Burns earlier. I just think they're often taking the bait, trying to go across the line, and it's not particularly an easy shot to play. And so Corey just spotted the giant spider in the chat. Anyway, it's not too funny for Bevan. Unfortunately for him, he has to go for 7 off 9. Not quite himself in this innings. 12 for 2. New batter comes to the crease is Elliot Callis. He gets the wrong at first up that I don't think he really picks. So there's Hogarth. Well, this is our new friend. It
doesn't matter if it's fake or real. No, it's not funny. If it's fake or real, I don't know, but get it away from me. Yuck. What is that? Why do we have that here?
The bowl pushes him right back.
Look, I was actually
But I've got a new game up here, but right now in the middle, it's England 11 struggling to get going.
I was actually pointing to the jelly beans. Can you pass those over, please? But what a great over this is so far.
We have to have a chat about the jelly beans. I haven't explained them to you yet, but there's been a lot going on today. This one turns into a full toss. And this, I think that illustrates that over why leg spin is so good if you can not bowl bad balls, because you first have to pick which way it's turning, and it's definitely getting in the batter's heads a little bit. So it's the end of the power play, 13 for 2. Certainly not the power play England were looking for, losing 2 of their top 3. And that rate required is now blown out over 15 and over.
This English batting lineup, they are still very dangerous. But if you said to Scotland that you're going to get Harrison Ward and Tom Bevan in the power play for less than 10, you'd take it with both hands. So what a great start for the Scots, who maybe had a little bit of a disappointing game against the Netherlands, who hit a huge score against them. Credit to the Dutch as well.
I'm going to give you 2 words here that I think is the reason that England 11 could come back into this game. Dan Lincoln.
Oh, yeah. Well, and this man, they bat deep.
Dan Lincoln.
Okay. I like it.
And here's Callis facing up for the start of over number 4. And it's going to be a thick edge. One hopper down to Sajjad.
Well,
be a single.
The thing is, with that power play, they're actually quite far behind in this game. Someone's going to have to play an unbelievable innings here. Maybe similar to what Hamza Dar did for the Spanish team in the previous game. Someone has to hit maybe a 45 off 12 or 13 balls here to get them right back in it. Scotland at this stage, really, we're on 46.
Yeah, they're on a heater next to Ollie Hares. Yeah, well, 15s is what Lincoln and Ward went in that final against Belgium last year. Wow, this is an error, and it's going miles in the air. So Judge the man in the hot seat, and he drops it. Wow, it was a long way up, and wow, you saw Kester Judd had a long time to think about it. And really, Lincoln should have been gone. Uze Shah elicited the false stroke, but Scotland put that one down.
That's a huge drop. That is a huge, huge drop. He should have caught that, and you can see the disappointed face from the Scottish bowler. That's a big miss, Vinny.
And now this is going to go out of the ground. And Callis says thank you very much. Muchas gracias. As he drives straight through this ball from Uze Shah. That's out of here.
Yeah, nice shot. It's a half volley. He gets a little bit too straight to Shah. He tries to bowl it wide of off stump. And Well, Callis, he's a huge man. Have we spoken about this today, Vinny, how big this guy is?
Yeah.
When he hits it, it's going to stay hit, isn't it? So,
Big player. There's their shot. Needs to find the block hole. And quick, I think. Doesn't. Challenges him again. This is driven down to the fielder for a single.
just a one this time.
And now England, can they find a way back?
Come on in.
Lincoln was dropped on 5, don't forget. This is better bowling, I think. Not too much that Lincoln could do with that. Go through with the shot, didn't really have the length to work with.
It's funny that third man position because it's actually a hot spot.
Yeah.
I really think short third and third man is a hot spot. Kesajan is a good enough fielder, but I did see him drop a couple in the group stage, so maybe it's worth having even a weapon of a fielder there.
Yeah, well, I think it's the new slip in T10.
Yeah.
I think it's the new slip. A lot of balls fly down there. Wow, this time Callis is after him and he's going to get him pretty good. That's out of here. Maximo! Long, strong blow from Elliot Callis. And it finishes the 4th over with a bang. Shah ends up going for 16 in that over. And he could have had Lincoln gone. Instead, he gets pumped a couple of times. And after 4, it's 29 for 2.
It just sort of shows how brutal this format can be. That's a half volley on middle and leg stump. And as soon as he let go of that ball, it was going for 6. If you get your margins wrong, it goes. That's a big over for England. They should have lost their captain. Instead, it gets them back into this contest. I know it says 15 and over, but if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be the English.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did last year in that final. Belgium set them 149 for victory. They ended up doing it with time to spare, if you don't mind. Yeah, but Ward going first ball, and not the first day he would have wanted. Last year's leading 6-hitter. Leading run scorer in the tournament as well. Here's Jack Jarvis, who's going to bowl over number 5. So, yeah, Scotland not afraid to use a lot of different options and keep the English looking at new faces with the ball. Jarvis, it's a step across and straight at the fielder. Has a pop at them, but they'll get through for a single.
Lincoln just not getting his natural sort of flow at the moment, but while he's there, they're still a very dangerous side. He has the 1 this time. Callis back on strike. 15 off 7. He's hit 2 big Maximos. Jarvis is going to be under pressure here.
I think, look, I've done a lot of cricket, you know that. Just seems to me the pace is frenetic here.
Oh, it's
Opening
full
day,
on.
isn't it? Here's Jarvis. Well bowled, full wide.
That's really well bowled, and well, there were some tight calls in the previous game, but yeah, that's a good decision from the umpire.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that Jarvis gets it exactly right there. Callis wants to launch again. I'm sure about that. Little step across, hit hard, but hit it across the deck. It'll just be a single. Yeah, I'm trying to work out exactly why the pace is so frenetic. I just think, I look at the players which are probably the lower grade players in this week. They are all sensational cricketers. I just think that the standard is so high.
While
this
you were
week.
walking around, you had the Sussex opening bowler bowling to a Sussex player. Then you had a Glamorgan player coming out at number 3. Ali Evans had played 50 games as that's missed time. So the first sort of 4 big players, we're talking about huge cricket pedigree. And that's why it's exciting. And I think the fielding standard, obviously there's been a couple of drops, is super exciting. So it's going to be an amazing week. Right now, Scotland against England. Scotland versus England. If Scotland get up here, what a win for them.
Scotland beat England in the 50-over game not too long ago.
They did.
As well. Huge scores in that one. Fake step, real
Well
step,
bowled.
real miss.
Well bowled. Clever bowling, keeping it wide of off the stump after he faked him. Jarvis is bowling a beautiful over here. They haven't been able to get him away. If he gets out of this over without any real damage, I'll tell you what, that's a big tick for the Scots.
Yeah, gotta say, this game right in the balance. Last ball of Jarvis is over. He's escaped punishment so far, and he still will. In fact, he'll get a wicket, and that's even better. Callis tries to muscle this one out of the ground. Little outside edge. Flies through to Callum Garden. And worst case scenario for Callis, who did whack 2 out of the ground, but he goes for 16. And the 5th over ends with a pole. It's 32 for 3.
Yeah, big wicket, and he just keeps to his guns, keeping it wide of off stump, not falling for all the movement of the batsman. A feather edge and a safe catch for the keeper, Callum Garden. He'll be happy with that. And the Scots against their old arch enemy, the English, they're ahead.
Yeah, you'd have to say so. Let's see who can stand up for England 11 in the second half of this game. So, well, England have only scored 32 off the first half. They're going to need 87 off the second half. That is big runs. And remember, England 11, they have never actually lost a chase. They are 11-0 in ECC cricket when chasing. Their highest successful chase, 149, that came in the final last year against Belgium. They're a team that last year averaged 11.2 sixes per 10 overs. So that's better than 1 and over. Maximo rate, we call that. Sixes, average sixes hit per 10 overs. And they were huge. And you had a good week, obviously, in your group week, but your Maximo rate for Spain was 9.5. I mean, anyone in kind of 8 and above, it's very, very good.
Yeah. Well, they're going to go back to Shah here. Big call.
We created a chance already against Lincoln, and this time there's no chance unless you're miles over the boundary. That is such a pure straight hit from Lincoln. Maximo! And don't forget, the captain is still there.
That was huge. Oh my word. Oh yeah, there's a bit of a golf swing to that. He just connects gorgeously. That's over 6 over 2 grounds, Vinny.
Yeah, that was about as big as you can hit a cricket ball. Beautiful swing of the bat. There's their Shah. Misses his length. Now he's going to go for 6 ball. It's a no ball too. And this is going to crash into the wall that protects the fan zone. Oh, there we go.
That's her mate from the Spanish contingent.
It's nice to see him there and showing a little bit of nimble work. But let's have a look.
Oh, it's a slot ball. That's a slot ball. That's 13 off 1 ball. Tell you who feels a little bit guilty now. Sajjad dropped down Lincoln. You can't drop down Lincoln. Oh, boy. How close was that to the trophy as well?
Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, no ball for overstepping plus 6. It's a worst-case scenario.
13 off 1.
Yeah.
13 off 1. And if you drop a man of this stature, oh, boy. They're back in it now. 13 off 1.
Free hit coming up. Better. Works his way back in. That's the skill I look for in bowlers, is okay.
I get what Shah's trying to do, Vin. Oh, wow. Cheeky run, and they're going to get 2. So the wheel's falling off just a little bit here for Scotland.
I love the England running. It's something that entertained us last year. I think they had a challenge if they could run a 3 at some point. There'd be some sort of reward. I'm not sure what it was, but this just shows that they're getting with the program, these heads-up plays, as I call them.
Well, look, Rishton wanted to get a 3 here, hit the stumps, and he was thinking about going again.
Well, he knows from there you'd have to pull a stump out or knock a stump out. It's pretty likely.
I know what Shah's trying to do. He wants to get his Yorker, but when he misses it, he's got to miss it wide. You can't miss it straight, otherwise it's going for 6.
And this is in the air, and Garden's going to have to go after this one. He chases it, and he catches it. So Lincoln skies another one, and his luck runs out on 23. A huge moment in the chase as the captain is gone. It's 47 for 4, well, and Uzair Shah gets his man in the end.
This time he misses the Yorker, but he misses it a bit wider, and the ones he was missing before were 2 straight and going the journey. He misses it, and it's about 5th or 6th stump. So when Lincoln wants to hit this to the leg side, yeah, he's just going a tad leg side-ish with it maybe. He skies it, and what a good catch from the keeper, Callum Gunn. I tell you, who's the happiest man on the field right now? Kes Sajjad. So no one means to drop him, but that would be a massive relief for him.
That's a good catch from Garden. I've said this a few times, but when the ball gets skied off a medium pace and you're up to the stumps, it's very easy to kind of lose track of where the ball is. So he goes and he gets that. Not a lot of breeze around, but he made sure to let it be known that it was his. And so Lincoln goes 47 for 4. Andy Rishton's out there at the moment. He hasn't faced a ball yet. His rate required 16 and over at the moment. And let's just see if Tom Keast can get things going the right way for the England 11. Defending champions staring down the barrel of 0 points on their return to the ECC. Slightly slower ball up in the block hole. Rishton's contemplating a crazy 2, but he's talked out of it by his partner Keast.
Yeah, so someone has to come in here and, well, Rishton, can he be the man? Keast, one of these two have to play an absolute remarkable innings. Oh, no.
Wow, not a good ball, but he's going to get away with it.
Yeah, he definitely gets away with it. How's the effort bolt? Trying to bowl quick and spearing that Yorker under waist height. And just the one run.
So, 11 trying to work out a way back into the game.
Well, they might check this. The umpires are just coming together, so they might check it for the no ball for the height.
I think they're just discussing whether it's the end of the over or not.
Okay, yeah, maybe.
Because we had the no ball, don't forget, for the front foot. So I think there is still a ball to go.
Yep.
So can Shah avoid any further damage, or maybe grab a wicket to finish? Wow, it's good keeping by Garden. He just basically becomes a human backboard, but he does block the angle as the ramp is missed from the bat up, and England 11 after 6 are 49 for 4.
Yeah, brilliant keeping there by Garden, because when someone goes for the ramp, sometimes you're unsighted and you got to be brave and hold your ground. But right now, England 70 off 24. Wow.
Yeah, as a keeper, you've got to be somewhere. And so I suppose the funny thing with those ones, I always tried to cover the line of the ball, but make that the inside hip, if you like, so that if there was a deflection, I could still block it or maybe even catch it if I got lucky.
Yep.
Easier said than done, because these balls are pretty hard and there's not a lot of padding in your midsection. But Garden does well to block that one. Anyway, 4 overs to go. And yeah, with the top 4 back in the shed, it's looking a long way back, to say the least, for England 11. That run rate required approaching the point of no return. And here's Hogarth to bowl. Christian lines him up, doesn't get too much of him, just a single. And yeah, here's the thing, Hogarth, if you want to hit him, you've got to pick him first, and that's not easy.
Well, when you've got a spinner that can spin it both ways and control it, it does make it that little bit more difficult. You would imagine, though, he's going to bowl most of his deliveries away from the right hand and try and make him go over the leg side. Keast, no time to get yourself in. He has to get going.
Reverses, and reverses remarkably. This will go for 4. Wow. It's a funny one, because it didn't seem to be right off the middle of the bat. Seemed to be a bit of an edge, but it was an edge that worked well. And it took it over the, I suppose, the new leg side for 4.
You know why that's an unbelievable reverse, Malachi? Because the ball was extremely full. It's really full, and he gets his hands through it still. Usually when it's shorter, it's easier to play. So
I think that was
nice
genuinely
shot.
off the side of the bat.
No.
Didn't even mean the edge. I just think if you actually saw the contact point on the bat, I think it was off the middle of the edge. Anyway, this is a right-handed shot, and we'll find the fielder.
He got away with that, did Hogarth. That needed to go the journey. When you need to go at 17s, you need 2 6s and over, and you're still in it. I mean, you hit 2 6s over, you only need 5 off the other 4.
You're living on the edge now, because you've just passed the point of no return, which I think is 3 a ball.
I think your no return's bigger this week. I think it's 19s, baby.
All right, if you say so. Well, this will help. Charges, though, so we won't get a no ball. It's just be 1.
So what's the ruling with that when you charge?
So the umpire has to decide where it would have been at the crease. So is it waist high or above when you were standing in your crease?
Okay, that's tough. That's a tough call to make.
It's probably one of the hardest calls to make, because you're having to geometricize something that's difficult to estimate. This is in the air, and this is flying out of the ground. A no doubter from Rishton. Maximal. In fact, that's Keast that has taken strike now, and he gets a gift from Hogarth. Rare bad ball, and it's put away.
Yeah, first time I've seen him lose his length in the last 3 balls. I don't know what he was trying to do then. He let off the Sharapova fake moan as he let it go.
Looks like an orthodox leg spinner, which has hit down the ground, so brings it back to 3 a ball momentarily with the Maximo, but after that it'll be more. So Keast retains the strike, 7 overs down. England 11 are 63 for 4. They need 56 off the last 3 overs. Let's have a look at what's coming up in the night match tonight. Match 5, Italy versus Netherlands 11. Netherlands 11, they are the only undefeated side in this competition now. And 9-0, and Italy 7-2 have had a pretty good time of it so far, but they narrowly went down to Spain earlier, of course. And you can see Shaz Rasool coming in for the Netherlands 11. And Udit Nashir, 17-year-old spinner, he impressed me a lot in their earlier game. That match is coming up, and it starts in around about 35 minutes. Back to the action right here, though. Last 3 overs, Jarvis comes out, gets French cut for 1. But you have to say Scotland 11, through the work of Ollie Hairs in particular with his 71, they are in the box seat, and they look like they're going to do this.
Well, I swear, when Spain chased the 18, last 18 balls we needed 50. I'm pretty sure it was 50. So
last 18 balls you needed 45, I remember.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay, well, we won it with 2 balls left, so you never know.
That's true. Wide.
So look, I was talking to the guys when it was getting down to this end bit, and you need, say, 50 off 18 and that. I was talking the amount of 6s we need. So that is a 1, and you can see a little bit of a swan dive for the judges. So when you need 50 off 18 balls, that's 5 6s wins the game.
Okay.
Because that would leave 20 off the other 13.
Well, this one might be one of them, but it might not, because it's straight down the throat of the fielder, and Hogarth takes the catch. So you can't really blame the batter. Rishton takes it on, but he doesn't quite find the middle of the bat. Made a loud sound, but it was tracking straight towards Jack Hogarth, who's finished bowling, but he's not finished being involved in this game. And that will be the 5th wicket now. Rishton goes for 3, 65 for 5.
Yeah, big wicket, and he's just keeping it wide of off stump. It made a nice sound off the bat from Rishton, but he picks the man out. And Hogarth takes a good catch with the sun setting on the opposite direction. And a really, really big wicket. As Scotland 11 keep their, well, not just their necks, keep everything in front, really. They're miles ahead in this game.
Yeah, disappointment for Rishton. He's tried really hard for his team today. Can't really blame him for what's happened. I'm sure that they'll be back, and they'll be back with a vengeance tomorrow at England 11. With some food for thought after opening day. That looks like they'll come up empty-handed. I mean, this shows how crazy ECN cricket is and how crazy this championship week's going to be. If you had told us that England 11 would be bottom of the ladder at the top of the day, and that's very possible, then we'd have said you probably need to check yourself out a little bit. This will be okay. Or maybe it won't. So we get caught a wide. It's a tough one. Let's just see if there's any sort of pre-movement. You see, is a stump a bit and a half? Yeah, probably isn't a wide. But so this is why the umpire's got to watch so many things at once, because at the moment the ball's bowled, they're actually looking at the bowler's foot, right? So, I mean, we're asking a lot of them. Man, the bowler normally doesn't get the benefit of the doubt on those calls. This is hit.
Well fielded.
Well fielded. They may think it's 2 here. They won't take it on. Yes, I mean, it's very easy for us to look at the replay and to see, okay, yeah, he did probably sneak a little bit outside the off stump. But, yeah, the umpire, he's actually watching 2 feet and then the bowler releasing the ball.
Yep.
So he might have felt that the movement was after the release of the ball. So that's why I think the call was made.
Can they get a couple of 6s here? Get themselves back in the game.
Keast, last chance saloon here. Tries to get creative, and he does, but he's found the fielder, and Scotland are turning it on. And Scotland, this is a team that we weren't even sure they'd qualify out of their group, don't forget. Right now, they're giving England a bit of a working over. Jarvis gets a 3rd wicket now. Very good contribution from him. And England 11, 67 for 6. And you got to feel with Keast walks off any chance of England pulling this off.
Yeah, I do like their bowling thought processes here. They're slower balls and cutters, wide of the stumps, trying to not let them free the arms. They've got some tall quicks, a great leggy. I think their bowling, they've got a very good 10 overs, and that's not even without the man Mountain, who's missing out this game. They've added some explosive batting. Scotland could go very close this week. All the teams, this is honestly, how do you pick it?
You don't. You just sit back and you watch the show.
And feel the cheese.
And unfortunately for Keast, the show's over for him. He does hit a 6 and a 4 in his contribution of 14. Can't really.
I think the biggest disappointing thing for England today would be that the top 3, Lincoln, Ward, and Bevan, probably haven't had their greatest days with the bat, but they will. They will click.
Yeah, the fact that all of them have missed out in that top 3.
Usually one of them goes off and then that sets them up.
Great to see such a bumper crowd in tonight. This will be wide.
Yeah, when one of those 3 go off, they don't usually just make a 20. They hit like a 50 off 20.
Yeah.
And then it sets the whole team up because the middle order batsmen are all very new. So, yeah, I do expect them to come good throughout the week.
Good wrists from Jaffa Chowan. We'll just get a single here to get off the mark.
Is that real Graham Swan in the chat?
Don't believe so.
Wow, well, Graham, great to have you back with us and watching it. Graham, you were such a good addition last week. Really enjoyed.
He has been watching though. He has been messaging me from time to time. And first, let's have a look at Jarvis. Got 3 for 9, and he'll stay on 3 for 9. Very good spell from Jack Jarvis. He is an absolute star with the bat and the ball. And after 8 overs, England 11 are 69 for 6. And so we head into the 9th. And well, I'm looking forward to seeing how this pans out. And, of course, the final game as well.
I'll do some commentary on Saturday as well for you, Vinny. We won't be letting anyone up here.
Well, I'm looking forward to the rest of the week. I'm not sure we'll need to go into Saturday, though, which is the reserve date. But actually, you could be planning to win the whole thing, remember, on Friday. So maybe you shouldn't commit yourself too quickly. Anyway, here we go with over number 9.
I'll tell you what this will do as well. If Scotland do keep them to 80 or 85, it's a big boost for their net run rate, which is always a nice thing to have in your coffers as well. Plenty of good teams on show. Plenty of good players.
Yeah, this is one good player, Ali Evans. He's a very good pickup for Scotland, isn't he, in this championship week? Low full toss. Again, they might get 2 here. Probably will.
Serious question for you, Vin.
Go on.
Ali Evans playing here, plus 50 ODIs. When you started the ECN project many years ago, did you expect to see so many cricketers of this calibre coming and playing?
Well,
be honest.
Yeah, look, I've only been involved, obviously, for the last probably 3.5
forever.
years. It feels like, yeah, I guess forever in the ECN era. Come back to that in a sec. As we see Evans comes in. That's a very good slower ball. It completely bamboozles Sam Pearce. Yeah, so, I mean, I don't think anyone ever believed it would get so big so quick. I think it's testament to the vision of Dan Weston, because he quickly identified, okay, if you want to make cricket big in Europe, you got to look at what works, and football works. And this is what he was saying last night when he was on commentary with me in the final of the...
What, Daniel Weston did commentary?
Yeah, he did commentary in the final.
Oh boy, I might listen to that back.
It was good. This is pace on now from Pearce. So he said, well, what works in football... Okay, 45-minute halves. You can tell a story in an hour and 45 minutes. That's how long a game is.
Yeah.
It's about how long a movie is. That's what I said, actually. And he said, well, in Europe, you have the Champions League, which is the champion clubs going against each other. And then you also have the Euros. So the fact that we've been able to get this up and running, this international tournament, I think has been a game changer.
Oh, that is such good bowling from Evans. Class.
He looks certainly more fit than we saw him when he was playing for Carlton CC earlier in the year.
Why did the big man not play this one, the other big man?
It's a rotation, I think. I don't think he's okay.
But no, you're right. It's just so amazing to have so many good cricketers. And I know Dan Weston and James Canner are listening over there in the Ghost Cube. We just want to send our heartiest appreciations to you both.
And the other thing is trying to develop the domestic structures which existed, but we're obviously trying to take it to another level. This has been a really good over from Evans, and it'll be the end of it. And after 9, it is 75 for 6. Corey, I just wish you had this much energy all the time. Well, you're going to sleep well tonight, I'll tell you that much.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm calling it. It's empanada night. On Ruddy, on me. We're all going. Because it's only going to get harder.
Finally, you're talking some sense. Why don't you explain to some of the viewers that may have just joined us what an empanada is?
Because we're here for 5 weeks, there's been a bit of tradition from the crew. And every night at 10:15, we go to this little empanada store. And they're basically homemade pies with every flavour you can imagine. And we have been cracking triple digits. We are setting standards.
Pay more centuries the empanada shop.
Oh, there's Harrison Ward on the screen. Oh, poor
everyone,
Wardy.
Put your bats out for Harrison tonight. He's looking a bit glum.
Harrison will have a good week. I guarantee it.
Yeah, he'll come back. He'll come back strong. No doubt about that. Scotland ready to cross the T's and dot the I's. That's a pretty good shot from Pearce. He blasts this one down the ground. I think this has gone all the way. They'll probably check it. And yeah, it's just a good strike down the ground. Where does it bounce?
Yeah, it definitely matters. Well, come
easily
on,
6.
Got to trust the fielders, don't you?
Yeah, looked 6 to me, but worth a second look. There's a bit of a mixture of shadow and sunlight on the ground, so it can be a bit tough to pick the ball up sometimes. It's hit pretty hard as well. This will be one bouncer down to
you and I
fielder.
are Australian, and when we beat the Kiwis, it means a lot. Now, for the Scots to beat the English, is that one of the biggest rivalry wins you can have?
If I take you back 1,000 years, There's a lot.
There's a lot
gone
under
on
the
over
water
time.
here.
There's a lot. So I think it's
It's up there, isn't
a
it?
friendly but intense rivalry. I'll put it that way.
Yeah,
if it
okay.
can be such a thing.
Well said.
It's Curry trying to finish things off. Scoreboard must have fallen behind here.
I think for the Spanish, it's the Portuguese are our. But where are they, Conrad?
They'll be here on Thursday.
Yeah, he did message me.
And you probably know this already, but Awarush, they have qualified for the ECL. They have won the Portuguese trophy over the weekend. So that means we'll get to see Conrad, etc. for the ECL in 2023.
Well, brilliant. Of course we will. But what a brilliant game from Scotland here. Congratulations to them. They've been very effective. And England, maybe not their greatest first day, but they'll come back strong.
Another full toss. This is where you normally have your straight fielder, Corey, but there's nobody home at the moment, and that will go for 4.
What was the thoughts on my sort of the field settings and the straight fielder and being a bit different? Was it talked about too much, Vinny?
Yeah, well, it's just something we're kind of used to from you guys now, that you have that strength, that Southern Cross field, which has the straight hit and the long on long off pushed a bit wider.
Players are so good at hitting it straight.
It's so instinctive to hit straight because you're just trained. It's in your DNA that you think it's safe. So I don't think, even if you know there's a guy there, I think it's very hard to change a game. This is on a length. It's hit very, very high. Well, good luck catching this, but you know what? It's been Scotland's game, and that's a very, very good catch that is taken there in the square leg position. And Scotland, they can be very, very happy with their efforts. With 1 ball remaining, it is 86 for 7.
Well, a lot of credit to Scotland as well, because they lost to the Dutch this morning and they would have been mighty, mighty disappointed with it. But they've come back here, they've put the runs on the board, I should say, and they've bowled really well. They've been clever with their changes of pace, the spin of Hogarth again, and they're going to walk away pretty comprehensive victors in this one.
Yeah, it was a very, very nice catch by Uze Shah. I think he had a pretty good game. Remember, he eventually removed Captain Dan Lincoln, which he just felt was the kind of last piece of the Stonehenge to knock over.
You will not have another day where Lincoln, Bevan and Ward don't all click, or one of them. It's just been one of those days. And let's be honest, they didn't get to play in the group stages, so maybe just catching up a little bit.
Yeah, no doubt. But has created quite the narrative on day 1. Last ball coming up, it's a swing and a miss, and England 11 end up hitting 86 against Scotland 11, and Scotland have their first points of Championship Week. The final score in match 4, it's Scotland 11, 118, England 11, 86. The margin of victory is 32 runs, and what a good performance by Scotland. They have announced their arrival here in the Championship Week of the ECC.
Yeah, big win for the Scots. They come back well. England, not the best first day for them, but we know they will improve as the week goes on. And you can just give credit to the Scottish batting lineup and the bowlers. They executed their plans well, and they'll walk away 1-1 after their first day.
Yes, they will. And both these teams will go back to the Sunset Beach Club. There might be contrasting moods on the Matthias bus on the way home, though. England 11. Again, you know, they're very, very talented. I think you're exactly right. But there's Corey. He was fairly muted in his thoughts about his performance today. Scotland 11 did come out with a good score on the board of 118. And that was mostly due to the work of Ollie Hares. But they got Harrison Ward first ball, and after that, it never got much better, even though we saw the one-handed kind of wraparound shot at one stage. And although England were able to get a few out of the middle, it just wasn't enough, was it? In fact, they couldn't quite crack the 100 in the end.
No, absolutely. It was this band as well. Once again, Hogarth, his big Imran Tahir style celebration. Look, I'm the man. Woo, here I am. And he deserves it. He's a very special bowler. And Scotland, they took the early wickets. This was a little fumble by Kessajar, and the hands went up in the air. And that's what did cost them early on after these big sixes. But overall, the Scots held their nerves, and even though there was the odd big six, they picked up wickets regularly.
Yeah, they sure did. And I think that Jarvis was absolutely outstanding, wasn't he, for Scotland? He just kept on performing. Lincoln, okay, had the life already, but his luck ran out. A good catch by a Garden who had to track that one off the bat. We saw a remarkable reverse Malachi here that ended up going for 4. And ultimately, when it came down to it, that rate just kept on climbing. England 11 just couldn't get anyone there for any decent length of time to try and move the needle. They hung in for probably a bit longer than I would have thought. But ultimately, they went down swinging, losing 7 wickets on their way to 86. And look, England 11, they'll be back tomorrow. Don't forget, they've got some testing matches. I mean, they all are. They play Italy in their first match tomorrow. They play the Netherlands 11 in their second match tomorrow. For Scotland, they'll play the Dutch in the morning, and they will play Spain, you guys, in match 8. But when it was all said and done, 32 runs was the difference between Scotland and England in this one, and the defending champions walk away from opening day without a point to their name. Let's have a look at what's coming up, and we're starting in 20 minutes time. It is match 5 between Italy and the Netherlands 11. Italy winning the toss, electing to bat first. I think both teams probably wanted to bat first and defend. So Italy, let's see if their batting clicks. Rajmani missed out this morning. I'm sure he'd like to go a bit big. Belgium wasn't quite himself either in that innings against Spain earlier in the day. Gujar, he is my one to watch. He was absolutely smoking them in that game in match 3, and he is a guy I think you can keep your eye on. Also, see if Jagmeet comes back. He didn't really bowl as well as we saw last week. Netherlands 11, plenty to watch, including Clayton Floyd at the top of the order, and Rasul coming in at number 3 for the Dutch. Let's have a look at the scorecards. And I can tell you that Dan Lincoln opened up 23 for him, but he wasn't quite himself, gave a chance. Eventually he was caught off the bowling of Uzair Shah. Apart from that, Callis with 16, Rishton 14, Keast 14 and Pearce 12 not out. Got to double figures, but yeah, the fact that the top 3 didn't click for both games today, it meant that England 11 weren't able to put a competitive score on the board. And that was when they were susceptible last year. It's when the top 3 didn't hurt you. Just looking at the bowling figures, and you can see a lot of good performers there. Okay, Uzair Shah went for a few, but I think he also bowled pretty well, creating chances. Jack Jarvis, for me, though, the best of the bowlers, 3 for 9 off his 2 overs. And there were 2 wickets for Curry as well, who went top and tails, and I think he bowled very well. Even Ali Evans did take a wicket, but he only conceded 14 wickets for Hogarth and Uzair Shah in there, completing the 7 wickets, which were picked up by Scotland in that innings. We'll have a quick break. When we return, it will be the night match. Time to flick the switch. It's been action-packed, and there's still plenty more to come on opening day of Championship Week. It'll be Italy versus Netherlands 11 in Game 5. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Ruckers. Hope you are enjoying the first day of this outstanding gala of cricket. We'll be back shortly with the last match of Day 1 in Championship Week of this European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, as we are about to flick the switch into the night game. It's match 5 of opening day here on Championship Week, and we are going to see Italy taking on the Netherlands 11 in the final match of the night. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming is out in the middle, and he's with the 2 captains.
Okay, so report. Tails. Tails is called. It is heads. Yeah, bat first.
So I can tell you news from the toss is Baljit Singh of Italy has won the toss and he has elected to bat first. I think both teams probably wanted to get runs on the board here in match 5. I've got to say it's been a great crowd, a bumper crowd today. They've seen Spain defeat England earlier in the day. They've seen a lot of entertainment. I just think the crowds, they're going to get bigger and bigger. A lot of coverage for this tournament as well locally in Spain because of that match this morning. So let's go up to the commentary box, and here's a very happy Spanish coach, Corey Ruckers, that will take you through the first part of this one. In match 5, the news from the toss is that Italy, they've won the toss. They're going to bat first. It's over to you, Corey Ruckers.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. Welcome back, everyone around the world. It's night time. Well, it's almost night time as the sun starts to go behind the mountains and the clouds, and we get ready for the last match of day 1 in Championship Week. And what a day it's been. Pretty exciting cricket, high calibre players. There's still one more game to go here in the beautiful Kardama Oval. You can see their gorgeous part of the world. Some players there leaving. I'm sure they've all had a fantastic day playing in front of their family and friends, but we've got one more contest, and basically every contest this week is going to be an absolute stormer. Italy versus Netherlands 11. This Dutch team with huge pedigree, some really big players. They've played some massive nations this year, the Netherlands, and now they come up against the Italians, who, in their own right, Italy have had a big year as well in 50-over cricket, T20s, and they've done very well as well. We look at the lineups: Rajmani Sandhu, Amir Sharif, Baljit Singh, and Umar Gujar. That is a destructive top 4. You had in Kalagegame, Fernando, Ahmed Anik. It's a great top 7. And then you look at the Netherlands 11, almost identical. That top 7, Sikander Zulfikar, I'll say right now, coming in at 8 is a joke. To have him coming in at 8 is phenomenal. And it's going to be a tie. So you might as well turn it off, come turn on the TV a little bit later, because in 2 hours' time it's going to be a tie. That is what the golden ball, well, that is what the robot says. Is Vinny Sandu has a laugh next to me. The sun going down, sorry. The big thing about this is playing under lights as well. Who will adjust a bit better? Some teams struggle a little bit, some teams embrace it. So looking forward to seeing how that goes. Rajmani Sandhu and Amir Sharif, they're going to be facing some serious bowling here. Ryan Klein looks like he's got the new ball in hand. Played against the West Indies and New Zealand this year. So super exciting, this game. Welcome back all our network partners around the world. I hope you're all doing well out there. Everyone on the chat, welcome back, and everyone in India via fan code. Special mention, good luck for your fantasy 11 teams, your Dream 11 squads. This should be a good game of cricket. I'm looking forward to it. And good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, Vinny Sandu. Vinny?
Rushed up here just in time to see golden ball predicted by the robot. I mean, we've obviously done a lot of cricket on the European Cricket Network. I honestly don't think I've ever seen a game or a day of such intense cricket wall to wall. There's been no time to even breathe. The top 5 teams in Europe. I just see the depth and I see the excitement in this Championship Week, and I'm excited. And here's Ryan Klein, still struggling a little bit with a few injuries, but he will be opening up here. Let's go. It's match number 5. And Rajmani pushes away. Throw off balance, air-mailed in, but it will be the first run of this cricket match. Rajmani ran himself out this morning off a shot that was hit pretty hard, and he just is over-committed. He's a very talented batter. Of course, Italy playing at the other end from the end that they played at in week 4, as are Netherlands 11 for that matter, because they won week 2 in Group B. Klein to Amir Sharif. Goes short, tests him out, and that will be the one bouncer for the over. And you can see it's Klein. He's a pretty strong guy. I know he's been struggling physically for a little while now. And he was just telling me he plans just to kind of go back into training, try and get his body right, probably have an extended break for a couple of months, maybe come back in January. Wow, there's a proper beamer. And Sharif, now he probably thinks of hitting it, and then he thinks he wants to live. So he has to duck, and let's just check this out on the replay. I know there's a big apology from Klein. I know that there's nothing intended there, but wow. I don't know how old Sharif is off the top of my head, but I know his whole life just flashed before his eyes. A free hit coming up, and it's not even Sharif that gets to cash it in, because Rajmani will be facing up. No ball plus a bye. Pretty good effort from the keeper to stop that, in fact. Now, this is in the air, but it won't be out because it's a free hit. Horn in the throw. Sebastian Pratt takes the catch. Rath Alphonse into the side. We saw the Netherlands do this before as well. They were kind of able to split their wicket-keeping duties a little bit. So Asad Zulfikar was in that position earlier, but Rath Alphonse is in the side and behind the stumps for the Netherlands 11 in this game. This one to be a wide as well. So, yeah, I think that's probably a good call. I know it sounds harsh, but I don't think the whole ball is inside the tram line. But Corey Ruckers, I know, just gave him a few moments to have his dinner. He's just opened the trick jelly beans, and looks like he's going to smash some of those, which I don't think is a great idea. Well, have a look at this. Corey has decided he wants to get into the jelly beans with no real thought. Okay, that's blueberry or pepper you're about to have. Yeah, this is the thing. They're not real jelly beans, Corey. No, you can't say that. What are you doing? That's another wide for Klein. And look, here's the thing. Klein's saying he's moved a bit, but I don't think he's moved that much, and really, look, he doesn't move before the ball's bowled, so it's definitely wide. The line doesn't even move for that. Any movements that you make after the ball's bowled are not taken into account by the umpire in this form of the game. I just still can't believe Corey's eating the novelty jelly beans that we were actually saving for the crowd to maybe have a bit of fun with. But anyway.
One more drop ball here.
What? I'm going to give you some flavours, and you can tell me what you think you ate. Was it pepper, ginger, chili, onion, or bacon?
I had a pepper bacon combo, and it wasn't great. It was missing some egg. Anyway, back to it.
Anyway, Klein trying to finish this over. This is elevated by Rajmani out of the ground, and Maximo. That one's across the road. And Rajmani, when he's on, he's very, very good at lifting it over the offside. So welcome back, Corey Ruckers. And after one over, the score is 13 without loss.
Yeah, thanks for welcoming me back. Just as I had a quick bite for dinner. Good start for the Italians. Klein missing his line and length a couple of times that over. And he's a very good bowler, Ryan Klein. But this T10 format can be pretty unforgiving.
It sure can. Well, it's a great opportunity for people to ask us some questions. I actually did an Instagram live earlier in the day, and that was pretty fun. But yeah, if you'd like to send us some questions, we'll try and read them out. It is the last game of the day. We do like to play a bit of hashtag random questions. Can be about cricket, doesn't have to be. And you can also follow us on social media at European Cricket. So I'll be checking my Instagram, my Twitter, and my Facebook, and seeing if we can answer a few questions during the last game of the day. Here's Sebastian Braat, the Dutch captain. He's going to bowl over number 2.
And nice to see him with the new ball as well. Sometimes he just saves himself for the death.
Pitch is up. Sharif drives and gets a single. Both these teams, I think, wanted to bat first. Do you think it's significant that Italy do get to bat first? Slightly more natural light, I suppose, at the moment, but we haven't seen the lights affecting things too much.
I personally don't think there's too much of an issue. I've seen teams make big chases under the lights and also defend low scores under lights, so I don't think it matters too much.
Hassan Ali and Kingma competing for camera time there.
Yeah, there's two very good characters of European cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, so Kingma's not in the 11 here. You probably noticed that already. So again, he was just struggling with a couple of little physical issues, so I think maybe they've made the decision that he'll just play the one match a day. I suppose they'll take it as it comes.
Who's that, sorry?
Viv Kingma.
Okay, yeah, he's still struggling in it a little bit, isn't he?
So we saw Klein bowl in the first over, now Braat. Ankled in. Yeah, with Kingma, he's the kind of guy, you know, that he's just capable of an explosion during the week. Explosion of pace, and you certainly want him climbing into his best form.
Yeah, you want to see him at the top of the hill, at the top of the height of that he can be as a bowler.
Yeah, and obviously you want to make sure he's basically hitting his stride at the right time. Now another full toss here.
Oh, that must have been close. That must have been really close.
Yeah. So check this one out. Maybe just below the waist, but I mean you're asking for trouble if you're bowling full tosses this high.
It's been a good over from Sebastian Bratt anyway, even though there's been the odd full toss. Hasn't gone for many runs. Sharif hasn't got going yet.
It's better from Bratt though. And so just one more ball for Bratt to get out of this over. It's the over Netherlands never needed, I think. To try and bring the back to evens maybe. Last ball coming up. Oh. Wow. Well, Beamertown, USA. What is going on here? And now they could have maybe got an overthrow. They won't. Rajmani runs through. That's two huge ones.
But both at Sharif. I tell you what, Amir Sharif, who's playing the Netherlands, thinking I'm coming up against a good bowling attack. Right now,
and they're not even beamers you can swing at because he's just so worried about getting his head knocked off. And Bratt looks down at his hands, says, sorry about that.
The last thing you think you're going to come up against a good bowling attack is beamers as well.
100%.
He's had 2 in 11 balls.
And that's twice that Sharif runs a by and so he doesn't even get the free hit. Rajmani is saying, okay, I'll have another one. And he smacks it high and he smacks it long out of the ground. Maximo!
Whoa.
That was large from Rajmani. And after 2 overs, Italy are 25 without loss.
Yeah, the swing of his bat flow here is phenomenal. What a shot that was from Rajmani. 25 for Fernando after 2. And that boundary does make it a decent over for the Italians. Looks like Ryan Klein will finish the power play. But poor old Amir Sharif, he might be thinking, why don't the Dutch like him?
Let's have a look at the table. Well, Corey keeps applauding this table every time it comes up on the screen.
Can we just call the rest of the comp off? I hope it rains for the rest of the week and we don't get one more ball.
I hate to knock you down a peg, but that's exactly what Netherlands 11 will do. If they win this game, they will go to the top. This is in the air, and this is smashed. Well, Sharif, he's had a couple of near-death experiences in the power play, but now he drives on the up and he gets 6. Maximo time.
Tell you what, that is an amazing shot. That's a length ball, 4th stump, and he just swats it over wide extra cover for a big Maximo.
So, let's see what Klein goes back to. Interestingly, they are bowling him 2 overs and they're bowling him out straight away, probably while he's warm. Goes short, Sharif's waiting for it, he pumps it for 6. Maximo back to back as Sharif rolls the dice, comes up double 6s.
Yeah, nice shot. It's short, it's into him this time and he picks it. And Sharif, he gets himself going back-to-back 6s. This Italian team is crazy dangerous. When we played them earlier, we were counting the amount of dot balls and the amount of 6s. It was either 6 or a dot ball. It was just crazy.
Gotta love it. Pound for pound, the best cricket entertainment you will find on the planet here on ECN. Slower bounce this time and he gets it wrong, but he's going to get lucky. And it's quite amazing in the power play when you normally see heaps of infielders. You kind of need 7 infielders, but the thing is, there are only 2 of them on the leg side. And that one fell safely.
Yeah, gets a little bit of luck. Brave bowling from Klein, who goes slow into the pitch. So Sandhu back on strike now. Oh, he missed out there. He loves trying to go over the offside. He just swung himself off his feet a little bit. So 38 for none at the moment off 2.4. Good power play for Italy. They've still got a lot of batting to come. We know how destructive they can be.
Klein, a couple to finish his over. Rajmani takes him leg side. It'll just be 1.
Yep, just the single.
Lovely, Ryan.
So, I mean, for these 2 players, Sharif and Sandhu, what a great opportunity to test themselves against someone who was up against the Windies and up against New Zealand this year. Ryan Klein, good bowling pedigree, unlucky not to make the World Cup squad, and a really lovely man as well, Ryan.
Yeah, lovely guy. This is driven and it's going to pass by the 3, goes for 4. Proper cricketing shot that time from Sharif, ends the power play 43 without loss.
Fabulous shot, Fabulous, fabulous shot from Sharif. That's not the worst ball. Bang, that's on a decent length, and these Italians have so much talent. You just have to wonder, this group, this week, honestly, every game feels like it's a flip of a coin.
Yeah, well, that over goes for plenty, as there were 43 off the power play. The over scores were 13, 12, and 18. Oh, well, Dan Weston, ECN founder, had a word to me as I was on my way up to the box. He had a very simple question. Which team's going to miss out here on Thursday night? We have to say goodbye to the bottom
one's safe
team.
yet. We're not even safe yet. We might have won 2, but this is going to go down to the wire.
I think it helps you guys, Spain, that you've beaten England 11. I think that they are a team which I think...
Scotland looked good. Netherlands looked good. Italy looked good.
Yeah.
Championship week, baby.
I think it is the most intense day of cricket we've ever had to this point. Maybe finals day last year on the ECC as well. But yeah, crazy stuff. Anyway, here's a guy, Clayton Floyd. He's taken a boatload of wickets in this tournament. It's bowling Rajmani, and he knocks him over first ball. He just slides in a slightly quicker ball, I think quicker than Rajmani was expecting anyway. And well, Raj went large, but now he's going to have to go for 17. Floyd with the immediate make through and spin to win as the fourth over starts with the wickets. 43 for 1.
What a nut this is. It's a quick Yorker, and he couldn't have landed that any better. This is why Clayton Floyd's so good. He bowled unbelievably against New Zealand this year when he used the new ball against players like Martin Gapdal and Finn Allen. Right now, he just comes in and goes, well, they're going at 15 and over. I might just bowl a Yorker.
Yeah,
it's so talented.
Yeah, I love the way Floyd mixes his pace and his length and his variations. And Rajmani just gets caught on the hop there. He kind of left his feet out there, trusting himself to hit the ball, but that one just slipped under the mat. But a decent power play. I think Rajmani does his job as he departs. It's 43 for 1.
Yep, 43 for 1. 17 of 9. Good innings. Sometimes you have to tip your hat to the bowling and say, well bowled. Does bring out the Italian captain, Baljit Singh, and he's a man with plenty of talent. And
yeah, he just seemed a bit off, though. I mean, what did you think? Did you pay close attention to his innings this morning? Or?
Oh, yeah, because he was just trying to overhit it.
Yeah.
So Tiff was bowling these sort of rolling off cutters, and he was trying to hit it way too far when he times the ball. And
he just lost his shape. That's probably how I describe it. He lost his batting shape. But then he seemed to click a little bit, and he batted himself out of that hole slightly. Then he got out towards the end of the innings. But there's one checked straight drive that he absolutely whacked into the side screen. But he's got a bit of a handful here with Clayton Floyd. That one just
a wide?
Too far.
Maybe just a wide?
Just a little bit of a wide.
Yeah, when Floyd bowls this side of the wicket, what he tries to do is bowl it very slow and very wide of off stump. Like that. And then he asks players to try and drag it across, and it's not easy to do.
And you can see why Rajmani got surprised by that first Yorker, because Floyd can also kind of toss it up and tempt you.
Yep. Absolutely. He's a clever bowler, Floyd. He was the MVP last year. Can he get 2 watches? You never know.
Got 2 arms. It's a bit wide as well. He knows it. But he says definite plan for him not to get too straight.
Well, you can't right-hander. You can't really get too straight with this. He's trying to land it probably on 5th stump and take it away from there. Like that.
Yeah, he will. And the task has been set for the field up. He does very well out there. And that's Oliver Ellenbass that does the fielding.
Yeah, it's clever bowling because they've actually got 3 men on the leg side. Deep mid on, deep mid wicket, deep square. No one in the ring, no 45, but not easy to sweep this. And that's what he does. It's like a slow, loopy ball on 5th stump, taking it away. Realistically, you're actually better trying to whack it over cover, but that's a very difficult shot in its own right.
It gets such good bounce. It's a really hard shot to play. Wow, Belcher gets lucky. A little bit of... The more things change, the more they stay the same, and this one could have easily gone down onto the stumps.
Yeah, absolutely. He gets that under edge that does go away. It'll be interesting to see how Sharif tries to play it. He might try to go over the offside, but what a start from Floydie. Once again, I love watching him bowl. He was very unlucky not to be at the World Cup also.
Tossed up, and well, Sharif has the answer, and he launches this one onto the roof of the tents. Maximo Oh, in the end, they get something out of the Floyd over. It goes for 11, and that brings up the 50 as well for Italia. They are 54 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, what a shot. What a shot. That was not easy to do. We were saying difficult man to sweep with the bounce and the spin, but he backed himself, Sharif, and he got it. Italy going at 13.5, 54 for 1. I think they're the happier of the two sides just.
Yeah, they must be. That's a pretty good blow to finish the over. Because it's always frustrating if you can't get a boundary in over. That'll just steady them slightly. Say a quick hello to the Zurich Lions Cricket Club. We're watching from Switzerland. It's nice to have so many people messaging me from around the world. I'm just going to go check my Instagram inbox. This is the one time, as you say, Corey, in the last game of the day, you can slide into our DMs and we don't mind.
Yeah, I love it.
Hey, let's go Boldwell, who didn't dash yet. 17-year-old left arm spinner. This one's a bit of a half track and it might bring a wicket, and it does. So Baljit just not on opening day here. Again, I guess it's a new ball of new bowler, so maybe you don't have the pace, but Nasha even shakes his head saying, I'm a little bit lucky to get away with that one. And Italy lose their captain for just 2. But I suppose at least more time for somebody else. The score is 54 for 2.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you get your wickets. I think Udit Nashir will be a little bit sheepish. It wasn't his best ball, and you can see there, but sometimes it just goes your way. And, well, the captain, you're right, Baljit Singh didn't look his flowing best today, so he will have to go. And another wicket for the Dutch. It does bring in, well, the dangerous man, Gujar. He batted beautifully earlier, didn't he, Vinny?
Yeah, he really did. He was on. And it just seems to me, the longer that this tournament goes, the better Gujar is getting.
The way he hit some of our Spanish bowling earlier today, off a good length, was phenomenal. Now, I just said to the guys afterwards that sometimes you got to tip your hat to them and go, well batted. He's so strong as well if he gets going.
So, here's Gujar. Goes back, and I even like the way he's been a bit selective, about what he's gone after. Sometimes after a couple of sixes, he'll just push one for one, regain his composure. I think he wants to bat for a long time, not just a good time.
Yep.
This is another ball. It's a little bit short. And Gujar doesn't want to go after it just yet. Takes the single.
Yeah, so Netherlands love operating with his arm off spin. Coming on this side of the wicket that you don't usually see over the wicket. Usually left arm off, he's come around and they just angled it across and really slow.
Wow, this is a lucky one. It's just an edge. It's going to fly over the keeper, but that's Shiraz Rasool, who's into the lineup here for the Netherlands for the first time. Comes into the action and keeps it to 1.
Just the 1 run this time. Gujar back on strike.
Leans on this outside the off stump. Gujar, I feel like he's just biding his time at the moment. I think, yeah, the battle of the Dutch spin versus Gujar will be a real feature of this innings.
Yep, they've still got plenty of batting to come, Italy. Good over, though, from Nashir. Only going for 3. Sensational from the young man.
Yeah, tries to go leg side. He likes it. Well, he likes it, Ratha, and normally the keeper has a very good view of these, and you can see that he's walking. So I believe this one's probably been referred, but Ratha has got his man, and it's a big wicket, Sharif. Just went the slog sweep, and you shouldn't really be out of your crease if you're playing this shot.
Well, I think it's an underneath edge bin.
Oh, it's been given caught behind. Okay, that makes more sense now. Well, that would make sense because he does fumble it. And in fact, yeah, it's not a stumping at all. Batter was blocking my view, but yeah, that's a very, very good catch from Alphonse in that instance. And yeah, Amir has to walk. Excellent wicket keeping, and that also finishes the 5th over. It's 57 for 3.
Yeah, good bowling from Nashir as well. He picks up 2 wickets in his first over. And Netherlands, well, they wrestle back the momentum of this game, and they're slightly ahead for me now.
Yeah, Sharif went the slog sweep. Yeah, originally thought it was, because of the fumble, it looked like he was taking the bails. So that's why I immediately thought that was the situation there. But we are flicking the switch. It's the night match now. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Ruckers. Okay, obviously huge day. Spain winning both of their games. You know, it's just the first step of a long journey. But out there, these two teams also very, very capable. In fact, all 5 teams in Championship Week, they are the cream of the crop. And it's hard to know even who will make the finals day, never mind who will raise the trophy at this stage.
Yeah, and it'll come down to moments and who has better moments. But yeah, all 5 teams have pretty serious cricket pedigree, it seems. It's pushed into the offside. Well, this could be a tight one with the direct hit. No, he'll make it in the end. You know what one thing is that with this tactic, so now you've got Sakib bowling his leg spin, is you need left-handers to bat against this tactic of the left arm offies to stop them from being able to just do that. And that's why having left-handers in your middle order is crucial.
It's very baseball-like, actually, sometimes to pick your team based on what kind of pitches or what kind of bowling you'll be receiving. And yeah, I think if you have all right-handers, it is tough. Sakib, good bowler. This one's the wrong one, I think, and it goes miles in the air. And, well, this is Naqvi who's come out, and he was listed at 9 originally. He's the guy that absolutely smokes it, and he gets off the mark with a 6.
What a shot first ball. That is amazing. He was listed at 9, and he just comes out up the order.
He's opened the batting before. Of course, he plays his cricket for Fresh Tropical, where he opens the batting with Amir Sharif. So they get one Fresh Tropical player against another. This is another 6, or is it? No, it's not. It's going to go down, and it's going to go straight down the throat of the fielder. Well, it's hard to believe. I mean, he hit the hard one for 6. He mishit the easier one. But this is the thing with Sakib Zulfikar. He will keep you guessing. And
I'm seeing nice double moment.
You're seeing double. I'm seeing triple, even though Asad Zulfikar's not in the side. So it will be caught by one Zulfikar, bowled another, and, well, 6 and out for Naqvi.
Yeah, 6 and out. They obviously sent him up there just to get on with it, and he does his best. They're striking at 300, and he'll have to go. At least he didn't waste too many deliveries. Plenty of batting in this Italian lineup as Anik Ahmed looks like he's coming next. And Vinny, where that trophy is sitting, that will get hit eventually.
Yeah, and we were worried it might get hit by somebody who is not too happy about being out, maybe with a bat instead of a ball, but hopefully not. But look, Naqvi, yeah, he's no tail ender. I mean, he's a guy that could quite easily open the batting. They have opened him in this series before, but I think they just have a deep lineup. So they try Naqvi. He'll be annoyed because, like I said, he hit the hard one and he missed the easy one. He goes for 6. The score is 64 for 4.
Yeah, just trying to drag it to the leg side when it was more outside the off stump. So, well, this game, up and down, topsy-turvy. Still think Netherlands are probably slightly ahead. One of these two need to get themselves in and going quite a rate straight away. The Dutch batting lineup as well, we have to touch on, extremely dangerous. Sikander Zulfikar's at 8. That's a remarkably deep batting lineup.
Yeah, Sakib, he's just a tough guy to face. I can just tell he'd be annoying to face because you're never quite sure how much it's going to spin and which way it's going to spin. And, well, case in point, this one, it should be 2 in 2, and it will be. Anik Ahmed comes out, and he doesn't wait around. He attacks the spin of Sakib straight away. Now, he is the next victim, and Italy just losing their way through the middle overs now, 64 for 5.
Well, this is how Italy plays. It doesn't matter if it's their first ball. It doesn't matter the situation. They will try and hit a lot of 6s. And that's his first ball. Does it give himself a sider? That's an almost impossible shot to play, and he's going to cost the ultimate price.
Yeah, nice catch taken. Simple catch taken, really. Out there by Ryan Klein. And, well, been a while since we had a hat-trick. But we had a lot of them. And guess what? Monday night cricket equals hat-tricks. This is the game where we saw 2 hat-tricks in an innings last week from 2 different bowlers. That was Germany that pulled that off. Anik Ahmed, unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to get enough bat on that. At 64 for 5.
Yeah, so he's on a hat-trick here. He's got every opportunity.
Really beautiful time of day here as well. Maybe we'll get some shots of the sky in a second as well. Is the natural light just fading? So slip in for the hat-trick ball and brought Rasul into that position. Here we go. Well, it's hit hard, and, well, it's about as close as you can get. But in the ECN, this is what you do with a hat-trick ball. You pump it for 6. Fernando goes Maximo, and suddenly, instead of a hat-trick, there's going to be 6 runs.
Well, if anyone's tuning in to the ECN for the first time, this is what I'm talking about. Italy don't mind if they lose a wicket. They're just trying to hit 6s. The amount of players that can come in and hit their first ball for 6 is remarkable. That's a great shot. What a funny old over this has been.
Sure has. We're 13 now with the ball remaining.
2 for 13 on 5 balls.
Yeah, well bowled. Good length. Lured him forward, but, I mean, to Fernando's credit, he stays in his crease. It'll be the end of the over. Little column A, little column B. After 6 overs, it is 70 for 5.
I'd love to know what column C is. Vinny, those dark clouds aren't going to start to roll over, are they? Because I do remember a similar night where we didn't know it was going to rain. It rained, and we got drenched in the comm box. I am a little bit nervous.
Yeah, well, that's because the wind wasn't against us on that occasion. But we'll get a shot of them in a moment. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. You can see 2 for 3. Nashiat was great. I think he'll come back now. Saqib Zulfikar, that is 2 for 13 as well. The other hit Floyd. Clyde bowled out early. 30 came off his bowling in the power play. So Gujar's still there. He's been biding his time. I think his time is now, and he does go after it, and he hits it, and he hits it really well. Maximo, his fairy tale opening to championship week continues.
Well, this is how you play this tactic of coming over the wicket and bowling it wide. Hit it over cover. It's not an easy shot, but you've got to back your ability to go with the angle, and that's exactly what he does. Lovely shot, and this dangerous Italian batting lineup never ceases to believe. They just keep on going.
Shorter, and Gujar wanted to charge and had to check his shot. Just gets one. So yeah, it was, for me, it's always about the Dutch spinners and how the batters handle them. Obviously, they've got some very good pace bowlers as well, but I just feel like this middle of the innings, it's spin heavy, isn't it?
Yeah.
From holding it to the heart of the innings.
And what about the Dutch batting? I mean, this morning they showed they're more than capable of hitting some really big scores.
This is hit, and it's hit pretty hard, and it's dealt with by Crawley. Keeps it to a single.
You do have to love the Italian sort of way. It does it. It's a. I shouldn't say it's a little bit like Belgium. They're their own team, but it's that sort of free-flowing play, irrespective of the wickets column. Let's just get on with it. It is nice to watch.
Tossed up, and that one just drops out of the sky on Gujar.
Might be.
Dot ball.
I mean, there's still plenty of time left to get this score right up. It's just the wickets. If they were to lose 2 more,
117 pace. Okay, this one's a little bit short, and Gujar is going to go the same way. Well, again, just slightly misjudges this, and you got to say that's a couple of balls that probably potentially could have been hit for 6 that have now resulted in wickets, but that's the margin of error we're talking about. Very, very small margin of error when you're trying to time a cricket ball, and Gujar is going to have to go for just 10, and Italy lose a key man. It's 78 for 6.
Yeah, 78 for 6, and well, it'll be disappointing to go. He got a good piece of it, but he picked out the man on the rope. That's how they play. Another wicket goes down. You sort of feel now with Gujar going, Netherlands, they're pretty well ahead in this game.
So, disappointment for Umar Gujar. He hit most things in the middle of the bat, except that one as he goes. Italy 78 for 6. Yeah, so their run rate, I don't think they're too worried about that, but the fact they've lost 6 wickets in almost 7 overs does become a bit of a concern. But this guy is no tail ender. Christian Kalagamage, regularly he bats 5. He finds himself down at 8 in this game. He's certainly a guy that can be very, very good.
Yep, you're absolutely right. So, still more batting, but you got to wonder now. If they do lose another wicket or 2, if they do lose a wicket or 2, do they need to, well, maybe just be a little bit more careful?
Last ball for Nashiat. He has 3 wickets, and Kalagamage will get off the mark. A meaningless throw from Nashiat, but we'll let him have that because he has made a significant contribution. After 7 overs, it is 79 for 6.
Yeah, good bowling from Nashiat. Really good figures, 3 for 12, and well, the tactic worked for him. And these are our social medias. If you do want to get any questions in the evening game, you can message us on Instagram, Twitter or Facebook. Mr. Maximo with 5 O's. The 6th is for cricket, or myself on Instagram is good. CRuckers_28.
It is random question time, so you can throw us a few anytime you like. We do love to hear what you've got to say, and the response has been quite incredible, to be honest. And I've really enjoyed the fact that so many people from all around the world are getting in touch to say that they are enjoying this new brand of cricket, ECN cricket, live from the Cardiff Oval on the Costa del Sol in Spain. Starting you over, it's Floyd, and he'll be hoping to keep things quiet. So from here, they're on about 113 pace before this over. Could go one way or the other. The way you're feeling, though, is that Netherlands have just got this game in control.
Yeah, I think they do. It's 11 and over. That would get them to around that 110. I think the Dutch would be pretty happy chasing that as Floyd comes again. It's that wide ball. This time it is a wide. Yeah, he is really spitting it outside that off stump. And you can see it's a good tactic. It's worked for the Netherlands throughout the group stages. They haven't lost a game just yet. And it's not easy to play that. It's not easy to play that. I think a good tactic. You could even bat outside off stump here and just
Like challenge him to try and go at the stumps?
Yeah, you could. You could take that risk. There's plenty of ways, and then he might try hit it at the stump, bowl it at the stumps, and you can try hit it away, or that means he might, when he does this, have to bowl it off the pitch.
Yeah, but you can't ever go past the return crease. That's a hard line. So it's a limit to where you can move it.
So he moves across, exactly what we say, and he gets it. Well, nice shot from Fernando. Italy, they won't die wondering. A big 6 and a much-needed boundary.
Yeah, they certainly could use that, and they will take it. And you can see Italy still fighting on. They've got a deep batting order. They've needed it in this innings.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They do need it. They're going to need every wicket at the moment. How will Floyd respond? Well, he tries it. It's sort of this flicker ball that comes out the front of his hand, and it's missed time and just be a single. It's Kalagigame back on strike. So 2 balls left for Floyd here. Slow and a toe on, so he has to go, and it was slow, it was wide, and he just toes it off his end of his bat, and he has to go.
Yeah, well, we've seen this happen a couple of times. First we see the little caught behind, it's thrown away by Alphonse. Let's just say it's lucky that Kalagumage had the helmet on, because I think that when it came down and gravity did its bit, it wasn't a very good ending for Kalagumage. Bit of salt into the wound, and as he walks off, bang. Well, actually, I think that actually misses his helmet, gets him just in the back. But anyway, I know there's no intent there, but we have seen a keeper throwing it onto his own head. Unfortunately, Kalagumage, that one finds him. So it just wasn't a good ball for him to remember. But anyway, yeah, the good-looking rooster will have to depart, and Italy going to lose a 7th wicket now. It's 88 for 7.
Benny, have you hidden the jelly beans?
They're here. You can eat them.
Yeah, I think we might be going
Not
and getting
meant
some
to be
dessert during the
though,
break.
because that was meant to be for.
Sorry, Rico.
It was meant to be for the crowd, actually. But anyway, well done. Yeah. The rice is gone. I think it's been dragged on, and so now Floyd will get 2 in 2. We've just seen this time and time again. He won't get to have his hat trick because it is his last ball. So Italy losing their way pretty badly. These are hat trick takers this year. Unfortunately for Clayton Floyd, he won't get the opportunity to join them because his bowled his 2 overs. Let's have a look what happens here. Hassan Ali comes out, a little inside edge onto the stumps. So Floyd finishes with 3 for 20, another 3 for Clayton. And after 8 overs, it's all the 8s. It's 88 for 8 after 8, and that doesn't spell really good equation.
I get it
for
now.
Italy.
So it's 5 good flavours and 5 bad flavours.
Yeah.
So I just had
Finally.
2 good ones in a row, so I'm pretty happy.
Okay, well, keep eating them. So make sure that you keep quiet over there while you're eating those jelly beans. Here's Jagmeet Singh coming out at number 10. Again, it's not really a tail ender when he plays his cricket for Kings 11. He won't be facing though, because it's the start of the last over, and it's going to be blasted back past the Kansas Zulfikar for 1.
One thing about this Italian team, you don't see that often, 88 for 8 off 8.
Yeah,
But
if you were listening, instead of eating jelly beans, you would have noticed I just said that.
yeah, my apologies. Well, they don't die wondering, but at the moment they might have to think a little bit more about it. You don't want to get bowled out here. You want to make 100 at least.
Plays a length, and Jagmeet happy just to move the score along.
Yeah, see, that's good batting. You've got Fernando there who's ticking a little bit better. Down, as we mentioned, they're going to be under par with whatever they end up with. You can't see them getting to 120 here. Projected scores 105. I think they'll take that from here if they can. This Dutch batting lineup, which has Sikander Zulfikar listed at 8. Oh, that is proper good.
Yeah, it's a very, very good batting lineup. So is the Italian one, to be fair. Well, it's the top edge, go miles in the air. Well, fielder comes around, he can't quite reel it in, and what's worse, it's going to go for 4. That's Nashia, who did very well to make the ground. It just clunks off his hands, it goes the wrong way. It had a lot of top spin on it, and that's the reason it ends up going to the boundary.
Yeah, nice shot in the end because he gets all the luck. We'll just say it's a nice shot. Good effort from the young man.
There's normally Richards on that camera.
It goes for 4 in the end. I reckon there's a few clouds coming over as well. We'll have a rain in the second half.
Slow ball, goes after it, and he gets it, and he gets it good enough, I think. Yeah, well, perfect selection. Has that gone all the way?
Yeah, it's good. Did you see Boris Gourlay? He didn't move. He was protecting his head as lightning starts to come over the top as well.
Wow, I mean, look at these clouds. We've got some clear sky, but we've also got pretty imposing clouds, and we know there's the possibility
when it rains, it pours here. I'm nervous.
We're still scarred from what happened a couple of weeks ago. Good ball that time. Zulfigar beats him for bounce. So Italy have brought up the 100 while this is going on.
Yeah, when that 6 went in the air, Boris Gourlay never saw it, so he didn't move. He was protecting his head. Quite funny. But yeah, at the moment, Italy still trying their best to fight back.
I didn't actually see any lightning.
We've seen a few flashes in the right.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, well, you got the box seat there. Here's the last ball of the ninth from Zulfigar. And he gets smashed. That has gone miles. Well, that might bring lightning, because that was a lightning strike from Fernando, who goes maximo. And after 9 overs, Italy are 106 for 8.
Yeah, nice hitting from Fernando. Jagme, well done as well for getting him on strike and working a single. It's clever batting. And well, Vinny, talk to us about tomorrow.
Yeah, looking forward to tomorrow. Here's the thing. Every game's a good game in Championship Week, and it starts with Scotland versus the Netherlands 11 to open the day. Then Italy versus England. Well, we know that Italy beat England in a match last year. And then Spain versus Scotland 11. That should be a very good one. England versus the Netherlands. Well, they were my 2 picks actually for the final earlier in the weekend. But now, I don't know what to think. And then Italy-Spain playing match 10. Again, that was a very close game we saw earlier today. Join us again, 9:30 a.m. GMT, it's 11:30 Central Europe, and 3 p.m. in India. Skajar just checks the old beard.
Yeah, beard looked good.
Right now, it's 10th overtime. Sebastian Brat's going to bowl it. That was a good strike. Good over there. 18 come off the 9th. Just gets Italy back in the mix. Can they get that 120? 8 down though. This isn't going to help. Jagmeet swings and misses at the first ball.
He just had to block that. He had to block it and get a single. He did it last over, and I commended him for it. He's got to do it again and get Fernando on strike.
Yeah. Good late resurgence though. With 8 down, you don't expect a 9th over of 18. But Fernando's been very, very good. He went 4.6.6 to finish that 9th over.
Jagmeet, you got to block it and get Fernando on strike.
That's what I'll be doing here. Pretty expansive block, but we'll call it a block in ECN cricket, and he will get a single.
Yeah, technically that is a great block. And gone up to the 3rd umpire here. Sebastian Brat's gone with a cheeky little run out. You know what, Vinny? This will be closer than you think.
Wow, what's happened? Because that didn't seem like that was even close to me.
Sebastian was a quick hands. Just took it off quickly, and well, Jagmeet, he might not have slid his bat. He's a tail ender.
Yeah, so just check this one. Ooh, safe.
Yep.
And it's a bit of a bat plug, but you see the bat is in there.
Yep.
Good work by Sebastian. He's obviously got eyes in the back of his head to know that was close. Back to live action. And gone. And it's going to be Fernando that has to go. So that's 9 out now. And Italy in some real danger of getting bowled out before the 10 overs now. But Fernando certainly can't really say enough about his contribution, because he goes for 31 off just 12 balls. A good resurgence for Italy, led by that man, but he is the 9th man out. It's 107 for 9.
Yeah, great ball from Sebastian Brat. Sensational bowling. When someone's striking at above 300, you basically have to nail your Yorkers, and he does exactly that. So the Netherlands with the 9th wicket, and a good cameo though to help get his team above the 100 mark, Vinny.
Yeah, very good striking from Badusha Fernando. Plays the cricket for Padova EC. He departs. 4 Maximos to his name and a boundary.
Oh, yes. Sajith Rilligadagi.
Yeah, Rilligadagi.
Yeah, he's my man. He's 47 years old. He's one of the best keepers you'll see. You don't get to see him bat too much.
Bats 11. But you know what?
He's a weapon.
He's played a good level of cricket in Sri Lanka. He's definitely a batter.
Oh,
maybe it's just not really his game.
So excited to see
but
it.
Yeah,
number 11.
he's technically pretty decent.
Oh, yeah.
All right, 3 to come. Over to you, Sajith.
Oh, you take that.
Nothing to do with that. Don't want to give up a run at this stage.
47 or 48?
He's 47 years old, I believe.
You should watch him keep if you've just... He is a phenomenal keeper for his age.
Or any age, actually.
Yeah, very well said.
So, yeah, just looking up his batting stats. I mean, he's batting 11, but I mean, it's just because he's probably not an out-and-out power hitter. There you go. Get his first run here. Yeah, so okay, he's got 219 career runs, an average of almost 14 on ECN. Top score of 41 not out versus Kent Lanka in 2020.
Yeah, no mug.
This is for Roma CC, who we'll see at the ECL as the Italian champions. And we should be revealing the ECL groups on Friday, by the way. 2 to come. And now, I think you'd probably just take the 1 with 9
don't
out.
get run out.
So now, Rilla can really have a swing at this. And like I say, he's not an out-and-out hitter, but he has hit more 6s than 4s in his ECN career. 16 6s and 13 4s. How about this, though? He has 29 catches and 28 stumpings in ECN cricket. Just really good argue. Here we go with the last ball. And smashes it. Is it enough?
Oh, yeah.
You betcha. That's the number 11. Sending that one onto the road and into the fan zone. And oh, they love it. The 47-year-old hits his first T10 International Maximo. And Italy finished with a bang. They are going to finish 116 for 9 in the 10 overs. Italy using all of their resources. And Bratt, well, he's not that excited about it, but the Dutch will have the right of reply after the break.
Vinny, can you check for me? Did every single batsman hit a 6? Could this be a record? Because they hit a lot of 6s despite the wickets.
Okay, I'll tell you exactly how many. It wasn't every single one, but you can guess how many batters hit a 6.
8 batsmen.
It was 6 batters.
That's pretty impressive.
Six batters hit a 6. But really good argue. Just went with the line of the ball. I think Bratt gets it slightly wrong. Yeah, so in the end, Italy recover after they lost 8 wickets with 88 on the board. They do recover to score 116. And yeah, that was a good last couple of overs to get 28 off the last 2 overs when you consider they only had 2 wickets in hand. It's a very good effort. Well, the umpires were ready. Don't know if Sharif was ready to be hunted because it was a bit of a tough initiation. That was the first of 2 beamers that he got. Ryan Klein, nothing intended there. But then Bratt said, whatever you can do, Ryan, I can do better. This was even higher. And Sharif, he's wondering what he must have done to deserve this. But Italy, again, know that they are a very powerful unit. We've got to say the spin played a part as usual. You saw a very good catch at underneath edge. And that was the end of Amir Sharif. And then Naqvi, he came out. He went 6 and out. And I don't mind seeing him thrown up there. Again, they didn't really lose it because they did finish batting out the 10 overs only just. But yeah, the Dutch, they are certainly a very powerful team. One of the hot favourites this week, no doubt about it. Padusha Fernando, though, he was super important. His 4 Maximos in his 31 just got Italy back on the right track. And he had to bat under pressure because he was running out of partners, Corey.
Yeah, he's running out of partners because this dangerous Netherlands bowling lineup with this sort of slow tactic to bowl wide of off stump did pay off. There was the odd 6 in between. Italy were trying to find a way to do it and do it effectively. But overall, the Netherlands, they stuck to their guns and they took complete control of these middle overs. It wasn't until the cameo by Fernando right at the back end they got Italy back in it. Hassan Ali, he came and went trying a sweep shot with a little under edge onto the stumps. You see Musa Ahmed basically not walking in there. I'm sure he'll want to work on that. And overall, though, the Netherlands bowled pretty well until this.
I meant to tell you there was a poll in the comment section as well. Who will win the week? And the top option selected was Italy or Spain. 48%. The options were Italy or Spain, Netherlands or Scotland, England to retain or too close to call. But, well, I will tell you, it was also the first option in the poll. But when it came down to it, it was Italy who fought back. And Sajith, well, he set this one miles out of the ground, the 47-and-a-half-year-old, smacking that one. And Italy, they liked it. Why not? And only in ECN can you see number 11 come out and do this. We even saw 49 not out for a number 11 earlier in this ECN season. So they do use all of their available batters during the 10 overs. And Amir Sharif opened up. He made 27 off 16. Got a couple of headhunters, but he did survive, but he couldn't survive. Udit Nashiat, he was caught out behind very well by Ratha Alphonse. 17 for Rajmani early before he was bowled by a Yorker that surprised him. 10 for Gujar. Wasn't quite able to recapture the mojo from earlier in the day, but Fernando, super important. 31 for him off just 12 balls. And really good argue, he finished with an exclamation point, which is a 6 off the last ball of the innings. Looking at the Dutch bowlers, once again, a good variety of bowlers used. No Kingma in their lineup, so they opened up with Ryan Klein and Bratt. Ryan Klein a little bit expensive, didn't quite have his control. He took none for 30 off his 2 overs. The figures went to Nashiat, the youngster, 3 for 12 off his 2 overs. Also 3 wickets for Floyd, who only conceded 20, and Saqib Zulfikar, that is 2 for 13. Sikandar Zulfikar, slightly expensive night, going for 18 runs, and that was with 8 wickets down already. So Italy, they're the team that hit the second half of this match with a bit of momentum, I think, but the Dutch, I think they'll fancy chasing this under lights. We'll see what happens when we return in just a few minutes. Netherlands, they will be requiring 117 for a perfect first day for them. Otherwise, Italy will get their first points in this ECC Championship week. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Coy Ruckers. Hope you are enjoying Monday Night Cricket live from España. We'll be back shortly with the final innings of the day. You're watching the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Welcome back to the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. 21 nations contesting the trophy over 5 weeks, and we have the final 5 here at the moment. It's the Euros of cricket, and you are live from the Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol in Spain for the second ever edition of this tournament. In 2021, we played the inaugural version, and it was the England 11 that won, only dropping 2 games in 2 weeks on their way to the trophy over Belgium, which unfortunately have not qualified this year for Championship Week. England 11, they are back with Spain, the Netherlands 11, Scotland 11 and Italy to contest for the trophy. And England 11 certainly did not have a fairy tale return to the Cartama Oval, losing both of their matches today. Initially in match 1 against the host Team España, and then in match 4 against the old enemy Scotland 11. Right now we are watching the last match of the night, and it is Italy versus Netherlands 11. In the first half of this match, Italy, they won the toss. Their captain Baljit Singh decided to bat. They put 116 runs on the board using all 11 batters, and now the Netherlands 11 will need 117 to win the night match. Here we go, and it's the youngster Hassan Ali. What a test for him against this strong Dutch opening combination. The first one goes straight through Floyd, and it bounces before Rilagadagi, who can't deal with it. It'll be a bye to get us going. Right-hand, left-hand combination for the Netherlands here. The regular opening combination of Clayton Floyd and Musa Ahmed. Both of these guys with top-level international experience this summer. It's been quite the summer for the Netherlands, as they've had full-member touring teams visiting. And I know they've taken the opportunity to blood quite a lot of players at that level. It's great to have them involved as well in this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Musa Ahmed ready to face up. Can you sound to hear Mr. Maximo? Joining me in the commentary box is Corey Ruckers. And Corey, big chase on the cards here to finish the night.
Yeah, big chase. I think the Netherlands are slightly ahead, but let's see how it goes.
Well, Musa has had enough, and he flicks this one away, and it's going to crash into the fence, and he's off the mark. Pretty authoritative fashion. I think that's right-hand, left-hand combination. I just don't think Hassan Ali makes the adjustment there to the left-handed Musa Ahmed. Yeah,
good shot from Musa down the leg side. All he has to do is catch up with it, and he does exactly that. So 4 runs, 112 or 58. But in this T10 format, I think from what we've seen today with the scores being pretty high and pretty decent, I feel like I do think par's 125 finish. I think they're slightly under par. Can Netherlands have a good power play?
This time he goes up and over, and he hooks this effortlessly out of the ground. Maximo! Musa Ahmed 4 and 6 pickup sticks, and Hassan Ali needs to sort it out and quick. Good start for the Dutch.
Well, these two keep saying to each other they're struggling to see it, but no other teams have really complained. It doesn't look like he's struggling to see it. And it's short, and he just pulls it for 6.
I think, like I say, the teams that haven't really talked about the lights, they haven't had too many issues with the lights.
No, I mean, when you're playing shots like that, you must be able to see it all right.
Hassan Ali, very good youngster. I mean, the comparisons we talk about, Hassan Ali and Atif Mohammed, both good young left armers. Hit an awkward length. Musa drives this to the offside. Snake through for a single. That's Patricia Fernando doing the fielding. He batted very well, 31 off 12, just lifting this score to 100 and beyond for the Italians.
Yep, just the 1 run in the end. So important couple of balls coming up, especially with the next 16 balls in this game. Italy have to make sure they keep the Netherlands not too, and don't let them be too destructive in the power play. If it's too destructive, it's going to be hard to rein them back in.
Pitching outside leg stump. Sneak through for a leg bye here. Hassan throws, almost hits Floyd. It will be a leg bye. Hey, so lots of people walking.
Lots of people walking, that's good.
Lots of people walking around. Maybe they're walking and they're listening as well. I've got another Clayton watching, Clayton Spowart, who is watching all the way from Sydney, Australia, where, what time is it now? It's 4:30 in the morning. So I've had so many messages from people in Australia getting their late night ECN fix. It is so incredible to have 10 hours of live cricket a day.
Yeah.
And you can watch as much as you like. Yeah, it's a great shot from Musa Ahmed. It's more or less just a flick off the legs. Maximo. Musa looks like he's on tonight.
Musa's so good. He is so good. That's a gorgeous shot, and 17 off 4 pretty effortlessly. When Musa goes, he really goes. And just a little short arm jab. That will go away for 6 runs, and what a great start for himself, but more importantly for his teammates.
I want to say big thank you to all of you guys watching around the world for your messages. It's 19 off the first over.
Well, I don't know why this is up, but the robot did say before it was going to be a tie.
Right, yeah, it's true. I wonder what the counter's at. I make it 52 matches without a golden ball now. So raise the bat. We passed the half century today because we have had 36 golden balls in ECN history. That's 6 full overs of golden balls. One thing I would like to do would be to actually put them all together in one video, perhaps. I reckon that would be pretty cool. So we see Baljit getting a bowl here, and he's going to be hooked down to the ground as well, first ball. So right now, Italy, they haven't really bowled well. They haven't dealt with the right-hand, left-hand combination. Just too many balls that are hittable. That's outside the hip of Floyd, who just turns on it and gets 6.
Yeah, nice shot. It's a poor ball, and all he has to do is catch up with it. He does exactly that, and it's 6 runs. And well, this is the last thing the Italians need. They needed a really good start, and unfortunately, it's just not working out for them.
Yeah, so imagine 36 golden balls in a row. If you said, let's say you spent 2.5 minutes on each, you've almost got a full match worth of just golden balls you could watch. Can you imagine that? That's something you could binge. Well,
that would be funny. That montage would be...
Yeah, you just say you got 2.5 minutes per golden ball. Maybe the lead up as well.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
It's must-watch viewing. Anyway, here's Baljit. This one's more on target. Clayton's happy to take him for a single.
He does take it for a single on the leg side. I'm just watching the Dutch and this funny blinking thing these two are doing to each other. They're like, I know the Dutch pretty well. Okay. They always find ways to complain in Dutch cricket, but right now they're 26 off 8 balls and they're hitting it everywhere.
Yeah, funny hard to see, funny hard to pick it up.
They're seeing the ball absolutely fine.
Well, I know a match in Australia recently where the batting team was pretty sure about the bad lines, and then they hit a 6 and then went off for the bad line straight away. It's Victoria versus New South Wales one-day game recently. Yeah, so that's the thing. I mean, it's a different experience playing at night.
We might get a few more blinks of the eye here.
Well, maybe they could be just blinking Morse code to each other or something.
Well, these two do have a very good understanding there. They're a very successful opening pair. Clayton Floyd plays his cricket for HSA, and Musa played a season there as well. He's now playing for VCC Vorberg, so a good understanding for these two teammates. Opening batsman.
Baljit. This is driven on the up, and it's just a standard live job, really. It's more of a slash in the end from Floyd over backward point. Quattro, carreras más.
Yeah, nice shot from Floyd. It's just outside off. He gets a little bit of width and he puts it away. That's what you got to do. Got to back your ability. There's a good job there. Too much width. Gets the elevation, and well, Netherlands are really breaking the back of the Italians here.
So yeah, Baljit didn't bowl earlier, but then preferring him to Gujar this time around, maybe just sharing the responsibilities. Steps across, tries to get it, but gets it wrong, and Floyd should be gone, and he is. Well, proper ice cream cone from Baljit. This was not in the middle of the hands, but he does catch it in the end. So the first obstacle removed, and it's Floyd who has to go caught and bowled by Baljit Singh for 11, and the Netherlands 11. Their opening partnership is broken up. It's 31 for 1.
Well, they desperately needed this wicket. Baljit, he keeps it wide of off stump. I think Floyd premeditated. He wanted to hit this to the leg side. And sometimes I feel when people go deep in the crease and outside off, they premeditate. I'm going to always hit mid-wicket. If he just adjusted with the ball, he would have hit it over the offside again. So a wicket for the Italians, and they needed that. They desperately needed that.
So funny how your mood is so determined by whether that ball stays in your fingers or not. A lot of it got out, but in the end enough stayed in for Baljit to pull off the catch. Floyd's gone 31 for 1. Hello to Oktay Galami, who's watching from Sweden. He said to us that Musa is a student of the Abdul Qadir Cricket Academy, and he went there too in February in Lahore, Pakistan, and played a match against them too. So, hello Oktay, it's great to have you. He's an ambidextrous spinner, played for Sweden last year. We see him on our travels in ECN cricket. It's great to see such crazy numbers. We've had all kinds of viewing records broken today on ECN, and I think it'll continue. Go find 3 people, tell them about ECN. No money needs to change.
How do you know we've broken the viewing numbers, by the way?
Just the feedback I'm getting.
Okay.
It's been big. Last ball of the over. Well, slight miscommunication. This is Shiraz Rasool, comes out for his first hit in the ECC. He doesn't get off the mark just yet. Baljit goes for 12 but does pick up a wicket. And after 2 overs, it is 31 for 1.
Yeah, massive power play right now. They can't let it go up to that 45-50 mark for the Netherlands. They need a really good third over. Looks like they're going to give the ball to Gajar, who's an experienced canny player. We look at the table and, well, pretty topsy-turvy to say. I don't think many people thought England would be 2 losses, but they won't stay there for too long. They're too good a team. Italy, big game for Italy. You could say they won't want to go home empty-handed as well.
Yeah, for sure. So teams play 2 matches every day over the first 4 days, so 8 matches in the preliminary round, double round robin format, and then graded into a top 4 with the top 2 getting a double chance. The 5th team, unfortunately for them, they are just spectators on finals day. Gujar bowls the 3rd. This is a drive on the up, but he gets plenty of this. It's going to go all the way for 4. So decent by Musa Ahmed. I like the way he can hit balls all around the wicket. That's not an easy ball to drive, Corey.
No, Musa's on a heater right now. He is timing it nicely, and when Musa's at full flow, you don't really know where to bowl to him. Sometimes I think maybe you could come around the wicket and try cramp him up, but even still, he's good off his legs, he's good through point, he drives it well, he's an accomplished player.
How many blinks were after that one? Well, let's forget this one. This has gone over point, and the fan zone is under attack. We'll go chase that one into the dark. You might need to bring a torch, and Musa goes large. Maximal, he's 28 off just 7 balls.
Yeah, beautiful batting from Musa, and well, Netherlands, they're taking this away from Italy. They might have got the wicket off Clayton Floyd, but the runs haven't stopped flowing. That's a gorgeous shot. That's the best of the lot so far. Stays leg side of the ball so that he can free his arms, and he gets that. Gujar shaking his head.
Gujar's taken down a bowler or 2 today as well, though, hasn't he?
All right, yeah, calm down.
That's he knows the feeling. Now, Musa's after him. And now this is going to go the same way. Not quite as far, not quite as square, but it'll still be 6 in the air for Musa Ahmed, who moves to 34 in very quick time.
Yeah, very quick time, 34 off 8, and it's just a match-shifting innings. If Italy had any hope, it's being dashed away very quickly. Musa played some serious cricket this year. I'm pretty sure he played the England one-dayers. I mean, he's playing England, the national team of England, I shouldn't say the real England, but the highest level of England cricketers.
Yeah, sure.
To do that and then to come here, he's a quality player. And 34 off 8 as Gujar comes around the wicket, which I think might be a good option.
Trying to take away the offside. Well, it might create an opportunity, and this is falling in the field of play, and it's dropped.
No.
It's completely misjudged by Baljit, and it ends up going for 4. Well, I think he must have taken his eyes off the ball a little bit to see who was coming, if they were coming, and Baljit in the end, he just barely gets a hand on it. It goes across the boundary. That also brings up the 50 for the Netherlands.
Game, set, match. Baljit Singh, you had to catch that. He comes around, there was a man at deep square, he got under it, but he never touched it. He just made a whole meal of it.
It's a difficult thing to pick up the ball in the night sky if you're not used to it. And even when you are, it's a weird thing. You're not really used to seeing balls come out of the night sky. You lose your sense of proportion. Now this is in the air, and Musa's going to get lucky. Well, he can't do anything wrong at the moment. He's 42 off 10, striking at 420, and everything he's touching turned into gold. Not the most convincing 2 boundaries, but this score just keeps on climbing. Huge power play here for the Netherlands.
Yeah, massive power play. Massive power play. And Musa Ahmed, that's the first false stroke, really, besides the one that was dropped previous ball. He's 42 off 10. Netherlands have raced away with this. Italy, they're in so much trouble now.
Yeah, not going great. Gujar's gone magical 24 off this over. And, well, it might go supersonic now. Well, not quite. It's going to be 4, but still a very, very good over. Musa 46 off just 11. And the score at the end of 3 is going to be 59 for 1. They'll just check this boundary, but I'm pretty sure I saw that bounce just inside the ropes. But Musa, he's a guy who missed out early in the week last time. But, yeah, this time he is not missing too many at all. And he's taken the Netherlands past the halfway point in this chase, and he's done it in just 3 overs. What a power play. And Rocky Ball Hassan saying world-class batting Netherlands. That's because it is. We're seeing guys like you say, they've played one-day international cricket recently, and not just one or two, quite a few of them. I know that Dutch head coach Brian Campbell he's working on developing the Netherlands squad, and obviously that legacy continuing on into this tournament. This is probably a wide. Anything that touches the line will be a wide. So yeah, this is where the spin will come into the equation. Kalagumagay just missing his spot. Better ball this time, and Rasul finally gets off the mark. He just had to do some watching last over.
Isn't the quickest 50 in ECC Bubba and Musa, both with 12?
Yeah, both with 12. We have had a 10-ball 50 in ECS cricket,
but not ECC.
Right.
So he's up for the tie. Because Nabi, what did he hit a 50 off? 10.
I think that one was a 28-ball 100, but the first 50 wasn't that as quick.
Wasn't that quick?
Quickish.
Anyway, 15, he's got a great
15 or something.
Great opportunity here for, a marvellous 50 and off 12 balls. It's not a video game. This is real life.
Wow, that's a really good shot. Really good shot. And there's the 12-ball 50. Maximo! Magical Musa with 52 off just a dozen deliveries. And he is flying at night here at the Cardimer Oval.
Well, if he was worried about not seeing the ball under lights, that's just a myth, because he's seen everything like a watermelon. He moves to 52, a joint record, we believe, with Mohamed Baba from Spain. 12 balls, marvellous hitting, and, well, just sit back and keep enjoying this.
Yeah. Well, he's going to get another one. Oh, this is brutal. This is brutal. Don't even try and find it. It's too dangerous, and it's dangerous bowling to Musa right now. He moves to 58.
Yeah, absolutely. And I tell you what, in a group that might come down to net run rates, if they keep going like this, they're going to get a big boost. A big smile on his face. You can understand why. He's sending this miles.
Never mind that. I think Musa will want to pack up these lights and put them wherever he's batting next, because he is hitting them so well. Rasul saying, this is great. I haven't had to do much. I can just sit the other end and watch you ping balls out of the ground. Kalagumagay, it's just too short. Margin of error, almost zero. So Musa Ahmed right now. This is where, if you've got a wrong end, for example, and Kalagumagay, he's a hybrid spinner. Sometimes he bowls offies, actually. Sometimes he bowls leggies. He's bowled exclusively leggies, I think, in this tournament. But you'd love to have the batter guessing at something. This is just a quicker, may have been a finger spinner that he pushes through.
Not a bad option. Not a bad option. Just try something. Not too sure the leg spin's a good matchup to Musa.
Maybe just go offies to Musa. That's what he does here.
Yes, this is why people try and get a bit funky sometimes. Well, not funky, but go to what they know, like leg spin to a left-hander. That's high risk. Why not just come in and roll right arm darts, off spin away?
That's what he does. This time Musa's waiting and he's ready to pounce. Maximo! Now 64 in 16 balls. 4 a ball. That's the pace he's got. And he gets 6 off that one. It's the end of the 4th over. It's 79 for 1.
I think I would be saying, if I'm Musa, to Rasul, please get a single and get me back on strike, because I'm seeing it like an absolute watermelon. Could be on for an early finish. And a special innings from Musa. He's played some serious cricket, this boy. I've seen him do it a lot in the Netherlands. Great to see him do it in Spain now.
Yeah, so a few people getting excited by the Netherlands 11, thinking they're favourites of the week. But I mean, that's probably based on the fact you've just seen 4 overs of one guy pounding the ball everywhere.
They're the only team to not lose. So I think I went into this week thinking Netherlands and England are a little bit ahead of everyone, then we can come and surprise and whatnot. But you know what? In tournament cricket, it's topsy-turvy. In
another game, Moose hits the first ball straight up and maybe looking at a very different result here. But right now, they've almost got it back to a runner ball. Jugmeet, he's walked into a situation, put it that way. His left arm spin coming into the game in the 5th over.
You know what? For Musa as well.
Right, I might go for 5 wides, That's actually a really good bit of fielding in the end. They'll get 3 wides.
Yeah. You know what, for Musa, I'm pretty sure Musa might have been in the field when England hit 498.
Yeah.
So he might be feeling like this is his time.
Turn. Yeah, see this. I don't think there's any issue with the stop here. They're just double checking it.
Well, full moon tonight. Tell you what, when it's a full moon, it's always a little bit funky in the air.
Yeah, no issue there. And Now the next ball.
He's out.
There's going to be a run-out chance, and he's going to miss it. This will be a tight single. That just shows you how keen Musa is to get back on strike at the moment.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine. Well, how many runs are left, Vinny? How many do they need?
Right now they need 34.
What's he on?
He is on 64.
Can be done.
Impossible.
No, it's not.
Okay, so it's not impossible. No. But it's pretty improbable.
What's the high score of the ECC this year? 80 by Iqbal.
80 by Iqbal, yeah.
From Norway. Well, that's definitely under threat.
Call that a win for Jugmeet. Beats the better Musa this time.
But yeah, can you imagine? Musa, yeah, I'm pretty sure he was on the field when they hit 498. This is sweet, sweet vengeance. Even though it's Italy, at least you're on the other side of it.
Yeah, true. See how Jugmeet goes. He'll won't really turn a lot right to left, and we'll just slide across the left-hander like that. It's well bowled. Yeah, it's a real challenge for some of these bowlers to come and try and bowl at someone like Musa Ahmed in full flight. So confident at the moment. Rasul, he's loving it. His first innings in the ECC. Musa opens his shoulders on this one.
I think he was dropped on 28. I think it was 28, and you can see how quickly he got to 64. So, small margins. You have to take your chances.
Beautiful. Shots at the moment. Moon poking from behind the trees. Couple going this over. Rasul, just a single to his name so far. Steps across, and he's going to be LBW here. So yeah, just gets surprised by Jugmeet, who's had a pretty good series. And I think, to me, there's no bat in this, and it is knocking them out. So nice moment for Jugmeet, but you do feel like Italy a long way behind in this game. It's the second wicket though, 84 for 2.
If you looked up plum in the dictionary, there would be a little video of this dismissal. That was cannoning into the stumps. Top over from Jugmeet. Despite all the chaos around him, he gets the wicket. And Shariz Rasul, well, they've given him a go up the order this game. We might not see him bat too many other times. There's a lot of other players that are itching to have a go.
Yeah, he'll be annoyed, I suppose, because to be given that opportunity in Monday night cricket. And
Monday night football.
Not really able to cash it in, but yeah, Jugmeet's a good bowler, and Jugmeet continues to rush batters. I think it just comes on a bit quicker than he looks, and I suppose I saw not the first, not the last to try and go across the line and lose the battle with spin today. And so a bit of info from Chris Smith in the comment section. Thank you very much for that info. He said that Musa did play that 498 game where England scored that record ODI innings, and Musa hit 21 runs in that game, 21 off 35.
Let's take his time to get the 498.
Raise the rate for his teammates anyway. Here's Hassan Ali. No, but I mean, it's seriously, it's great to have such a mixture of experience and youth in this ECC tournament. Anyway, it's the end of the 5th over, and the score is 85 for 2. Once again, welcoming you, Monday Night Cricket live from Spain. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, Corey Rucker's here as well. Okay, so I know you're coaching Spain, and it's great to have you here just for a handful of games this week. You are part of our ECN commentary team, of course. How do you coach Spain tomorrow? Of course, they'll be up and about, they'll be flying. How do you keep them grounded? Because tomorrow's a real danger day for you, right?
I think every day is a danger day, but you just go through the similar processes. You don't win a tournament on day one. You can't win a tournament on day one, and we've said that to them. What's more important is that we've taught them trying to teach them how to respect each opponent and not rest on your laurels too much. So I think the players are cottoning onto that as Boris Goley goes for the ramp. Oh, he just falls short. Yeah. So it's just about teaching them just to reset, re-go, do the right methods, solve the puzzle as we go out throughout the day, and treat the game with respect.
Yeah, I think that's really good advice, to try and just take things one day at a time. And yeah, you can't get too giddy with the highs. You can't get too down on yourself with the lows. It's something we've said all the way through this tournament. Sharif's on to bowl now. Bowls a full toss, and this one gets slammed. Goley, nothing funky about this. This is just brute power. Doesn't quite get all of it. Kingma gets his leg over the fence there, and he'll be hoping to retrieve that Kookaburra, but Netherlands 11 running away with this now in the 6th over.
Well, Italy during the group stage got away with not having a deep mid-wicket and having a third man. Right now, I think they're finding out in championship week you can't have that. So third man comes in, Deep mid wicket goes back. I love watching Boris Gourlay play. He's a hell of a player.
Funky? No, he stands and hits. And this will just fall into a pocket of space for one.
Yeah,
Gourlay, I mean, I suppose it comes down to the fact, at what point does it become overdoing those little backwards shots? Because, I mean, sometimes if you just see him bat without doing that, he's a very, very good player. So Musa back on strike, took a back seat for a second there. Now Musa gets funky, maybe showing Gourlay up. Whatever you can do, I can do. Back at more or less run a ball here. And here. Good challenge for him. Cutter and smoked out of the ground. New balls, please. Adios, Pelota. That has gone a long, long way. Kima looks like he's seen it all before, and he probably has. Musa up into the 70s now.
Yeah, nice shot this time again. It's a change of pace, but Musa's just on form. It's a matter of time. And it's time for dinner. The Netherlands are racing towards it. Fortunately for Italy, just probably didn't get enough runs on the board, but then they've run into a red-hot player who is, well, of the highest calibre, and he's just moosing it.
Musa by name, Musa by nature. Let's ball the over. Now he wants to get funky. Might as well put that one away the way he's hitting the rest of them. Anyway, sometimes it can look too easy. 6 overs down, Netherlands 11. They are 96 for 2. Just 21 required off the last 4 overs of the night.
Yeah, sometimes you got to think when you're playing it so well, do you need to ramp?
Probably not. But I think sometimes they just think, okay, I'm doing everything else. Like, maybe everything I do will be insanely successful. Anyway, there's 4 overs to go here. Well, Ricardo, with a bit of trivia Musa won't want to hear about. Apparently Musa dropped Butler when he was on 8 in that ODI.
I don't think so. I think
that's fake
Vikram
news?
did. Vikram might, but if he did, wow.
Right reply. We'll have to ask. Musa
I was
later.
in the ground when England hit 498. I was at deep mid off. My neck was so sore by the end of it.
Hey, I bet the full Dutch team in Australia preparing, they'll be watching this with interest. Maybe it's a bit too late for them to watch live, but I'm sure they'll be watching it back. I'm sure they're enjoying the display from Musa Ahmed. Baljit bat to bowl over number 7. And Gourlay waits for it, and he hits it, and he hits it well enough. And this is maximal 6 to start the over. Now Ruffy, get those arms up in the air like you just don't care. And right now, it looks like Netherlands are going to send us home a bit early here on a Monday night.
Yeah, nice shot. Again, they are going to send us home early. The Netherlands, too good and too strong for the Italians. We haven't had an answer for this bang line. That's 100 up in 6 overs, Vinny. 15 to get now, and it's just a matter of time.
Sure is. How long can they hold on? That's the question. Baljit getting his second over in. And he gets hit straight by Gourlay, but this is a slight miss hit. The fielder comes in, can't hunt it down, Hassan Ali. Wow, interesting.
Very good fielding.
Yeah, he hits the stumps. They're going to go upstairs for this because Gourlay just cruising off the bat. And you see Hassan Ali came in, couldn't turn into a catch, but it does force the umpire to go upstairs here. And, wow, I think he's just in. Yeah, is that bat on the ground? I think it just hits the ground in time.
Good fielding though, keeping him honest. Very good fielding.
So, just in. Netherlands think it's hilarious. All right, they're all smiles, why wouldn't they be? They're going to walk away with 2 wins from 2. As will Spain out of opening day. Slow full toss. This is hit down the ground by Musa. And not quite hit cleanly this time. Jagmeet does the fielding. Just a single.
Yep, just a single. So 13 more to get in this one before the players do earn a well-earned break tonight. How many plans for your evening, Vin?
Well, you said, and I've got the tape, that you would be buying the empanadas tonight at the empanada shop.
Yeah,
so that's what we'll be doing, and I will drive you there, and I will force you to pay. Here we go. Baljit. He's going to get smashed out of the ground. Adios, Pelota. Well, that one is into the deep, dark expanse outside this Cardiff Oval. And Boris goes large at maximum time. And it won't be long now until we're sent home. Hey, a lot of the players were telling me, I was playing over the weekend here at Costa del Sol Cricket Club, and the players that fly in and out of Malaga fairly regularly, they say it's amazing seeing this ground lit up at night, and they can see it when they fly over in the plane. Slow ball, completely whiffed at by Corley. He's 19 off 8 with the ball to go in the 7th.
Yep, almost over. Look, NRR.
Yeah.
Big one for the Dutch here. Net run rate's going to get a boost from this win, and it's all thanks to Musa on a splendid batting display.
So you have to see what the NRR situation is between Italy and England, which one will be bottom tonight. Last ball of the over. Hits straight and hits pretty well, and he hits onto his own head and it goes for 4. Well, Hassan Ali, not a moment he'll want to look back at. I think he takes some of the sting out of it, but still, it's going to be another boundary. And it takes us to the end of the 7th over. Let's just have a look at this replay.
He taps it back into his head. It's a falcon, and it's a 4 falcon.
Unfortunately for Hassan Ali. Hey, let's talk tomorrow, Corey. Talk me through your thoughts. Let's have a look at the fixtures, because we'll be back tomorrow, same time, 9:30 a.m. GMT. It's 11:30 in Central Europe. It's 3 p.m. in India. And I know there's so many games to watch out for. Starting with Scotland versus the Netherlands. What do you think about that one?
Scotland, Netherlands, is that first game tomorrow?
Yeah, Scotland versus the Netherlands first game.
I think Scotland will be up for some revenge. Should be a good game though. Netherlands, they're flying high.
This is up and it's high, and it is dropped by Gajar. They're going to come back and tie the game. Gajar, well, that just shows you how his day has gone. He's been on the top of the world right now. He's right back on terra firma. And
cricket's a great leveler.
We'll tie the game. Maybe we can just look at what's coming up tomorrow. After all, maybe we'll show this again for Gajar. Just doesn't take it to ground. Still, he's been a very good performer. Any score wins it now. And this is the way they'll do it. Musa will finish on 73. And this will make it at 75, actually. Netherlands 11, they're going to get the target, and they do it with plenty of time to spare. And what a good performance. What a good first day for Garanya.
Oh, yeah, very good day. Sorry, Vinny. It's been a long day for me as well. I'm a bit emotional in the box. But no, sensational from the Dutch. We know how good they are. I think maybe even showing that they could be one of the favourites to win it. Obviously, 5 very good teams in this group. But a perfect first day for them. And Italy, they'll come back strong as well.
Yeah, they sure will. It's a disappointing day for Italy to walk away without any points. But we will see them again tomorrow. So hopefully we see you again tomorrow as well. As you can see, a good relations between these players, as you'd imagine. Both winning their groups, both having some success leading into this, but Italy, they walk away empty-handed.
I think there's a lot of respect for the level of cricket played, and you could just see the Italians there get around Musa, because even though they lost that, it's a bit like, well, we're coming up against some of the cream of the crop, so you don't drop your head from it. Yeah,
it was a very good innings, you got to say. But look, Musa, here's the thing. Yes, he looks $1 million in that game, but on another day, he can get out cheaply. We've seen it happen before, and really all of the teams have these kind of players that can be dynamic, but it's the kind of game where no matter who you are, you will be taking risks and creating chances, and if the fielders can take the chances, maybe pull out that bit of brilliance, it can change a cricket match. But it is Musa Ahmed and Boris Corley that walk off with the win under the belt. Yeah, so Scotland-Netherlands first thing in the morning should be an absolute humdinger, considering Scotland beat England today. And well, what about Italy-England? That's always an interesting contest in international sport.
Well, because both teams don't have a win, that makes that game super amplified, because if a team goes 0-3, they might start to think, oh boy, it's going to be a long road back.
Where's the next win coming from? Especially if Italy lose that game. Then they've got Spain tomorrow night and Tuesday night cricket from Spain here at the Cardamom Oval. Join us 9:30 a.m. GMT. It's 11:30 in Central Europe and 3 p.m. in India. Let's go to the highlights. And Hassan Ali, well, that was probably the peak of it, because he gets the first ball through. Clayton Floyd still goes for a bye, but really, Clayton Floyd and Musa Ahmed, they're an imposing opening combination. Even though Floyd went fairly cheaply, it was Musa that carried the way for the Netherlands in this game. He was very, very impressive on the way to his final score of 75 not out.
Yeah, Clayton Floyd and Musa Ahmed, 2 quality players, high quality players, and they came out and struck the ball beautifully. They hit it to all parts. And once they had this good power play, it was almost all she wrote. This was the wicket of Clayton Floyd, and almost bursting through the captain's fingertips there, Baljit Singh, but he ends up holding on to it. And then it was the Musa show. He was just smacking it everywhere. He did get dropped. This was the big chance. He couldn't catch it, and after that, he just piled on the boundaries. Boris Golay joined him and enjoyed it in the fun. And it was an innings of class, just substance, playing it all around the ground. And when he's red hot, he is red hot.
Yeah, he was red hot here. And you talked about him blinking, maybe saying he wasn't picking up the ball very well. Well, I'd hate to see him bat when he does pick up the ball well, because this is an absolute masterclass from Musa Ahmed. You can see the Italians, they certainly have had a big week. Remember, they just won their final on Friday night, so they've spent the weekend here. Quick turnaround for them. That's why they do get the later games on the Monday as well. Jagmeet was able to pick up a wicket as well. There were just the two of them in this innings. And, interesting moment there where...
Yeah, very interesting moment, Vinny. A very interesting moment.
Just beats out the throw to be safe, and then Gujarat, well, this sums it up really. Italy, they certainly didn't disgrace themselves here on day one of Championship Week, but they will be one of two teams to walk away without any points on the board, and it is the Dutch that make a perfect start, along with your guys, Team Spain, 2 out of 2 after the first of play. Remember, 4 days of round-robin play before the finals day of Championship Week on Friday. Let's take you through the scorecard. Musa Ahmed, 75 of 25. What a knock that was. I know he had one chance along the way, but he struck 8 maximos and 5 fours in that innings, striking at exactly 3 runs per ball. Apart from that, Floyd went early-ish for 11, and Rasul stuck around for a little bit, but he could only manage a single. Gawley with 23 off 9 to bring it home. And then looking at the bowlers, Jagmeet bowled a good over, but there weren't too many of them, unfortunately, for Italy, because Musa was on. Jagmeet took 1 for 5. The other wicket went to Baljit Singh, who got 1, but unfortunately wasn't able to do too much more here in match 5. Well, once again, I want to say a big thank you to everybody. And we are really, really thrilled to be able to bring you this cricket action. It was a really historic day in a way, I think, because we had, I think, probably wall-to-wall the highest standard cricket that we've ever had on ECN today. I think it was that kind of a day where you just felt the intensity went up a notch. Even from the finals days, I think we saw in the group stages. So, well, Corey, I'm super happy that you had some success, but really, I'm just happy that we put on a really big show to the world today.
Yeah, well, you did say to us, Vinny, that we did break the viewer numbers, and that's super exciting.
You've had a long day. Would you be fair to say that?
Sleep. I'm tired, but yeah, it's been a great day. And thanks for having me back in the com box. I think I'm doing maybe 4 or 5 this week, so 2 done.
I think we've got you just now and then, but I do appreciate that. I know that Rico appreciates that you could give him a break. But I'll be back tomorrow with Rico. I'm looking forward to that as we head into day 2. And that first clash with Scotland and the Netherlands should be a really good one. I want to say a big thank you to everyone here, all the crowd that came in today. We had a really good crowd. Plenty of them supporting Spain as well, of course, on home territory. But all the players, that it was good to see them again, all the crowd, all the Blue crew, the ECN crew, as well as all of the our VIPs that are here as well. It's great that they could share in the day. To Spring Productions, great to see a few of them back in action as well. They do such a magnificent job, and we're so thankful that they are putting in the time and making the broadcast as high quality as they do. Final question for you. Will you be buying me empanadas tonight?
See.
Me gusta. Okay, anyway, from now, this is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Max Mo for the European Cricket Network. On behalf of Rico Full and Corey Ruckers right here, hope you have a happy and a safe evening. We'll leave you with some highlights of the day, and we'll see you tomorrow right here on the Costa del Sol for more ECC action in the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Hasta mañana. Have a great night, everyone.